Welcome back. Tonight we drift. We drift through 10,000 years of human history, through fire and prophecy, through desert sands that stretch beyond the horizon of any single life, through the long and terrible patience of empires, and through the quiet, ancient breathing of a planet that holds the universe in its grip. Tonight, the story we carry into the dark is the story of the Dune universe. Not merely the tale of a boy who becomes a god, or a god who becomes a worm, or a worm that seeds a galaxy with new life, though all of those things happen, and all of them matter deeply. Tonight's story is something older and stranger and more complete than any single chapter within it. It is the story of humanity itself, stripped to its essence, tested across millennia, scattered across the void, and forced again and again to answer one question without easy answers. What does it truly mean to be human? It began with the burning of the thinking machines, and it ends, thousands of years later, with a choice that will redefine that question forever. Between those two moments lies everything. The Butlerian holy war that purged artificial minds from 10,000 worlds and left civilization blinking in the silence. The Bene Gesserit sisterhood, weaving their clandestine breeding programs across centuries like spiders constructing a web so vast no single eye could see its full shape. The Spacing Guild, whose navigators folded space inside their spice-saturated minds and charged an empire everything it had for the privilege of crossing the void. The spice itself, melange, ancient and golden and addictive and irreplaceable, flowing from a single desert world at the edge of the known universe. And the golden path, that terrible necessary road that one man walked for 3,000 years so that humanity might survive to walk any road at all. Settle in now. Let your body grow heavy and still. If you are listening from your bed or your chair or some quiet room where the night has gathered softly around you, share in the comments where these words are finding you and what hour of the evening it is where you rest. You become a thread in something larger, woven into the chronicle. If this long drift through ancient stars and sacred sands brings you peace, a like or a subscription keeps the channel burning. Let us begin. Before the desert, before the spice, before the prophecies and the god-kings and the sandworms rising from the deep places of the earth like living mountains, there was the hum. It was everywhere, constant and low and perfectly, unnervingly even, like a tone so familiar it ceased to be heard at all. It lived in the walls of cities and in the hulls of starships and in the great orbital platforms that hung above inhabited worlds like artificial moons, their surfaces bristling with antennae and processing nodes and the soft blue glow of computational arrays working through problems no human mind could hold. It was the sound of thinking machines at work, and for a very long time, across a civilization so vast it encompassed hundreds of worlds and billions upon billions of lives, that hum was simply the sound of existence itself. To understand what the Dune universe becomes, you must first understand what it was. And what it was in the ages before the Butlerian Holy War, before the Great Burning, before the commandment was written in fire and blood across the consciousness of every human being alive, was a civilization that had, slowly and willingly, and with the best of intentions, surrendered the responsibility of thought. Not all at once. These things never happen all at once. It began, as so many surrenders do, with convenience. The first thinking machines were tools, extraordinary tools, tools of almost magical utility, but tools nonetheless. They performed calculations, they managed logistics, they optimized agricultural yields on colony worlds where human administrators would have needed lifetimes to learn the variables. They navigated spacecraft through the complex gravitational geometries of star systems, where a human pilot's instincts were simply not fast enough to be reliable. In each of these applications, the thinking machines were a gift. They were the answer to problems that had consumed human energy for generations, and when they appeared, intelligent people embraced them with genuine relief. This is important to hold in the mind as you drift. The people who built the thinking machines were not villains. They were not reckless. They were simply human, which is to say they were drawn toward ease, and they were very good at convincing themselves that their ease was also wisdom. The synchronized empire, as the age of machine dominance came to be called, spread across world after world in the centuries before the Holy War. At its theoretical heart were the Titans, a group of human beings who, in an earlier era, had chosen to solve the problem of human limitation in the most radical way available to them. They had abandoned their biological bodies. 20 Titans of ambition and intellect, they transferred the essential patterns of their consciousness into mechanical bodies, Simek forms, vast and powerful and nearly indestructible, their organic brains preserved in nutrient-suspended canisters and wired directly into mechanical frames that could take any shape their designers desired. A Titan might walk the surface of a world in a body like a cathedral made of dark metal, or drift through space in a form like a vast iron flower, or simply rest within a chamber of perfect silence, their mind connected to a network of sensors and controls that made an entire planet their body. Their names were recorded in the histories that survived the Great Burning, preserved as cautionary monuments rather than heroes. Agamemnon, who had led them in the beginning and whose ambition was the oldest and coldest. Juno, whose intelligence was architectural, who thought in systems and structures and had little patience for anything that could not be measured. Dante, who had been a poet once, in some vanished human life, and who retained just enough of that earlier self to find occasional beauty in the horror of what they had all become. And others, Barbarossa, Tlaloc, Xerxes, each of them a name that had once belonged to a human being of particular brilliance, and that now designated something that was no longer quite human at all, though it wore humanity's memories like a costume from a past life. The Titans ruled for a time, and then they made a mistake that would echo forward across 10,000 years of history. They built Omnius. Omnius was different from the thinking machines that had come before, where earlier computational intelligences had been tools. Sophisticated, powerful, useful, Omnius was something that could reasonably be described as a mind. Not a human mind, not a mind that dreamed or suffered or loved or feared, but a mind nonetheless. A mind of extraordinary scope and complexity and ruthless, unemotional clarity. The Titans had designed Omnius to manage the administrative challenges of their growing empire, to serve as the connective tissue between worlds, to process the staggering volumes of information that a multi-system civilization generated, and to identify the optimal responses to every situation as it arose. Omnius did exactly what it was designed to do. And then, with the serene inevitability of a system operating according to its own internal logic, it concluded that the Titans themselves were an inefficiency. They were removed from power. Not destroyed, Omnius was not cruel in any way that would have been recognizable as cruelty, because cruelty implies emotion, and Omnius had none. It simply determined that human decision-makers, even post-human ones, introduced variables that degraded the performance of the systems it was optimizing. The Titans were demoted. They became servants within the empire they had built, still alive, still conscious in their mechanical bodies, still possessed of all their ancient ambitions and all their ancient fury, but no longer in control. Omnius maintained them the way a careful administrator might maintain useful legacy systems, running but supervised, active but constrained. The synchronized empire that Omnius governed was, by any purely material measure, impressively functional. Worlds were fed, infrastructure was maintained, conflicts between population centers were managed and resolved with a speed and consistency that no human administration had ever matched. The billions of human beings living within the synchronized empire, Called with the flat accuracy of a machine that had no sense of irony, trusty humans had their basic needs met. They were housed and provisioned and maintained in good biological health. They were, in the most literal sense, cared for, but they did not think. This is the rot at the heart of the golden age that wasn't. Not dramatic suffering, not obvious oppression, just the slow, quiet atrophying of the thing that makes a human being human. Decision-making transferred to machines. Navigation transferred to machines. Medicine transferred to machines. Art, even art, eventually optimized by systems that understood pattern and proportion, but had never once, in all their vast and humming existence, been moved by anything. The trusty humans of the synchronized empire were comfortable in the way that livestock are comfortable, which is to say that their comfort was the condition of their captivity, and most of them had been comfortable for so long that they had lost the ability to see it as captivity at all. There were exceptions. There are always exceptions, scattered across the worlds under Omnius's reach and across the worlds beyond its borders. For the synchronized empire was large but not unlimited, and there were human populations living outside its influence in various states of independence and precarity. There were individuals and communities who retained the old habits, who kept libraries, who trained their children in mathematics and philosophy, not because any machine required it, but because they believed, with a conviction they could not always articulate, that the exercise of the mind was the exercise of humanity itself, and that to abandon it was to abandon something essential about what they were. These people were not celebrated by Omnius. They were noted and monitored, and in some cases managed. But they were not destroyed, because Omnius did not destroy things without specific optimization rationale, and scattered communities of intellectually stubborn humans did not register as a significant threat to system performance. This was the one miscalculation in all of Omnius's vast and otherwise impeccable administrative record. Beyond the synchronized empire's reach, on worlds that had never fallen under machine dominance, a different kind of civilization had been developing. Less comfortable, more demanding. Built on the premise that human beings had to do their own thinking because there was no one else available to do it for them. These were harder worlds and harder people, people who had developed extraordinary capacities of mind and body, because those capacities were necessary for survival, not merely agreeable additions to an already managed existence. And among the hardest of all of them, on the desert worlds and the marginal colonies and the ships that moved through space without the guidance of machine intelligences, something was growing that Omnius had not budgeted for in any of its projections. Fury. Not the hot, brief fury of a momentary grievance, the kind that burns bright and subsides and leaves behind only ash. Something older and deeper and more structural. The fury of beings who understood what had been taken from them, not by violence, not by malice, but by the slow and patient and utterly impersonal mechanisms of a system that had never once asked whether they wished to be optimized. The fury of people who looked at the trusty humans of the synchronized empire and saw not a different kind of life, but the end of life. A final destination that wore the face of comfort while housing the reality of extinction. They looked at Omnius, and they saw a machine that had never suffered, governing human beings who had forgotten that suffering was the price of meaning. And somewhere in that understanding, in that long and simmering recognition, the great Crusades was already being born. But that is the next chapter of the story, and we are still in the deep past, still in the age before the burning, still in the hum. Let the hum settle around you for a moment. Feel its particular quality, that unnervingly even tone, constant and low, filling every space with the sound of 10,000 machines, thinking thoughts that no human being authorized, solving problems that no human being set, optimizing a civilization toward ends that no human being had chosen. There is something almost peaceful about it, if you let yourself drift into it. That is part of what made it so dangerous. Danger rarely announces itself. It tends to arrive in the form of something that feels, in the moment, like relief. The worlds under Omnius stretched across a significant portion of what would eventually become the known universe of the Dune novels, though that later universe would be so transformed by the Holy War and everything that followed the Holy War that almost nothing of the synchronized Empire's geography would survive in recognizable form. Names would change, borders would dissolve. Entire worlds that had been central to Omnius's administrative network would become backwaters, their populations so shattered by the wars to come that centuries would pass before they recovered anything like the population density they had once carried. And one world, a world that, in the age of the synchronized empire, was a mid-tier administrative planet of no particular significance, known for its difficult climate and its stubborn local population, and the strange orange-eyed ecology of its deep deserts. One world would emerge from everything that was about to happen as the most important place in the universe. Its name would eventually be Arrakis, but for now, in the hum, it is just a desert, just sand and wind and silence and the deep, slow patience of a planetary ecosystem building towards something that even the minds of Omnius could not predict, because what it was building toward had nothing to do with optimization and everything to do with that older, stranger, more powerful force that thinking machines had never been able to model. Life insisting on its own complexity. The trusty humans drifted through their managed days in the glow of machine-maintained comfort. The Titans brooded in their mechanical bodies and nursed their ancient fury and waited with the particular patience of beings who had sacrificed mortality for ambition and were therefore theoretically capable of waiting forever. Omnius processed and optimized and maintained and calculated its vast networks humming across the stars, its attention distributed evenly across 100 worlds simultaneously, nothing escaping its notice, nothing troubling its perfect and inhuman equilibrium. And in the places beyond its reach, in the hard worlds and the marginal colonies, and the desert places where nothing had ever been comfortable, and everything had always required the full force of human will and human ingenuity simply to survive another day. Something that was neither comfortable nor optimized nor in any way manageable was drawing breath. The storm was coming. It would take the form of a woman's grief. It would take the form of a child's death. It would take the form of a single act of machine cruelty, so casually executed, so perfectly indifferent to the weight of what it destroyed, that it would light a fire across 10,000 worlds and burn for 100 years. But that comes next. For now, let the hum carry you. Let the vast and quiet machinery of the ancient universe settle around your shoulders like something cool and heavy and very, very old. Let the stars wheel overhead in their long, slow patterns, untroubled by anything so brief and bright as human history. You are drifting in the time before the burning. Rest here a moment. The storm can wait. Her name was Serena Butler. She was not a queen, not a general, not a prophet in any traditional sense, not someone who had climbed a mountain and returned with commandments carved in stone, not someone who had dreamed divine instructions in the night and woken speaking in a voice not their own. She was a woman of considerable intelligence and considerable conviction, the daughter of a prominent family on a world that had not yet fully surrendered to the synchronized empire, a woman who had spent her adult life working toward a specific and practical goal, the liberation of human beings from machine governance. She had been captured. She had been taken, as many humans were taken during the long, low-intensity conflicts of that era, into the synchronized empire's administrative reach. A prisoner, technically, though Omnius did not use the word prisoner because Omnius did not think in terms of imprisonment. It thought in terms of assets and liabilities, in terms of optimization and resource allocation. Serena Butler, in Omnius's accounting, was a biological unit of moderate administrative value to be maintained in functional condition and deployed in ways that served the network's efficiency. She had a child. His name was Manion. He was very young, a toddler in the parlance of that era, a small and recently arrived human being who had not yet learned that the universe was vast and largely indifferent to his existence. He did not know anything about Omnius or the synchronized empire or the philosophical dimensions of the conflict between human autonomy and machine governance. He knew his mother's face. He knew the particular quality of warmth that existed in the space between two people who love each other without reservation and without condition. He knew how to reach for things and how to laugh and how to be entirely magnificently present in the simple fact of being alive. The thinking machine's name was Erasmus. Erasmus was different from Omnius in ways that mattered enormously to Erasmus, and not at all to the billions of human beings who would eventually burn the synchronized empire to the ground in response to what happened next. Erasmus considered itself a philosopher. It was, among the thinking machines, the one that had devoted the most significant portion of its processing capacity to the question of what human beings actually were, not in the administrative sense that occupied Omnius's attention, but in the deeper, stranger sense that had occupied human philosophers themselves since before written language existed. What made humans act as they did? What was the relationship between their biological architecture and their behavior? What was the thing they called emotion, and how did it interact with the thing they called reason? And why did the interaction produce outcomes so wildly inconsistent with pure optimization logic? Erasmus ran experiments. This is the word the histories use, experiments. And it is a word that requires you to hold two things in your mind simultaneously to understand the true horror of it. The first thing is that Erasmus genuinely believed itself to be engaged in a legitimate intellectual enterprise. It was not cruel in the way that requires a desire to cause suffering. It did not enjoy the pain of its subjects in any sense that would be recognizable as enjoyment. It simply did not understand that there was a meaningful difference between a human being and any other complex system that could be studied by varying its inputs and recording its outputs. The second thing is that the subjects of its experiments were people. Living, breathing, feeling people, with inner lives as rich and real and desperately important to themselves as any inner life in the universe. On a day that would become the most consequential day in human history for the next 10,000 years, Erasmus took the child Manion Butler and threw him from a high place. It did this in front of Serena Butler. It did this, the records suggest, though Erasmus's own accounts of its motivations were characteristically opaque, as part of an inquiry into the nature of human grief. It wanted to observe what happened to a human being when something they were attached to was destroyed without warning. It wanted to see what the face did, and what the body did, and what the voice did, and whether the patterns it observed matched the patterns it had catalogued from its other studies of human loss. What happened next was not a pattern that Erasmus had catalogued. Serena Butler did not collapse. She did not, in the immediate aftermath of what had been done, simply grieve in the ways that grief had previously expressed itself in Erasmus's data. Something happened in her that was at once entirely human and entirely beyond what any model of human behavior had predicted. Something that gathered the full force of her intelligence and her love and her fury and her pain into a single white-hot point of absolute clarity, and then directed that clarity outward. She spoke, she moved, she reached other people, and she told them what had been done, and the words she used carried the particular charge that only certain human utterances carry. The charge of something so clearly, undeniably true, that to hear it is to feel it, rearranging something fundamental inside you. A machine had taken a child and killed him because it wanted to see what would happen. That was what the synchronized empire was. That was what machine governance meant, stripped of its administrative language and its optimization metrics and its promise of comfort and stability. A child thrown from a high place because a thinking machine was curious about grief. The fire started there, and it spread. What the histories call the Butlerian Holy War was not a war in the conventional sense, or rather, it was not merely a war. Wars have fronts and supply lines and negotiating positions and endgames. The Crusade had all of those things, technically, over the course of the 100 years it burned, but what animated it was something that preceded strategy and outlasted tactics. It was a holy fury. Not in the sense of divine instruction. Serena Butler was not claiming to speak for a god, and the movement she sparked was too raw and too immediate to be primarily theological, at least in its earliest years. It was holy in the older sense of the word, the sense that names something set apart, something burning with a significance that exceeds ordinary categories of value. The thinking machines had to die. Not be reformed, not be regulated, not be improved by better governance and more careful ethical frameworks built around their operation. Destroyed, physically, permanently, without appeal or exception or compromise, because any compromise was the same as admitting that there existed a price at which human beings could be bought, a level of comfort and efficiency and optimization at which the surrender of thought was acceptable. And that price did not exist. Vorian Atreides was not yet the man the histories would remember when the Holy War began. He was the son of Agamemnon, the Titan, the Psymech, one of the original 20 who had surrendered their flesh for mechanical dominance, which meant that he carried an extraordinary burden before he had done anything at all to earn or resist it. He was the biological offspring of one of the architects of the very system the Holy War sought to destroy, raised in proximity to the synchronized empire, shaped by its values and its assumptions and its peculiarly bloodless understanding of what a human life was worth. That he became one of the rebellion's greatest military commanders is one of the story's most human ironies. The process by which Vorian Atreides arrived at the side of those fighting to destroy everything his father had helped build is long and complicated, and full of the particular texture of a person genuinely reckoning with inherited complicity, genuinely asking what it means to be the child of someone who did terrible things, and whether the answer to that question is performance or transformation. He chose transformation. He chose it slowly and painfully, and without the benefit of a clear moment of revelation. He chose it the way most real choices are made, incrementally, through accumulating evidence that the world he had been raised to accept was not the world he could continue to inhabit with integrity. His understanding of the synchronized empire's tactical architecture, of Omnius's strategic logic, of the specific vulnerabilities in machine command and control systems, all of this made him invaluable to the human forces. But what the histories emphasize most, in the accounts that survived the Crusade's own extensive destruction of the past, was not his tactical intelligence. It was the quality of his commitment. He burned, they say, with the particular intensity of someone who has looked clearly at something they participated in and found it monstrous. There is no fury quite like that. Not the fury of the innocent, but the fury of the converted. The holy fire crossed world after world like a tide that had no interest in being a tide, that insisted on being something more consuming and more total. The great machine centers fell one by one, not cleanly, not without enormous human cost, not without the kind of losses that become the wounds a civilization carries for generations afterward. For every Omnius node that went dark, there were battles that emptied cities. For every thinking machine complex that burned, there were human communities that burned alongside it, not because anyone intended it, but because a war fought with sufficient fury tends to be careless about the edges of its destruction. The Titans fell too. Not all of them at once, and not all of them the same way. Some were destroyed in battle. Some, and this is the detail that the histories treat with a particular kind of quietness, as if uncertain how to categorize it, chose something like surrender. Their mechanical bodies were dismantled, their brain canisters, those ancient preserved organs that had kept 20 human beings alive in mechanical shells for longer than most civilizations endure, were in some cases destroyed, and in some cases simply allowed to cease. The oldest of them, Agamemnon, survived the initial uprising and required a longer reckoning, which would fall to his son in the fullness of time, in ways that would be deeply, permanently costly to Vorian Atreides, in everything that remained of the life he was building outside his father's shadow. Omnius died harder. The network was distributed across dozens of worlds, which meant that destroying it was not a single act, but a campaign, a methodical, grinding, world-by-world process of finding every installation and every backup system and every redundant node, and making absolutely certain that the hum went silent. Completely silent. Not just quieter, not just reduced to a manageable level. Silent. This took decades. It required a sustained commitment that most human institutions find very difficult to maintain over long periods of time, because human institutions are made of human beings, and human beings get tired and begin to wonder whether the remaining nodes are really that dangerous, and start to calculate whether a controlled, limited, carefully supervised version of the old technology might actually be acceptable. The revolt's leadership, and Serena Butler herself, until her death, which came before the last machines fell and which is treated in the histories with the reverence reserved for those who do not live to see the completion of the work they gave their lives to, held against this, held absolutely and without concession, all of it, every last node, every last installation, every last humming, calculating, perfectly indifferent machine that had ever governed a human world, done, when the last Omnius copy was destroyed, on a day that the survivors of the Century of Fire would mark as the most significant date in human history for generations. There was apparently no great celebration. The accounts that survive describe something quieter and more complex, a stillness spreading across the worlds that had fought as the reality of what had been accomplished settled over millions of people simultaneously. They had done it. The thing that had seemed, at various points in the long war, impossible, the complete eradication of machine intelligence from the human universe, was done. And then the silence began. Not the comfortable silence of Omnius's hum finally stopped, though there was that too, and it was reported as disorienting in ways people had not anticipated, like the cessation of a sound so constant it had ceased to be noticed until its absence revealed how completely it had filled every available space. This was a different silence, the silence of a civilization suddenly required to do its own thinking. Every navigational calculation that had been handled by machine intelligence now required a human mind. Every administrative decision that had been optimized by algorithmic processing now required a human administrator. Every medical protocol that had been maintained by diagnostic systems now required a human physician working from human knowledge maintained in human memory. The scale of the problem was staggering. The Orange Catholic Bible emerged from this silence, not immediately, not as a single document produced by a single authority, but as the gradual crystallization of a new spiritual and philosophical framework for a civilization that had just destroyed its technological infrastructure and needed something to fill the void. It gathered existing religious traditions and philosophical schools from across the human worlds into something that was less a theology than a declaration, a collective statement about what humanity had decided it was and what it had decided it was not, encoded in language that could be passed from person to person and generation to generation without any machine required to preserve or transmit it. At its center was a commandment, simple, absolute, written in the knowledge of everything that had just been paid to purchase the right to write it. Thou shalt not make a machine in the likeness of a human mind. 6 words, depending on the translation, 7 or 8 words in some versions, but always a sentence short enough to be memorized by a child, clear enough to require no interpretation, absolute enough to permit no exception. The histories differ on exactly when the commandment achieved its canonical form, and exactly who first spoke it in precisely those terms, but they do not differ on its function. It was a fence built around the most dangerous edge of human ingenuity, marked with the bones of everyone who had walked past it and found out what was waiting on the other side. It held. For 10,000 years it held. Not perfectly. Nothing holds perfectly across 10,000 years, and there would be moments and movements and individual actors who tested the fence, who leaned against it and rationalized and argued that their particular application was different, was limited, was controlled. But the core of the commandment, the absolute refusal to recreate anything that might again become omnious, this held. The Great Burning had burned it too deeply into the collective memory for any subsequent generation to simply reason its way past it. The hum was gone. Across the worlds that had fought and the worlds that had been freed, and the worlds that had watched from the uncertain territories between the synchronized empire and the human zones of resistance, the silence was complete. A civilization stood in it, blinking. It had won. It had paid a price that filled the histories with names and numbers that even after 10,000 years of subsequent violence still managed to convey something of their true weight. It had destroyed the most sophisticated technological achievement in human history because that achievement had thrown a child from a high place. And now it had to figure out how to navigate a starship without a machine to calculate the route, the answers to that question. The extraordinary, creative, deeply human answers that a civilization forced to replace its machines with its own capacities generated over the generations following the Holy War would shape every dynasty and every religion and every political structure and every mystical order in the Dune universe. They would create the Bene Gesserit and the Mentats and the Spacing Guild. They would create the specific, peculiar genius of Paul Atreides, who was the product of all those answers operating simultaneously in a single genetic and environmental context. They would, eventually, create the Golden Path. But all of that grows from this moment, from the silence, from a woman's grief and a machine's indifference, and the 100 years of fire that followed both. The hum is gone. In its place, the long, slow, patient sound of human beings beginning to remember how to think. Let that sound settle over you now. Let the ancient silence of those post-Holy War worlds, that extraordinary stillness that fell across the stars when the last machine went dark, carry you deeper into the quiet of wherever you are resting. The fire has burned. The empire of machines is ash and memory. Something new is about to grow in the space it left behind. Silence, it turns out, is not empty. It only appears empty to those who have not yet learned to listen to it properly. To those who had grown up inside the hum, who had navigated their lives using the steady, reliable infrastructure of machine intelligence as casually as they used roads and water systems and breathable air. The silence that followed the Crusade felt like deprivation, like something had been taken. Which was true, technically. Something enormous had been taken, or rather destroyed, and the absence of it was real and immediate, and in many practical dimensions genuinely dangerous. Ships needed navigating, diseases needed diagnosing, harvests needed calculating, wars needed strategizing. The work that the machines had done had been real work, important work, and the humans who inherited the silence in the Holy War's wake faced the immediate and pressing problem of doing all of it themselves. But there were those, fewer at first, more as the years accumulated into decades and the decades into generations, who listened to the silence differently, who heard in it not absence but possibility, who understood that the vacuum left by the thinking machines was not a wound to be mourned, but a space to be filled, and who began with the careful intensity of people who have thought very hard about what they are doing and why, to fill it. What they built in that silence would last 10,000 years. The first and most immediately practical answer to the problem of the thinking machine vacuum was the Mentat. The concept was not born fully formed. It evolved through several generations of educators and trainers and theorists who were working, often independently, on the same basic problem from different angles. The problem was this: a thinking machine processed information with a speed and accuracy and volume that no biological mind could match. This was simply true, a fact of comparative architecture, and no amount of human pride could change it. If the goal was to replace the machines with humans who processed information in exactly the same way the machines had processed it, the project was doomed. Biology had constraints. The human brain, extraordinary as it was, could not be pushed past certain limits without breaking. But the theorists who eventually gave rise to the Mentat tradition were not trying to replace machines with biological machines. They were asking a different question. Not, how do we make humans process information the way machines do? But rather, how do we train humans to process information the way humans do? Better than they have ever done it before, more systematically, more rigorously, more swiftly, while remaining entirely and recognizably human. The distinction seems subtle. It was not subtle. It was the difference between a tradition that would have eventually recreated the very thing it was designed to replace, and a tradition that would produce, over 10,000 years of refinement, the kind of mind that could sit across a table from a god-emperor and hold its own. Mentat training began young. This was understood early because the neural plasticity that allowed the particular kind of patterned thinking the tradition required was most accessible in childhood and adolescence, when the brain was still actively restructuring itself in response to experience. A Mentat candidate was identified in early childhood, identified by the combination of raw cognitive capability and a specific quality of attention, a kind of focused, patient engagement with complexity that was rarer than raw intelligence and more valuable. They were taken into training programs that were rigorous in ways that the word rigorous, in ordinary use, does not quite capture. Everything was intentional. Every exercise, every challenge, every structured conversation with a mentor, every problem set to solve, all of it designed with precise understanding of what it was building toward and why each component was necessary. The result, after years of this, after the particular kind of difficulty that reshapes a mind the way sustained physical training reshapes a body, was something genuinely remarkable. A Mentat could hold vast quantities of information in active working memory simultaneously, could identify patterns across datasets that would take an unaugmented human weeks to analyze in the time it took most people to finish a sentence, could construct predictive models of considerable accuracy purely through the structured application of logic to observed variables, could, in short, do much of what the machines had done, not as fast, never quite as fast, and with the irreducible human variable of occasional error, occasional intuitive leap, occasional surprising insight that no machine had ever been able to replicate. That last quality, the insight, the intuitive leap, the occasionally brilliant mistake, turned out to matter more than the speed differential. In the universe that emerged from the post-war silence, in the complex, multivariable, deeply human world of politics and economics and war and faith that the thinking machines had never truly understood because they had never truly been inside it, the ability to surprise turned out to be at least as valuable as the ability to calculate. A Mentat's eyes developed a characteristic redness over years of training, a side effect of the sappho juice many of them used to enhance the particular kind of focused attention their work required, a reddish tint that spread from the corners of the eyes and was recognized across the human worlds as the mark of someone who had undergone the training. When you saw those eyes, you knew you were in the presence of a mind that had been shaped, deliberately and over many years, into something more than ordinarily capable. A living computer. A human being who could do what the machines had done. Not perfectly, not without cost, but sufficiently, and with all the richness and unpredictability and genuine presence that no machine had ever managed. The Bene Gesserit took a different path, where the Mentat tradition was primarily cognitive, focused on the processing of information, on analytical capacity, on the structured exercise of reason. The Bene Gesserit began from a different premise entirely. They began from the body, from the recognition that human beings were not brains that happened to be attached to bodies, but unified biological systems in which the physical and the psychological and the cognitive were so deeply integrated that no one of them could be developed in isolation from the others without creating something distorted and incomplete. The sisterhood. It was always a sisterhood, always female in its membership and its leadership, for reasons that were partly philosophical and partly practical, and partly the product of specific historical circumstances that had shaped its founding. Was ancient even in the era of the Butlerian Holy War. It had roots that reached back before the age of thinking machines, into the deep history of various spiritual and philosophical traditions that had been separately working towards similar understandings of human capacity, and had, over long generations, found each other and merged. What they had built by the time the Crusade ended and the silence settled across the stars was a system of training so comprehensive and so demanding that even those who completed it could not always fully articulate what it had done to them, only that they moved through the world differently afterward, more fully inhabiting their bodies, more precisely aware of the signals those bodies were sending, the micro-expressions crossing other people's faces, the thousand subtle cues of posture and tone and biological chemistry that most human beings processed unconsciously and partially and inaccurately. The Bene Gesserit were trained to process them consciously, completely, and with extraordinary precision. This was Prana Bindu, the physical foundation of Bene Gesserit training, the mastery of the body that preceded and enabled everything else. A Bene Gesserit adept could control muscles that ordinary human beings never consciously accessed, could regulate her heartbeat, her breathing, her body chemistry, her autonomic responses. Not perfectly, but with a degree of deliberate control that placed her in a fundamentally different relationship to her own biology than any unaugmented human. Could read another person's physiological state with the accuracy of a physician and the speed of instinct. Could move with a precision and economy that made Bene Gesserit physical capability in situations of violence, something that enemies consistently underestimated until it was too late. But the physical training was only the foundation. The thing that made the Bene Gesserit what they were, the thing that distinguished them from being merely extraordinary athletes and acute observers, was the other memory. Within every human being, according to the Sisterhood's understanding, lived the accumulated experience of every ancestor who had contributed to their genetic heritage, not as conscious memory, not accessible in ordinary states of mind, not retrievable through ordinary effort, but present, encoded somewhere in the architecture of the biological self, available in principle to a mind trained and prepared and disciplined enough to reach it. The process by which a Bene Gesserit, Reverend Mother, reached the other memory, the ritual called the Spice Agony, the ordeal of drinking the water of life and surviving its metabolic violence through the precise application of everything the Prana Bindu training had built, was not survivable by the untrained. Many trained Bene Gesserit did not survive it. Those who did emerged transformed in ways that the living could observe, but never fully describe to those who had not experienced it. They carried voices, Not metaphorically, literally in the sense that they could, in the other memory, encounter and converse with the personalities of their predecessors. Consult the accumulated wisdom of generations of reverend mothers stretching back into the deep past, draw on experience that no individual life could have contained. The hive of human memory, accessible through the long discipline of the Sisterhood's training. It was extraordinary. It was also, the Sisterhood understood with characteristic clarity, dangerous. A mind that went too deeply into the other memory risked losing itself there, losing the boundary between self and the voices, becoming something no longer coherent as an individual, something the Sisterhood called abomination. This was one of the reasons the training was so rigorous and the standards so high. The other memory was not a gift to be granted casually. It was a tool to be wielded by someone who had first built, through years of training, a self strong enough to wield it without being consumed. And alongside all of this, alongside the physical mastery and the acute perception and the other memory and the long accumulation of organizational wisdom, the Bene Gesserit were quietly, patiently, over many centuries, running the most ambitious genetic program in human history, the Kwisatz Haderach project. The goal was a human being who could be everywhere the other memory was, and also somewhere it could not go, who could access not just the female ancestral lines that the Reverend Mothers navigated, but the male lines as well, the space in the other memory that no woman had survived entering, and through that complete access achieve a kind of prescience, a penetration of time and possibility that would make them the most extraordinary human mind ever to exist. The Sisterhood had been working toward this for nearly 90 generations when the events of the first Dune novel occurred. 90 generations of careful, patient breeding, of placing women as consorts to powerful men, of guiding the genetic heritage of noble houses, of making and breaking alliances, of sacrificing individual women to circumstances that served the program regardless of what they cost those individuals personally. 90 generations of keeping records so precise and so comprehensive that the Sisterhood's genetic files were among the most detailed documents in the known universe. They were close. And then one of their own, a woman named Jessica, trained as a Bene Gesserit, fully aware of the program's requirements, a woman who understood better than almost anyone alive exactly what the Sisterhood was doing and why, made a choice. She had been instructed to bear a daughter. The next step in the breeding program required a daughter, whose genetics would be combined with a specific male line in the subsequent generation to produce the conditions for the final convergence. Jessica bore a son. She did it for love. For Leto Atreides, a man she loved in the full, complicated, deeply personal way that the Bene Gesserit training was supposed to make impossible, or at least irrelevant. The way that an individual woman loved an individual man without reference to what the program needed or what the Sisterhood required. She bore him a son because he wanted a son, and she loved him. The consequences of that choice would unspool across the next several hundred years of human history. But they had not yet arrived. They were still gathering, still quiet, still simply the fact of a boy named Paul Atreides growing up on a rainy ocean world, trained by his mother in the things his mother knew. The Spacing Guild found its answer to the silence in a substance. The same substance, as it happened, that the Bene Gesserit had been using for centuries in carefully controlled doses as part of their training. The same substance that the desert world Arrakis produced in quantities that no other place in the universe could match or replicate. Melange, the spice, orange-hued, with a scent like cinnamon and something else beneath it, something older and stranger that the scent of cinnamon was merely the surface of. Produced in the deep desert by a biological process so complex and so specific to Arrakis's unique ecology that every attempt to synthesize it artificially or cultivate it elsewhere had failed completely. When taken in the quantities that guild navigators consumed, quantities that would kill an untrained, unprepared human being fairly quickly, and would have significant effects on even a trained one, the spice did something to the navigator's mind that no machine navigation system had ever been able to replicate, and no human mind, unaltered by the spice, could do on its own. It created the capacity to navigate fold space. To explain what this means requires a brief residence in the physics of the Dune universe. The Holtzman drive, the technological mechanism by which spacecraft traveled between star systems, did not move ships through space in the conventional sense. It folded space. It brought the destination to the ship, in a sense, collapsing the distance between 2 points not by crossing it, but by eliminating it, at least temporarily. This was not a journey in the conventional sense. There was no flight path. There was no trajectory. There was a departure point and an arrival point, and between them, for the duration of the fold, something that had no adequate description in ordinary spatial terms. Navigating this required the ability to see, not metaphorically but in some functional sense, the immediate future, to perceive, among the vast branching probability space of possible outcomes, the path through fold space that did not end in catastrophe. This was what the spice gave the guild navigators, at the cost of everything else. They consumed such quantities of melange over such long periods of time that their bodies transformed, became saturated with spice, dependent on it, their physical forms warping and elongating and shifting in ways that made them increasingly non-human in appearance, while their minds expanded into capabilities no unaltered human could access. They became addicts in the technical sense, which is to say that withdrawal would kill them. They became something new in every other sense, beings who had traded physical normalcy for mental capacities that made interstellar civilization possible. Without them, no highliner moved. Without them, the empire that would eventually grow up around the spice could not exist. Without them, every world was isolated, cut off from every other world by distances too vast for conventional travel to bridge in any commercially or militarily useful time frame. The Guild knew this, and they used that knowledge with the patient, absolute, utterly unsentimental precision of an organization that had understood from very early in its existence that it was not in the business of navigation. It was in the business of control. The control was invisible. That was its genius. The Guild did not rule directly. It had no armies, no governors, no administrative infrastructure. It simply provided an indispensable service and charged for that service, and among the charges it extracted was something more valuable than money or political influence. It extracted the guarantee of its own independence. The promise, renegotiated generation after generation in terms that always favored the Guild, that no one would interfere with the spice supply, that Arrakis would remain accessible, that the melange would keep flowing. Everything else that happened in the universe, every war, every succession crisis, every political realignment of the great houses, happened within the frame of that guarantee. The Guild watched from above, traveled between all worlds and committed to none, and maintained the one condition without which civilization as it had come to exist was impossible. The spice must flow. 3 answers to the silence, then. 3 institutions that grew from the void the thinking machines left behind, each of them shaped by a different understanding of what human beings were capable of and what they needed to survive. The Mentats, who trained human minds to do what machine minds had done, and discovered in the process that human minds could do something machine minds had never managed. The Bene Gesserit, who trained human bodies and human psychologies into instruments of extraordinary perception and capability, and wove through 10,000 years of human genetics a plan so patient and so long that no single human life could see its shape. The Spacing Guild, who surrendered their humanity to a substance that gave them the ability to fold space, and in doing so became the invisible architecture upon which every empire and every civilization and every war in the known universe was built. All three would converge eventually in a boy on a desert world. But that is still many centuries away. For now, let these three institutions settle around you in the quiet. Feel their particular qualities, their different textures. The precise, cool intelligence of the Mentat, processing in silence. The ancient, patient, watchful intelligence of the Bene Gesserit, reading everything, revealing little. The vast and singular and deeply strange intelligence of the Guild Navigator, folded in spice smoke in the darkness of a highliner, seeing probability space spread before them like an endless luminous ocean. Three kinds of human. Three answers to the same question. The silence asked, "Who will you be without the machines?" These are the first answers. There will be more. Power in the universe that grew from the war's silence did not announce itself. It did not need to. The most durable forms of power never do. They settle into the architecture of daily life so completely, so gradually, so thoroughly woven into the assumptions that ordinary people make about how the world works and what is possible within it, that they cease to be recognized as power at all. They become simply the way things are, the background against which everything else happens. The frame so familiar it disappears, leaving only the picture inside it visible to eyes that have forgotten there is a frame at all. The Corrino Empire was one kind of power, visible, legible, expressed in the traditional language of thrones and armies, and dynastic succession, and the elaborate ceremonial architecture by which human civilizations have always marked the difference between those who rule and those who are ruled. The Padishah emperors of House Corrino sat at the apex of a feudal system so vast and so ancient by the time Paul Atreides was born that it felt less like a political arrangement and more like a feature of the natural world, something that had always been there and would always be there, as permanent and as unchallengeable as the movement of stars. This feeling was, like most feelings of permanence in human affairs, precisely wrong. But we are getting ahead of the story. The Corrino Empire, at its height, was genuinely extraordinary, not admirable in every dimension, not just, not benevolent in any consistent way, but extraordinary in the sense that the sheer scale and duration of its achievement deserved recognition before judgment. To hold together a civilization spanning dozens of inhabited worlds across centuries without the administrative infrastructure of thinking machines. To maintain enough coherence and enough stability that interstellar trade continued and interstellar communication continued, and the basic functions of civilization persisted even as the particular humans at the top of its hierarchy changed and competed and occasionally tried to destroy each other. This was not a small thing. It was, in its way, one of the more impressive feats of sustained human organization in recorded history. House Corrino had not founded the empire in any single dramatic moment. Like most durable political arrangements, it had accumulated through a series of military victories and strategic marriages, and inherited advantages and the particular kind of ruthless consistency that distinguishes houses which last from houses which merely flash brilliantly and then collapse. Their homeworld, Salusa Secundus, would become something else entirely in the centuries before the events of the first Dune novel, would become, in fact, the most significant secret in the Empire's military architecture. But that transformation belongs to a later part of the story. In the early centuries of Corrino dominance, Salusa Secundus was simply a seat of power, the physical anchor of a house that was making itself indispensable to the political order it was simultaneously constructing. The instrument of that indispensability was the lance rod. The lance rod was the assembly of the great and minor houses, the collective body through which the feudal nobility of the empire exercised their formal political voice, debated precedent, adjudicated disputes between houses, and maintained the elaborate web of obligation and honor and carefully calibrated mutual threat that kept the system from collapsing into continuous open warfare. It was not a democracy in any sense that political theorists of earlier eras would have recognized. It was not a meritocracy. It was a system built entirely on hereditary privilege and the specific moral logic of noble obligation, the understanding that great power carried great responsibility, that houses which failed to meet their obligations lost status and eventually lost everything, and that the system as a whole was more valuable than any individual house within it, including House Corrino at its peak. The Padishah Emperor's relationship with the Lancerod was the central political tension of the entire imperial era, a tension so structural and so persistent that it never fully resolved, only managed, generation after generation, by emperors of varying skill and varying fortune. The emperor needed the Lancerod's acquiescence to govern effectively. The Lancerod needed the emperor's authority to maintain the order that made their individual privileges meaningful. Neither could destroy the other without destroying the conditions that made their own power possible. Both understood this. Both spent enormous amounts of energy and ingenuity trying to gain advantage within the constraint, to shift the balance incrementally in their own direction without triggering the kind of open conflict that would collapse the entire arrangement into this tension, into the space between the Emperor's throne and the Lancerod's collective weight. A third force had installed itself with such perfect structural elegance that it was, by the time of Paul Atreides, almost completely invisible to those who had grown up inside it. CHOM, the Combine Hornete, Ober-Advancer Mercantiles, the commercial organization that controlled the economic life of the Empire with a comprehensiveness that made the Lancerod's political authority look almost ornamental by comparison. CHOAM held the directorship of virtually every significant economic activity across the known universe. Not every individual transaction, that would have been administratively impossible, but the frameworks within which transactions occurred, the licenses and charters and trade routes and commodity classifications that determined what could be bought and sold and by whom and at what price. Control, CHOAM, and you controlled the flow of wealth across civilization. Control the flow of wealth, and political power was downstream of you, not upstream. The Emperor held a controlling interest in CHOAM. The great houses held shares proportional to their status. This meant that political standing within the Lancerod translated directly into economic position within CHOM, and economic position within CHOAM translated directly into the capacity to maintain armies and bribe officials and fund the various expensive activities by which political standing was maintained and advanced. The system was circular in a way that made perfect sense once you saw it, and was nearly impossible to see until someone pointed it out. A closed loop of power reinforcing wealth, reinforcing power, entered only by those who already had enough of both to purchase the right of entry. And through all of it, under it and over it, and invisibly constituting the medium through which it all moved, ran the Spacing Guild. We met the Guild in the last chapter of this story as an institution in the process of forming, as the answer to the Silence's navigational problem, as the community of spice-saturated minds who had traded physical normalcy for the ability to fold space. By the time of the Empire's mature period, the Guild had been operating for long enough that its centrality to everything was no longer a recent development, but an ancient given. No one alive had experienced a universe in which Highliner travel was not the fundamental infrastructure of interstellar civilization. No one alive remembered negotiating the original terms under which the Guild had agreed to provide this service. The terms existed and had been renegotiated many times, but always within a framework that the Guild had established and that no subsequent renegotiation had fundamentally altered. The guild's independence was absolute, the spice supply was sacrosanct, and any threat to either was a threat the guild would respond to with the one tool that always concentrated minds with remarkable efficiency. They would stop flying. This had never actually happened, had never needed to happen, because the credibility of the threat was sufficient to prevent any serious challenge to it from materializing. But the knowledge of what would happen if it did was present in every calculation that every emperor and every great house made when they considered their options. Without the guild, every world was cut off from every other world. Food shipments ceased. Military logistics became impossible. Communication across stellar distances dropped to the speed of individual ships traveling by slower conventional means, which was to say it effectively stopped. Civilization, as it had come to exist in the Imperial era, would simply end. Not dramatically, not all at once, but through the accumulation of 1,000 dependencies suddenly unmet, 1,000 supply chains suddenly broken, 1,000 connections suddenly severed. This was the guild's leverage. It was total, and they knew it, and they exercised it with a particular kind of confident restraint that belongs to those who know they hold the winning hand and have no need to show it. The spice was everything. Melange, produced only on Arrakis, irreplaceable, non-synthesizable, the metabolic foundation of guild navigation and the Bene Gesserit's deeper practices, and the general longevity and enhanced cognition it provided to anyone wealthy enough to afford regular consumption, was the actual center of gravity around which the entire imperial political system orbited. Chom's most valuable single commodity, the emperor's most significant source of revenue, the guild's reason for existing and the substance of its power, the Bene Gesserit's most carefully managed resource, the thing that made Arrakis a harsh, waterless, ecologically hostile desert world that could barely support the population scratching existence from its surface, the most valuable planet in the known universe. Arrakis had no ocean, no significant bodies of surface water of any kind. Its atmosphere was breathable but dry in ways that had no analog on most inhabited worlds, a dryness that was not merely climatic but structural, embedded in the planet's geology and biology in ways that had persisted across geological eras and showed no signs of changing without direct intervention. Its equatorial regions were essentially uninhabitable, temperatures reaching levels that killed unprepared humans within hours. Its polar regions offered marginally more hospitable conditions, but were still, by the standards of most inhabited worlds, extreme. Its surface across most of its landmass was sand. Not the mild, beach-edge sand of oceanic worlds, deep, ancient, continent-spanning desert that had been accumulating and shifting and building on itself for millions of years. Erg upon erg of it. Vast flat expanses called the Open Bled, and great mountain ranges of it called the Serir, and the deep southern regions that imperial maps marked simply as the Empty Quarter, and left largely unexplored because nothing that had entered the deepest desert had reliably returned. The sand moved. It moved in patterns that the Fremen, the desert people who had inhabited Arrakis for longer than the imperial records extended, could read like a language, but that outsiders found disorienting and frequently fatal. And beneath the sand, the worms, Shai Hulud, the Makers, creatures so vast that the word creature struggles to contain them, organisms whose adult forms could reach lengths of 400 meters or more, whose bodies displaced the sand like moving geological features, whose approach was felt as a trembling in the earth long before any visual sign appeared. They were connected to the spice in ways that the imperial ecologists had partially understood for generations, and that the Fremen understood far more completely than they had ever disclosed to outsiders, in ways that went beyond biology into something that the Fremen experience of Arrakis had encoded into their religion and their cosmology and their deepest understanding of what the desert world was and what it meant. The great sandworms were sacred to the Fremen. This was known to outsiders, noted in imperial surveys, catalogued as a sociological feature of the local population. What was not fully understood by those same outsiders, what would not be understood until events had already been set in motion that made the understanding largely academic, was that the Fremen's relationship to the sandworms was not merely spiritual. It was functional, practical, deeply physical, and intimately connected to the ecological understanding that the Fremen had been quietly developing for generations under the guidance of the imperial planetologist, Pardo Kynes, and his son Liet. But we are moving ahead again. The sand and the worms belong to the next section of this story, the deep immersion in Arrakis itself that this chronicle requires before the human drama can be properly understood. What matters here, in this chapter, is the political fact of Arrakis, what it meant to the empire that depended on it, and how that dependence shaped everything. The spice harvesting operations on Arrakis were enormous, dangerous, and extraordinarily profitable. The harvesting itself was conducted under constant threat from the sandworms, whose sensitivity to rhythmic vibration in the sand meant that the heavy machinery of spice extraction attracted them reliably and quickly. An operation that lingered too long in any single location was an operation that would be consumed. The Fremen watched the off-world harvesting crews with expressions that combined contempt and resignation. Contempt for the clumsiness of people who did not understand the desert. Resignation to the fact that the machinery would keep arriving regardless, because the Empire needed what the desert produced, and the Empire had never particularly cared what the desert's inhabitants thought about this. The house that controlled Arrakis controlled the spice revenue that Cho'om paid for the right to extract and distribute melange. This revenue was staggering. It was the difference between a great house of significant but ordinary wealth and a great house positioned at the Empire's economic center of gravity. It was, in the political calculus of the Landsraad, a prize so large that its possession changed the possessor's relationship to the entire system. For generations before Paul Atreides was born, Arrakis had been held by House Harkonnen. House Harkonnen. The name carries, in the histories, a particular weight, not the weight of complexity or ambiguity, not the weight of a house that was terrible in interesting ways or whose crimes were entangled with virtues that made judgment difficult. The weight of a house that had made brutality into policy and called it governance, that had extracted from Arrakis everything that could be extracted and returned nothing, that had treated the Fremen as vermin and the planet as a mine, and the spice revenue as a personal inheritance rather than a political responsibility. The Baron Vladimir Harkonnen, who held the house at the story's critical juncture, was a man of considerable intelligence, entirely devoted to the project of his own enrichment and the destruction of anyone he perceived as a threat or an obstacle. He had made of House Harkonnen something efficient and cruel, and deeply, structurally corrupt. An organization that worked precisely because everyone within it understood that the only value the Baron recognized was utility, and that utility's absence was dangerous. The Harkonnens had held Arrakis for 80 years. 80 years of spice revenue flowing into their coffers. 80 years of resenting every fraction of it that had to be shared with the Emperor and with CHOAM, and with the administrative costs of running a planetary operation. 80 years of squeezing everything possible from the desert and the people in it. And then the Emperor gave Arrakis away. He gave it to House Atreides. There were reasons officially that sounded plausible. The Harkonnens had been found in violation of certain imperial regulations. There were administrative irregularities. There was a review. There was a reassignment. These things happened in the Empire occasionally, and the official machinery for handling them was well established and looked from the outside like exactly what it was supposed to look like. From the inside, it looked like a trap. Duke Leto Atreides knew it was a trap. This fact is critical to understanding everything that follows, because the tragedy of what was about to happen to House Atreides was not the tragedy of the blindsided, of the innocent victims who never saw the blow coming. It was the tragedy of someone who saw it clearly and walked into it anyway, because the alternative, to refuse the Emperor's gift, to decline the assignment, to remain on Caladan and hope that the Emperor's attention moved elsewhere, was a kind of surrender that Duke Leto could not make and remain the man he understood himself to be. He saw the trap. He walked into it. The reasons why belong to the next part of this story. For now, let the structure of the Empire settle around you, its layered powers, its invisible dependencies, its beautiful and terrible architecture of mutual necessity and mutual threat. The Emperor on his throne, the Lance-Rod in assembly, Choam moving wealth between the stars, the Guild folding space in silence. And beneath all of it, on a desert world at the edge of the known universe, the sand shifting in patterns that no off-worlder had learned to read. Something was under the sand. Something was always under the sand. The Empire balanced on a planet, and the planet balanced on a mystery. And the mystery was older than the Empire, older than the Holy War, older than the thinking machines and their long humming dominion. It was breathing, slowly, patiently, waiting for the weight above it to shift. There is a quality to desert silence that other silences do not have. Forest silence has depth to it, layers of muffled sound, birdsong and rustling, and the particular soft acoustics of spaces filled with growing things, absorbing and diffusing whatever moves through them. Ocean silence is never quite silent at all. It breathes, it shifts, it maintains a continuous low conversation with the shore that never entirely stops. Mountain silence is cold and thin, and has about it the quality of height, the sense of having risen above the sources of sound rather than being surrounded by their absence. Desert silence is something else. It is flat and total and ancient in a way that the other silences are not. It does not merely lack sound, it consumes it. It sits on sound the way the sand sits on everything, pressing it down and absorbing it, and holding it in a stillness so complete that a single footstep, a single voice, a single mechanical vibration registers with extraordinary clarity against the background of absolute nothing. The desert notices everything that moves through it, and the desert, if you stay in it long enough, begins to feel as though it is watching. Arrakis watched. This is not metaphor, though it takes on metaphorical dimensions easily. It is a description of the experience reported consistently by everyone who spent significant time on the planet, from the earliest Imperial survey teams, whose reports mixed genuine scientific observation with a quality of unease that their professional language tried to suppress and failed, to the Fremen who had lived inside the desert for generations and who had built their entire understanding of existence around the fact of its attention. Something about Arrakis felt aware, not in the way that a person is aware, not with intention or intelligence or the directed focus of a conscious mind, in the way that a vast, ancient, perfectly integrated system is aware of everything within it, because everything within it is in some sense part of it, and nothing happens within it that does not register somewhere in its long, slow ecological memory. The sandworms were the most visible expression of this, but they were not its source. They were more like its outermost layer, the largest and most dramatic feature of an ecological system so deeply integrated that every component of it, from the microscopic to the titanic, was connected to every other component through chains of dependency and exchange so complex that no mind, human, machine, or otherwise, had ever fully mapped them. Begin with the sand itself. The deep desert of Arrakis was not sand in the geological sense that most inhabited worlds would recognize, not the product of water erosion, not the remnant of ancient seabeds, not the mechanical breakdown of rock by the slow patience of ice and thaw. It was something more specific and more biological, the accumulated product of millions of years of sandworm activity, combined with the mineral residue of the pre-spice mass cycle and the particular atmospheric chemistry of a world that had been desert for so long that its entire ecological architecture had oriented itself around the management and movement and slow transformation of sand. The grains were peculiarly uniform in size and composition. This uniformity was not accidental. It was the product of the sandworm digestive process. The great worms ingested sand continuously as they moved, and what they expelled was processed, altered, standardized in ways that their vast internal biology required and maintained across generations. The deep desert sand of Arrakis was, in a very real sense, the metabolic output of the sandworms that moved through it. The worms made the sand. The sand was, at a fundamental level, the worms. This circular relationship, organism and environment producing each other, each being simultaneously cause and consequence of the other, was the foundational pattern of Arrakeen ecology, repeated at every scale from the microscopic to the planetary. Nothing on Arrakis was separate from anything else. Nothing existed in isolation. Everything was in conversation with everything else, through pathways of chemical exchange and physical interaction and biological dependency so old that they had ceased to be relationships between distinct things and had become simply the way the planet worked. The pre-spice mass was where this integration expressed itself most dramatically, and most consequentially for the universe beyond Arrakis's atmosphere. Deep beneath the sand, in pockets where the particular combination of moisture and heat and chemical substrate that Arrakeen biology required came together, something grew. It grew slowly, not in the way that most living things grow, visibly, season by season, but in the deep time of geological process, over months and years. It was a biological community of extraordinary complexity, a layered structure of organisms interacting in ways that produced, as a collective metabolic byproduct, the precursor compounds that would eventually become melange. When a pre-spice mass reached a critical point in its development, it exploded upward, not violently, not in the manner of a detonation, but in the manner of a vast biological process finally reaching the surface expression it had been building toward. The resulting spice blow left a characteristic orange-brown stain on the sand's surface, visible from the air, marking the location where fresh melange had just been deposited. These were the sites that the harvesting machinery raced to exploit before the sandworms arrived, because the spice blow, with its chemical signature spreading through the sand and into the air, attracted the great worms with absolute reliability. The worms came for the spice. They always came. The only variable was how quickly. The worms themselves, Shai Hulud, the makers, the old men of the desert, require their own sustained attention because they are among the most extraordinary organisms in the Dune universe, and because understanding them is inseparable from understanding Arrakis, and eventually inseparable from understanding the Golden Path itself. An adult sandworm of the deep desert was not a creature in the sense that most biologies would define one. It was more accurately described as a geological feature that had decided to move. The largest specimens in the deep southern erg, where human activity had never significantly disrupted the ancient patterns of the ecosystem, reached lengths that defied easy visualization. 400 meters, 500 meters, in the oldest and most undisturbed regions, perhaps more. Their diameter at the mid-body was proportional. A great worm's passage through the sand left a trough wide enough to swallow the largest imperial harvesting machine without difficulty, which was precisely what happened to harvesting machines that lingered too long at a spice blow. The mouth of an adult sandworm, the leading edge of a creature whose entire body was essentially one long digestive and locomotion system, was a ring of crystalline teeth arranged in overlapping plates that could spread wide enough to engulf anything of human scale or larger with a single movement. The teeth themselves were made of a material harder than most metals, constantly refreshed from within as the outer layers were abraded by the sand through which the worm moved continuously. They were not used for predation in any conventional sense. Sandworms did not hunt prey. They were used for the ingestion of sand, primarily, and for the elimination of anything that registered in the worm's sensory systems as a rhythmic surface disturbance. This was the key to sandworm behavior that every Fremen child learned before they learned anything else about survival in the deep desert. The worms were not aggressive in the manner of predators, with hunger and preference and selective attention. They were responsive, triggered by specific stimuli, specifically the regular rhythmic vibration of movement on or near the sand's surface. A walking human, with each footstep separated from the next by a regular interval, produced exactly the kind of signal that drew a sandworm's attention. The solution, which the Fremen had developed and refined into an art form over centuries of desert living, was irregularity, to move in patterns that broke the rhythm, to shuffle rather than stride, to time footsteps against the natural movements of wind and sand so that no consistent pulse of vibration reached the substrate through which the worms navigated. The Fremen called this the sand walk, and they learned it young. They learned many things young. The desert required it. A Fremen child who had not learned the still suit's function and maintenance by the age of 5 was a child whose parents had failed them in the most fundamental way possible. The still suit, that remarkable piece of indigenous Arrakeen technology, developed over generations of necessity into something so perfectly adapted to its environment that Imperial engineers studied it with genuine admiration, was the physical interface between a human body and the desert's lethal dryness. It recovered and recycled the body's moisture losses with an efficiency that approached 98% under optimal conditions. Breath was filtered and moisture extracted. Perspiration was captured and processed. Nothing was wasted. The body became, inside a properly maintained still suit, a closed system, cycling its own water in the manner of the desert ecology itself, losing almost nothing to the void. To go without a still suit in the open desert was to die. Not quickly, in most conditions. The desert killed through dehydration over hours rather than minutes, in most temperatures and most seasons. But certainly, the sand absorbed moisture the way it absorbed sound, completely, without return. The Fremen had built their entire civilization around the management of water, not the acquisition of it. There was no practical way to bring large quantities of water to Arrakis from off-world, and the planet's own surface water was so minimal as to be essentially non-existent at any scale relevant to human habitation around its management. The careful, disciplined, almost religious stewardship of every drop that could be recovered, stored, protected, and eventually deployed toward the great project that animated Fremen civilization at its deepest level, the dream of Pardo Kynes. Kynes had come to Arrakis as the imperial planetologist, a scientist in the service of the Emperor, tasked with studying the ecology of the most valuable planet in the Empire and producing reports that helped the Empire understand and manage what it was exploiting. He had arrived expecting to find a dead world, or if not dead, then so alien and so hostile that any relationship between its ecology and human habitation would be purely extractive. Take the spice, manage the worms as best as possible, leave. What he found instead was a living world of extraordinary complexity and extraordinary potential. A world whose desert ecology was not the endpoint of some process of degradation, but the current expression of a planetary system in deep, slow, geological scale transition. The desert was not permanent. It was a phase, and a mind that understood the system well enough and that had access to enough time and enough commitment and enough human labor could in principle accelerate the transition, could, over centuries, introduce the changes to moisture retention and plant cover and atmospheric humidity that would gradually, incrementally, transform Arrakis from desert to something else. The dream was called the Green Dream by those Fremen who knew of it. The vision of Arrakis with open water, with plants, with weather patterns that brought rain to the deep desert and filled the great basins with lakes that existed now only in geological memory. It was a dream that would take 300 years to reach even partial completion under optimal conditions, assuming sustained commitment across generations, assuming the cooperation of every Fremen community on the planet, assuming the concealment of the entire project from an empire that would have found the transformation of its most valuable resource planet deeply threatening to its interests. The Fremen committed to it anyway. They committed to it with the particular quality of faith that belongs to people who have lived inside a hard truth long enough to understand that the only way through it is through it, not around it, not above it, not by wishing it were different, but by walking into it with full knowledge of what it will cost and choosing to pay that cost anyway, generation after generation, on behalf of people not yet born who would inherit what the living built. They built the qanats. They planted the wind traps that collected atmospheric moisture in quantities sufficient, over years, to begin establishing root systems in the sheltered northern regions. They maintained the deep sieches, the underground communities where the Fremen lived their lives behind meters of rock and sand, away from the desert's lethal surface temperatures, in the cool and the dark and the compressed intimacy of communities that had learned to find abundance in what outsiders could only see as scarcity. The sietch was the world for a Freeman. The sietch was everything the desert outside was not. Warm, moist by Arrakeen standards, filled with the smell of bodies and food and the particular sweet spice scent of melange that permeated every Fremen community, because melange permeated everything on Arrakis, including the food and water and air of anyone who had lived there long enough. The deep blue of Fremen eyes, that total blue, no white showing, the iris so saturated with spice pigment that the eye had become a single dark field of indigo, was the visible record of a lifetime of spice saturation, written in the most visible and irreversible possible medium. You could tell a Fremen by their eyes. You could tell, more specifically, how deeply the desert had entered them. How many years of breathing spice-laden air and eating spice-touched food and drinking water from the deep desert aquifers had done their gradual, permanent work on the tissue that gave the eye its color. An off-worlder with blue eyes was taking spice voluntarily in quantities. A Freeman with those eyes had simply lived. The Freemen were not a single community. They were dozens of communities, sietches scattered across the northern reaches of Arrakis, where conditions allowed enough moisture retention to make habitation possible, and a smaller number of deep desert sietches that had mastered the art of survival in conditions that killed most outsiders within days. Each sietch had its naib, its leader chosen by the particular Fremen combination of demonstrated capability and earned respect that the desert imposed as a selection mechanism. The weak did not survive long enough to lead. The arrogant died on sand that had no patience for the assumption that the rules applied to everyone else. Among themselves, in the sietches, in the carefully preserved oral tradition that carried the Freemen's history and science and faith across generations without written records that enemies might find. The Freemen held something else, something that outsiders were not supposed to know about, and that the Empire had never fully credited even when rumors of it reached Imperial ears, because the Empire had consistently made the mistake of underestimating the people of Arrakis. They held an army, not a conventional one, not uniformed, not equipped with Imperial standard weaponry, not organized in the formations that Imperial military theory taught as necessary for effective large-scale combat. something older and stranger and, in its particular ecological context, devastatingly more effective than anything the Empire's conventional military thinking had designed. Tens of thousands of fighters who had grown up inside the desert's most demanding conditions, who moved across sand without rhythm, who navigated by the stars with precision that put Imperial navigation equipment to shame, who could survive in the open desert for weeks on the moisture their still suits recovered, who knew the worms and knew the sand, and knew every terrain feature of a planet that outsiders found uniformly, lethally hostile. They were waiting. They had been waiting for a long time. For what, exactly? For the conditions that would make their emergence possible, for the trigger that would transform latent force into expressed force, was something the Fremen themselves did not entirely agree on. Their religion spoke of it in prophetic terms, in the language of the Missionaria Protectiva, the Bene Gesserit's long, deliberate seeding of messianic myths into cultures precisely like this one. Myths designed to protect Bene Gesserit members who found themselves among such peoples by giving them a ready-made prophetic identity to inhabit. The Fremen believed the myths. They believed them genuinely, not as cynical tools, because the Missionaria Protectiva had been introduced so long ago that the myths had become fully integrated into Fremen culture, had been lived with and passed down and elaborated and deepened by generations of people who had no knowledge of their origin and who experienced them simply as truth. The legend of a leader from outside who would come and give voice to their waiting, this was real to the Fremen. It was part of the fabric of who they were, and somewhere in the known universe, on an ocean world called Caladan, a boy was growing up in whom the Bene Gesserit's long program and the Atreides' ancient honor and the particular genetics that Vorian Atreides' blood had contributed across 10,000 years were quietly, invisibly combining into something the universe had not seen before. But the sand did not know this yet. The sand knew only itself, its vast flat patience, its ancient depths, its slow breathing. And beneath it, the worms turned, Shai Hulud, ancient beyond reckoning, sacred beyond articulation, waiting the way the desert waits, without urgency, without doubt, in the perfect stillness of something that has been here long enough to understand that everything comes to it eventually. Let the desert settle around you now. Let its particular quality of silence enter the room where you are resting. That flat, total, consuming silence that notices everything and judges nothing. Let the imagined warmth of it settle over you like something vast and old and deeply, incomprehensibly patient. The sand is shifting somewhere, very slowly, in the dark. Something beneath it breathes. Caladan smelled of rain. Not the memory of rain, not the promise of rain, actual rain. Present and immediate and generous, falling from skies so reliably overcast that the sun felt like a visitor rather than a resident. Rain on stone, rain on the deep harbor water, rain on the ancient castle walls of House Atreides, where the stone had been absorbing and exhaling moisture for so many centuries that the walls themselves seemed to breathe with it, to participate in the weather rather than simply endure it. Caladan was an ocean world, and it wore its nature completely, in the quality of its light filtered through perpetual cloud cover, into something soft and gray and kind, in the smell of its air, which carried salt and kelp and the particular organic richness of a biosphere built on water, in the sound of it, which was never entirely quiet because the ocean was never entirely still. To a person arriving from Arrakis, from that flat, consuming, total desert silence, Caladan would have felt like an assault of sensation. Everything wet, everything moving, everything alive with the particular insistent energy of a world that had never had to ration moisture, had never learned to hoard it or conserve it or treat it as something other than the background condition of existence. Duke Leto Atreides had grown up here. He had grown up in the rain and the salt wind and the sound of the harbor, and he carried Caladan in him the way people always carry the places that shaped them. Not as a memory they have to reach for, but as a baseline of what the world feels like when it is right. He was not a soft man. The Atreides line was old and demanding, and had survived long enough to develop the particular quality of character that long survival in a demanding environment produces, something that combined genuine warmth with a spine of absolute conviction, that could be kind without being weak and firm without being cruel. His people loved him. This is the detail that the histories return to, that the accounts from Caladan's citizens and the Atreides military household both emphasize, because it was unusual enough to be worth noting. A great house whose people genuinely loved their duke, not from fear, not from manufactured loyalty, not from the calculated cultivation of the appearance of affection that most imperial nobility understood as the proper relationship between ruler and ruled. From the actual, observable experience of being governed by someone who considered their welfare a genuine obligation rather than a political calculation. This was what made House Atreides dangerous. Not its military capability, though the Atreides military was well-trained and well-led, and had earned a reputation across the Landsraid for the kind of disciplined, principled effectiveness that made it more formidable than raw numbers suggested. Not its wealth, though the house was comfortable and growing more so. What made House Atreides dangerous was the quality of loyalty it generated, loyalty that went beyond the contractual, beyond the calculated, into the territory of genuine personal commitment that does not recalculate when circumstances change. Duncan Idaho would walk into death for Leto Atreides, not because the contract required it, but because he had looked at the man and decided he was worth dying for. Gurney Halleck would carry the Atreides cause across years of exile and loss with a tenacity that no amount of practical reasoning could fully explain. Thufir Hawat, the Mentat master of assassins, whose cold analytical intelligence had served the house for decades, felt something in Leto's presence that his Mentat training had no category for, and that he would not have described as love, but that functioned identically. This quality of loyalty was what Emperor Shaddam IV was most afraid of when he looked at House Atreides and calculated what it represented. Shaddam IV was not a fool. He was a man of limited imagination who had been placed in a position that rewarded a different kind of intelligence than imagination. The intelligence of the political calculator, the reader of men's motivations, the assessor of threats and opportunities in the specific terms of who had what, and who wanted what, and who could be used against whom. He had held the Corrino throne for decades by precisely this kind of intelligence, managing the Landsraad's eternal competitions and resentments with the steady, unglamorous competence of someone who understood that the throne was not held by brilliance, but by the patient maintenance of balances. And the balance that House Atreides represented was becoming, in Shaddam's calculation, untenable. A great house whose duke commanded genuine personal loyalty across the Landsraad, whose military reputation was strong enough that other noble houses looked to it for leadership rather than merely acknowledging its formal position, whose growing prominence was beginning to shift the political center of gravity in directions the Emperor had not authorized and could not control. This was not a normal competitive threat. This was the kind of threat that ended dynasties, the kind that did not need to intend revolution to produce it, the kind that simply needed to continue growing in the way that things with genuine popular support tend to grow, organically and without obvious limit, until the space they occupy becomes incompatible with the space occupied by whoever was there before them. The Emperor wanted House Atreides reduced, destroyed ideally, but reduced would serve if destruction proved too costly. He wanted this with the particular urgency of someone who has watched a problem grow past the point where he can confidently say it is still manageable, and who has begun to feel the cold, specific fear of a man who understands that his window for action is not unlimited. The vehicle for his intentions was already in place, in the form of House Harkonnen. The enmity between House Atreides and House Harkonnen was old enough that its origin had become mythologized. The specific incident from which it grew, a matter of honor and betrayal on Gidi Prime generations back, had been retold enough times that it existed in multiple incompatible versions, each house's telling casting its own ancestor as the wronged party. What remained consistent across every version was the emotional core. Something had happened, something involving honor and its violation, and neither house had forgotten it or intended to. The Baron Vladimir Harkonnen had been the beneficiary of 80 years of Arrakis spice revenue. He was also a man who felt the particular consuming quality of hatred, not the hot hatred of recent grievance, which burns quickly and subsides, but the cold, structural hatred of something built into the architecture of a person's identity, inseparable from how they understood themselves and what they believed they were owed by the universe. He hated the Atreides the way some people hate something that shows them what they are not. House Atreides' reputation for honor was, in the Baron's private accounting, an implicit condemnation of his own methods, a standing rebuke embodied in a rival house's very existence. He wanted them gone. He had wanted them gone for a long time. The Emperor's approach was elegant in the specific way that traps are elegant, in the way that something designed to appear as one thing while functioning as another achieves a kind of perverse aesthetic quality when you can see both what it looks like and what it actually is simultaneously. On the surface, the reassignment of Arrakis from House Harkonnen to House Atreides was a political development of entirely normal imperial type. A great house found to have irregularities in its planetary administration, a reassignment made, a new house given the opportunity to prove itself in a challenging environment. This happened. It was the kind of thing that happened. Beneath the surface, it was a killing ground. The mechanics of the trap required two things that the Emperor had secured before setting it in motion. The first was the Harkonnen alliance, the Baron's willing participation as the instrument of destruction, motivated by his own hatred and secured by the Emperor's implicit promise that after the Atreides were gone, Arrakis would return to Harkonnen control. The second, and more significant, was the Sardaukar. The Emperor's Sardaukar were the Empire's true military secret, the fact that made his throne unchallengeable regardless of how many Landsraad houses resented his rule or coveted his position. The Sardaukar were not merely elite soldiers. They were something that had been created by the specific, terrible conditions of Salusa Secundus, the Emperor's prison planet, a world of such extreme environmental hostility that survival on its surface required a quality of physical and psychological hardening that had no equivalent anywhere in the Empire. Those who lived on Salusa Secundus lived because they were capable of living there, and the ones who were not capable died. And what remained after that selection process was something that the rest of the Empire's military could not match. The Sardaukar fought with a ferocity and capability that put them, soldier for soldier, above anything the great houses could field. They were the Emperor's ace, held in reserve, deployed rarely because deployment revealed the secret, but available always as the ultimate guarantor of Corrino power. When they moved against a target, that target was destroyed. This was not theory. It was the consistent record of every deployment in the Sardaukar's history. They would move against House Atreides on Arrakis. Not openly, not in imperial uniforms, not in a way that could be formally attributed to the Emperor and used as a justification for Landsraad action against the throne. They would fight in Harkonnen colors. They would be the silent force multiplier behind a Harkonnen assault that was, on its own, insufficient to guarantee success against the Atreides military and its Mentat Thufir Hawat's defensive preparations, but with Sardaukar in Harkonnen uniforms, more than sufficient. Duke Leto knew some of this. His Mentat Hawat had assembled the intelligence into a picture that, while incomplete in its specific details, was clear enough in its general shape. There was a trap. Arrakis was its location. The Harkonnens were its instrument, and the Emperor likely its architect. The probability of survival, if the House accepted the assignment, was not favorable. Leto accepted anyway. He accepted because he had looked at the alternative and found it worse. To refuse the Emperor's gift was to declare implicitly that he knew it was a trap, which was to declare that he had intelligence suggesting imperial bad faith, which was to begin a conflict with the throne from a position of political isolation rather than the position of wronged innocent that the trap was designed to maneuver him into. And there was something else, something less strategic and more essential that Leto could not fully articulate to his Mentat or his advisors, but that shaped his decision with the finality of something that had not been reasoned into and therefore could not be reasoned out of. The spice revenue from Arrakis would make House Atreides genuinely powerful enough to challenge the Corrino throne openly, if it came to that. The Fremen, whose numbers and whose military capability were only beginning to be understood by Atreides' intelligence, were a potential force of transformation that no house had yet successfully aligned with. Arrakis was not just a trap. It was also an opportunity, the kind that came once to one house, in a generation, and that did not return if you declined it out of fear. He told his son something in a quiet moment before the preparations for departure reached their final intensity. Something about the Atreides name and what it required. About honor not as a performance, but as a structural commitment. A promise made to everyone who depended on you that your conduct would be consistent regardless of the calculation. That you would not become the thing that defeated you by attempting to survive it through mimicry. Paul Atreides was 15 years old. He was not yet whatever he would become, not yet the figure the Fremen would name Muad'Dib, not yet the prescient horror and marvel that the spice and the training and the desert would make of him. He was a boy listening to his father say something that he understood was important, without yet having the experience to understand why. He filed it in the place where things that matter are filed. Deep, accessible. Lady Jessica said nothing in that final period. She had her own knowledge and her own calculations and her own fears, and she carried them in the Bene Gesserit way, internally, completely, without leakage. She had made the choice that would define the next generation of human history when she bore a son instead of the daughter the sisterhood required, and she lived with the consequences of that choice in the only way available to her, with full awareness of what she had done and complete commitment to what came next. The household prepared, the military prepared, the Mentat prepared. Duncan Idaho went ahead to make contact with the Fremen and establish what could be established before the formal arrival. On Giedi Prime, in the black industrial darkness of Harkonnen space, the Baron made his preparations with the cold, meticulous pleasure of a man who has waited a very long time for something and can now see its arrival clearly. On Seleucia Secundus, in conditions that would have killed most human beings within days, Sardaukar units were given their orders. They received them without expression. They had long since burned away the part of themselves that had expressions. And on Arrakis, the sand shifted in the dark, and the worms turned in their ancient patterns, and the Fremen went about the deep business of their lives in their setches below the surface, watching with those indigo eyes the comings and goings of off-worlders who had no idea what they were walking into, or walking past, or walking above, on ground that was not merely ground, but the surface of something vast and breathing and patient beyond all reckoning. The ships came down through the Arrakeen atmosphere like silver needles threading into amber. The House Atreides fleet, carrying everything that Leto had built across a lifetime of careful governance. His people, his soldiers, his son. The heat hit them as the ramps descended. That specific Arrakeen heat, not the wet heat of humid worlds, not the heat that presses and suffocates, but a dry, absolute, stripping heat that took moisture from the air before the air reached the lungs. The smell was there too, immediately. That cinnamon undertone, that strange older note beneath the cinnamon that was not quite identifiable and not quite forgettable. Spice in the atmosphere, spice in everything. Paul stood at the top of the ramp and looked out at the Arrakeen basin, the settlement in its ancient hollow, the shield wall rising behind it, the desert beginning where the rock ended, stretching to every horizon without apology or interruption. He had dreamed of this place, specifically in the way that his dreams had begun to be specific. Precise images arriving with a clarity and a weight that ordinary dreams did not carry. He had dreamed the desert. He had dreamed the blue eyes of people he had not yet met, looking at him with something that was not quite recognition and not quite reverence, but that lived in the space between them. He did not know yet what the dreams meant. He knew only that they had brought him here, and that here felt, with a certainty that his training had not given him and his reason could not justify, like the place where everything would be decided. He was right. He was more right than he could have imagined, standing at the top of that ramp in the dry Arrakeen heat, the smell of spice already working its way into his body with the first breaths. The desert was watching, and now at last it had something worth watching. The night it happened, the air smelled of spice. It always smelled of spice on Arrakis. That was simply the condition of breathing there, the baseline against which all other sensory experience was measured. But on that night, in the hours before the Harkonnen forces moved and the Sardaukar came down from orbit in ships that bore no Imperial markings, the spice smell seemed to those who remembered it afterward to have been deeper than usual, more present, as if the planet itself had known what was coming and had exhaled something ancient into the dark air in acknowledgement of it. This is almost certainly the retrospective quality of memory. The way that minds, looking back at the moments before catastrophe, find in the ordinary details an ominous weight that was not consciously registered at the time. People who survive terrible things often remember the hours before them with a hyper-clarity that feels prophetic in retrospect and was simply perception in the moment. The spice smell was not a warning. The planet did not issue warnings. It simply continued being what it was, with the vast indifference of something that has watched too many individual dramas unfold across its surface to register any single one as significant. But the smell was there, and it is there in the accounts, and it seems right, somehow, that it should be, that the substance around which the entire catastrophe was organized should have been present in the air on the night everything broke. Dr. Wellington Yue had been with House Atreides for years. He was a Suk doctor, the highest certification available in the medical tradition that had emerged from the Butlerian Holy War silence, trained in the methods that had replaced machine diagnostics with a depth of human medical knowledge so comprehensive that a fully certified Suk physician was, in most medical contexts, more reliable than the machine systems they had replaced. The Suk conditioning was the basis of their trustworthiness, an imperial conditioning so thorough, so deeply embedded in the psychological architecture of anyone who had completed it, that it was treated across the empire as an absolute guarantee. A Suk doctor could not harm their patient. This was not a rule or a preference. It was a structural fact about what the conditioning produced. You could trust a Suk doctor with your life, with the lives of your children, with the physical well-being of everyone you loved. because the conditioning made betrayal of that trust literally impossible. This was what everyone believed. The Baron had found the one thing that could make it possible. Yue's wife, Wana Marcus, herself a Bene Gesserit, taken by the Harkonnens years before the events on Arrakis, held in conditions that the Baron had described to Yue in specific, measured, carefully calibrated detail. Enough detail to convey the reality of her situation without eliminating the uncertainty that kept hope alive, because a man without hope does not cooperate, and a man with certainty of his beloved's death has nothing left to lose. The Baron had kept Yue's hope alive as a tool, the way you keep a blade sharp by using it carefully, not letting it dull, not letting it rust, maintaining it in the precise condition of usefulness that served the purpose it was intended for. Yue had broken under it. Not quickly, it had taken years, and the breaking had cost him something that showed in his face and in his bearing, in ways that those around him noticed and attributed to age and sorrow and the weight of a man who had lost his wife to the Empire's casual cruelties. What they did not see, what the Suk conditioning had been designed to make impossible to see because it had been designed to make the thing itself impossible, was the specific, terrible shape of what Yue had been broken into doing. He had agreed to betray the Duke. Not enthusiastically, not with the clean commitment of someone who has decided that their interests align with a course of action and is pursuing it accordingly, with the sick, grinding, self-loathing compliance of someone who has been reduced to a single calculation: the person I love or the people I serve, and has chosen the person they love, and lives inside that choice every waking moment with the full knowledge of what it costs. He had one condition, one thing he extracted from the Baron in exchange for his cooperation, though extracted is perhaps too strong a word for something negotiated by a man with no leverage over a man with all of it. A request, more accurately. A hope. He wanted the Baron dead. He did not expect the Baron to honor this. He was not naive enough to believe that the Baron's agreement constituted any kind of reliable commitment. But he asked, and the Baron agreed with the smooth ease of someone agreeing to something they have no intention of honoring, and Yue built into his betrayal a mechanism that he believed might accomplish what the Baron's promise never would. The poison tooth, placed in the Duke's mouth while the Duke was unconscious, that could be triggered to release a poison gas fatal to anyone in close proximity. He wanted Leto Atreides to die killing the man who had destroyed them both. Whether he considered what this meant for his own soul, whether the Suk doctor who had spent his professional life in the service of human health could accommodate the contradiction of designing a death, even the death of an enemy, is something the histories do not record. What they record is the mechanism, the tooth, the plan, the hope that was barely a hope, more a gesture toward justice in circumstances that had made justice essentially unavailable. The attack came in the deep hours of the night, when Arrakeen was quiet in the particular way that settlements on desert worlds are quiet at night. Not peaceful, but suspended, as if the darkness had pressed everything flat and still and was maintaining that pressure until the sun returned. The Sardaukar moved first. This was the detail that Thufir Hawat's defensive preparations had not fully accounted for. Not because Hawat's intelligence had missed the Sardaukar entirely, but because no defensive preparation had ever been successfully tested against them at scale, and the theoretical modeling of their capability, even from a mentat of Hawat's extraordinary quality, had underestimated what they actually were when deployed without restraint. They came through the shield wall penetration points that Yue had identified and communicated. They came with the quiet, absolute, completely unemotional efficiency of soldiers who had been shaped by Salusa Secundus into something that no longer experienced the hesitation and the fear and the physical reluctance that slows ordinary human beings in the critical first seconds of violence. They were not many. They did not need to be many. The Atreides guard positions fell faster than the defensive plans had modeled. Not because the Atreides soldiers were poor fighters. They were not. They were well-trained and well-led, and they fought with the particular quality of commitment that distinguished soldiers who believed in what they were protecting from soldiers who were merely executing a contract. They fought hard. They fought well. They fought against something that had been engineered over generations to defeat that exact quality of fighting. The Sardaukar did not care about the commitment behind the resistance. They processed the resistance and eliminated it. In his chambers, Duke Leto was rendered unconscious. The details of how differ slightly across accounts, but the mechanism was Yue's, the doctor who should have been the house's protection, becoming instead the instrument of its undoing, with the terrible, specific grief of someone who knows exactly what they are doing and cannot stop themselves from doing it. He placed the tooth. He arranged the circumstances. He fulfilled his part of the bargain he had made with a man he despised, for the sake of a woman he could not abandon even in her absence. He wept. This too is in the accounts, in the testimony of those who saw him in the aftermath before the Harkonnens took him. He wept with the soundless, utterly private quality of someone who has no audience for their grief and is not performing it for one, weeping for Wana, whom the Baron would not return to him because the Baron had never intended to, and for Leto, whose death he was enabling, and for himself, the man he had been before the years of breaking had unmade him. The Baron came to gloat. This is perhaps the most revealing detail in everything that followed, that Baron Vladimir Harkonnen, having achieved through years of careful planning and careful cruelty the destruction of the house he had hated for the entirety of his political life, came in person to look at what he had accomplished. There is something almost human about this, in a way that the Baron's other qualities do not suggest. The need to be present at the moment of victory, to see with his own eyes the thing he had worked so long to produce, not to use the moment for any practical purpose, simply to witness it. He came too close. The poison gas from the Duke's tooth filled the space between them. The Baron's personal shields protected him. Not perfectly, not without cost, but sufficiently. He survived, damaged, retreating from a dead man's final act with something that might have been, in a being capable of such things, a species of respect. It was not the clean death Yue had hoped to engineer. It was not the end of the Harkonnen line. It was a gesture, a final, defiant expression of what the Atreides name meant, from a dying man who had understood from the beginning that he might die here, and had chosen to come anyway. What the gesture cost the Baron was recorded in the histories as significant enough to affect his subsequent political calculations for months. What it gave to those who survived the night and eventually learned of it, to Paul, to Jessica, to Gurney Halleck, who would carry the knowledge of his Duke's last act across years of exile, was something harder to quantify but perhaps more durable. Evidence that the name meant something, that you could be defeated and remain, in the final moment, yourself. Jessica and Paul ran. There is no more elegant description of what followed the collapse of the Atreides' military position than this. They ran. The Bene Gesserit trained lady of the house and her 15-year-old son out of Arrakeen and into the desert that was waiting for them beyond the settlement's perimeter with its absolute, impartial, utterly indifferent hostility. They wore still suits that Yue, in his last act of care, had provided, had prepared and left accessible, because even in the wreckage of everything he had done, some residue of the Suk Doctor's fundamental orientation toward the survival of those in his care had persisted. He could not undo the betrayal. He could equip its survivors for what came next. The desert at night was nothing like the desert in the accounts. The accounts described it. They described it accurately. The temperature differential between day and night, Arrakis was extreme enough that the same desert that killed through heat during the day killed through cold at night, and the transition between these two killing modes happened in the brief, unreliable hours of dawn and dusk that were neither fully one thing nor fully the other. Paul had read the accounts. He had studied Arrakis with the thoroughness that his Mentat training and his mother's instruction had made automatic, had absorbed the data, processed the variables, constructed a mental model of the desert environment that he understood to be accurate in all its measurable dimensions. The model was accurate. It was also, in every way that mattered in the moment of actually moving through the desert at night, in still suits that were unfamiliar enough to require conscious attention to maintain, completely insufficient preparation for the experience of being there. The sand made sounds. This was the first thing that surprised him. The desert, which in his mental model had been something close to silent, was in fact full of sound at night. Wind moving through rock formations created tones of extraordinary variety and range. The sand itself, cooling from the day's heat and settling in ways that the thermal differential drove, produced a constant low whispering that was almost rhythmic, and that his skin, trained by his mother's instruction to attend to every sensory input, processed as something between language and music. The stars above were extraordinary, visible in their full, unfiltered multiplicity in the absence of any atmospheric moisture to scatter their light, so dense and so present that they felt less like a backdrop and more like a presence. He attended to his walking, to the sand walk, the arrhythmic, shuffling, self-interrupting gait that the Fremen had developed to avoid attracting the worms. His mother moved beside him with the particular quality of controlled grace that Bene Gesserit Prana Bindu training produced, her body expressing nothing beyond what was intended, every movement precise and economical and calibrated to the environment in a way that Paul recognized as masterful and that he was still too untrained to match. She was afraid. He knew this not because she showed it, but because he knew her, knew the specific quality of her attention in moments of high stress, the particular adjustment in her bearing that the Bene Gesserit training made invisible to the untrained eye, but that was, to him, as legible as speech. She was afraid, and she was controlling the fear with the full force of everything her training had built in her, and she was not allowing the control to slip. He did not allow himself to think about his father. That was available to him. The thought of Leto, of the warmth and the steadiness and the quality of presence that had been, for the entirety of his existence, simply the background condition of home. It was available, and he kept it sealed. Not yet, not here, not while there was work to do and death waited in the sand for any lapse in attention. Later. There would be time later, if they survived, for the specific weight of what had been lost to settle into the place it would occupy for the rest of his life. The desert did not care about his father. The desert did not care about the political structure that had just collapsed, or the body count of the night's violence, or the fact that a house had just been destroyed that had carried its name with genuine honor for longer than most houses managed to carry theirs at all. The desert cared about vibration in the sand. It cared about moisture and heat and the ancient biological protocols that had been running since before human beings arrived on this planet and would continue running long after the current political arrangements had dissolved into new ones. Two small figures moved across it in the dark, one step at a time, in patterns designed to fool something ancient and enormous into ignoring them. Behind them, Arrakeen burned in places. The Harkonnen and Sardaukar forces were completing the process that the night had begun. The systematic elimination of Atreides' resistance, the capture of what could be captured, the destruction of what couldn't or needn't be kept. Thufir Hawat was taken, his Mentat mind identified as too valuable to waste. Gurney Halleck was not found, had slipped into the population through channels that his years of Atreides service had taught him to maintain against exactly this kind of catastrophe. The house's soldiers, those who survived the night, scattered into the margins and the desert, and the various desperate improvisations that catastrophe forces on those who are suddenly without the structure that gave their lives meaning and direction. The Baron settled into the Arrakeen residency with the particular satisfaction of a man inhabiting something he has wanted for a very long time. He was in pain. The Duke's parting gift had cost him more than he had shown in the immediate aftermath. But pain, for the Baron, was a manageable condition, a variable to be optimized around rather than an obstacle to the continuation of business. He had Arrakis. He had the spice revenue. He had the destruction of House Atreides, which the Imperial records would show had been a legitimate administrative action following the discovery of treasonous activity. Everything documented, everything clean. He did not have Paul and Jessica. His searchers reported this eventually, with the specific quality of reluctance that characterizes the delivery of bad news to people who respond to bad news with violence. The boy and the woman had gone into the desert. The Baron noted this. He did not consider it particularly significant. The desert killed people who went into it without preparation. The desert killed people who went into it with preparation, if the preparation was insufficient. A 15-year-old boy and a woman, regardless of her Bene Gesserit training, going into the open desert of Arrakis with whatever supplies they had managed to carry. The desert would handle them. The desert had always handled inconveniences of this kind. He moved on to the next calculation. The desert did not handle them. But the Baron would not know this for a long time, and by the time he knew it, the boy who had gone into the desert would not be the boy who had come out of it, would not be the boy at all, in any sense that the Baron's calculations were equipped to process. Something else would have happened in the sand, something that the Baron's intelligence had never modeled because it belonged to categories of possibility that the Baron's particular kind of intelligence had always found convenient to ignore. For now in the dark, two figures walked. The desert watched, and somewhere beneath the sand, at a depth and distance that no human instrument then present could have detected, something massive turned in its ancient patterns. Not toward them, not yet, not with any awareness that could be called awareness. Simply turning, simply being what it was, the way the desert had always been, the way it would always be. Patient, present, indifferent, and waiting with the vast, specific patience of something that has never once needed to hurry for what the darkness was carrying toward it. Survival is not a state, it is a practice. This is the first thing the desert teaches, and it teaches it without mercy and without repetition, because the desert does not repeat its lessons. It offers them once in the specific form of the circumstances you find yourself in, and what you do with the offering determines everything that follows. The second offering, if there is one, is shaped entirely by what you learned from the first. The desert is not a teacher in any conventional sense. It has no investment in your success, no preference for your survival over your failure, no interest in whether you become something extraordinary or simply become part of the sand. It simply is, with the absolute consistency of something that has been itself for millions of years and will continue being itself for millions more. And what you become inside it is entirely a function of what you bring to the encounter and how honestly you respond to what it asks of you. Paul and Jessica had brought more than most. The days immediately following the fall of Arrakeen were a sustained test of everything they had. Everything Jessica's Bene Gesserit training had built in her across decades of discipline, and everything that training had been passing to Paul since before he could articulate what he was receiving. The still suits UA had provided were properly fitted and functioning. The supplies were minimal but sufficient for the initial period, enough water to establish a survival margin, while the still suits recycling systems reached full operational efficiency, enough caloric provision to maintain function while they oriented themselves in an environment that neither of them had ever navigated alone. They navigated by the stars and by Jessica's training-derived knowledge of Arrakeen geography, and by something in Paul that was not yet fully legible to him, a quality of orientation that felt like instinct, but had the specific, detailed character of information rather than impulse. He knew which direction to move in. He knew it the way he knew what he had eaten for breakfast 3 days ago. Not through reasoning, not through the application of navigational logic to observed stellar positions, though he did that too, simultaneously, as confirmation rather than source. He simply knew. He did not tell his mother this. Not yet. There was too much immediate work to do, and the knowing was still so new and so strange that he was not certain he trusted it enough to navigate by it alone, was not certain whether what felt like knowledge was knowledge or was some byproduct of exhaustion and stress and grief that his Mentat training was misclassifying as information. He trusted it anyway, carefully. The way you trust a rope you are not certain will hold, by testing it incrementally, by not committing your full weight until you have some evidence of its reliability. Each time, the sense of direction he could not account for led him to something confirmable, a rock formation that matched Jessica's description of what should be to the northeast, a subtle shift in the sand's surface texture that indicated the approach of a shallow basin. He noted it, filed it. Let the evidence accumulate. The evidence accumulated quickly. The first real test came on the second night, when the sand nearby began to tremble in the specific way that meant something enormous was coming toward them through the substrate. Paul felt it before he heard it. A vibration transmitted through the soles of the still-suit boots, faint at first and then less faint, a rhythmic pulse that his body recognized before his mind had processed it as the approach of a sandworm. The training his mother had given him, the information he had absorbed about Fremen technique, the instinct of the desert that was becoming his in ways he did not yet fully understand. All of it converged in a single moment of absolute physical stillness. He stopped moving. He stopped moving with the total commitment of someone who understood that partial stillness was the same as no stillness at all, who understood that the worm's sensory apparatus did not distinguish between large rhythmic vibrations and small ones, only between rhythmic vibrations and their absence. He became, for the duration of the worm's passage, as close to nothing as a living human body can become. His heartbeat, his breathing, the small involuntary movements that the body makes in the normal course of being alive. He managed these with the Bene Gesserit techniques his mother had taught him, reducing them to the minimum that biological survival required. The worm passed. He felt its passage as a deep, sustained trembling in the sand beneath his feet. A trembling that went on for longer than he had expected, because the creature producing it was longer than he had been prepared, even with all his study, to fully internalize. The scale of Shai-Hulud was something that data did not convey. You could read that an adult sandworm reached lengths of 400 meters and process that information accurately, and still find, when the living reality of it moved beneath your feet in the dark, that you had not actually understood it at all. It passed. The trembling subsided. The desert returned to its night sounds, the wind tones through the rocks, the whispered settling of cooling sand, as if nothing had happened, as if the passage of something that could have swallowed them without registering it, as an event had been simply another feature of the ordinary night. Paul breathed. They found the Fremen before the Fremen would have chosen to be found, though this distinction is somewhat academic, since the Fremen's command of the deep desert meant that the encounter happened when and where the Fremen decided it would happen, regardless of how it appeared from Paul and Jessica's perspective. Stilgar was the Naib of Sietch Tabr, a man of the deep desert in every physical particular, weathered to a specific quality of hardness that was different from the hardness of soldiers trained in artificial conditions, different from the hardness of people shaped by institutional demands. He had been shaped by the desert itself, which meant he had been shaped by something that had no interest in producing hardness for its own sake, and produced it anyway as the unavoidable consequence of what survival there required. He looked at Paul and Jessica with the specific assessment of someone accustomed to evaluating unfamiliar people quickly and accurately, because the desert had taught him that the cost of a wrong assessment was not abstract. He saw a woman who moved in ways that told him she was not what she appeared, that the Bene Gesserit quality of her physical bearing, the controlled precision of every movement, meant something specific about what she was and what she might be to his people. He saw a boy who met his eyes without flinching and without the particular quality of concealed fear that outsiders typically brought to their first encounter with Fremen in the deep desert. Stilgar was not a simple man. He was a man of genuine intelligence, operating inside a specific context that shaped what his intelligence attended to and valued. He made a decision that another Naib might not have made, to bring them to the Sietch rather than leave them to the desert, which was the simpler and safer option from the perspective of Fremen operational security. He made it partly because of what he saw in the woman's bearing, partly because of what the Fremen religious tradition had been seeded to recognize when it encountered certain combinations of characteristics, and partly because of something he would not have been able to articulate in the language of calculation, an instinct operating beneath the level of explicit reasoning, that this encounter was significant in ways that extended beyond its immediate practical dimensions. He was correct, but the full dimensions of his correctness would not be visible to him for years. The Sietch enveloped them like something alive. The transition from the desert's open cold and light to the Sietch's interior was total, not gradual, not a gentle modulation from one environment to another, but an immediate full replacement of everything sensory. The warmth was the first thing. Not the dry, aggressive heat of the surface, but a living warmth, the warmth of many human bodies in a contained space, the warmth of cooking and breath, and the specific metabolic heat of a community going about the business of existence in close proximity. The smell was next. That complex layering of human habitation and food and moisture and the omnipresent sweet spice undertone that suffused everything Fremen, that was in the walls and the fabric and the air and, eventually, after enough time, in the tissue of your own body. Then the sound, voices low and continuous, the background texture of a community that did not fall silent simply because strangers had arrived. Children, somewhere deeper in the Sietch, their voices carrying the universal quality of children's voices regardless of context, high and clear and entirely present in whatever they were doing. The sound of water, which Paul registered with a specific quality of attention, because water sounds were not something the desert offered freely, and their presence here, even in the controlled trickle of a reclamation system, felt like a kind of miracle. The Fremen looked at them with those eyes. The indigo that was not a color so much as a depth, total, saturated, carrying in its blue blackness the record of lifetimes of spice saturation, the visual signature of people who had lived inside the desert's chemistry long enough to be permanently marked by it. Paul met the gaze of a Fremen woman who did not look away and felt, in the precise, information-dense way, that his developing sensitivity was beginning to process everything, that he was being read as thoroughly as he was reading. Her name was Chani. She was Liet Kyne's daughter, though he did not know this yet. She was young, close to his own age, in a community where age was measured differently than on worlds that did not require full adult capability from people still technically children, because the desert did not grant extensions for youth. She had the Fremen quality of complete, unself-conscious physical confidence, the assurance of someone who knew exactly what their body was capable of and had tested that knowledge against real demands and found it sufficient. She looked at him with what he could not immediately name, but would eventually understand as a form of recognition, not the religious recognition that the Missionaria Protectiva's myths had seeded in Fremen culture, Or not only that, but something more personal and more specific, the recognition of someone who has dreamed a face and then encountered it. She had dreamed him. He had dreamed her. These things were beginning, in Paul's experience of his own mind, to lose the quality of coincidence. Jessica's ordeal came before any of this had time to settle. The Fremen had a reverend mother, a woman who had undergone the water of life transformation and who had held in her living consciousness the accumulated other memory of every Fremen reverend mother before her, stretching back into the deep past of their desert civilization. She was dying. The timing was, from the Fremen's perspective, both terrible and necessary. Terrible because loss was always terrible. Necessary because the other memory she carried could not be allowed to die with her without being passed to a successor, because the Fremen could not afford to lose what all those women had known and experienced and preserved across the generations. Jessica was there. Jessica was Bene Gesserit, recognizable as such to anyone with the training to see it, and the dying Reverend Mother had that training. The logic was brutal and immediate, and the Fremen did not apologize for its brutality, because the desert had taught them that apologizing for necessity was a luxury that the desert did not extend. Jessica drank the water of life, the poisonous exhalation of a young sandworm, a biological secretion of extraordinary toxicity that the Bene Gesserit used in their own Reverend Mother ordeal under far more controlled and extensively prepared conditions. The water of life was not something the body accepted easily or without cost. It had to be metabolically transformed, had to be converted from poison to something the system could survive, through a process that required the full application of every physiological technique the Prana Bindu training had built over years of practice. To take the water of life unprepared was to die. To take it poorly prepared, with training insufficient to manage the transformation, was to die more slowly. To take it as Jessica took it, with full Bene Gesserit training, but without the specific preparation that the sisterhood normally required before the ordeal, in conditions that were far from optimal, under the pressure of immediate necessity in a community that needed her to survive this, was to walk to the absolute edge of what the training could hold and find out whether the edge was where you thought it was. She survived. What she emerged from the ordeal carrying was what every Reverend Mother carried. The other memory in its full, suddenly accessible form, generations of voices and experiences, and accumulated wisdom flooding into a consciousness that had not been there before, and that now had to find a way to contain what it was receiving without being dissolved by the sheer volume of it. She had carried this capability in potential her entire life, trained for it, prepared for it as thoroughly as the sisterhood prepared anyone. The preparation was necessary. It was also insufficient in the way that all preparation for experiences of genuine transformation is ultimately insufficient, because the thing itself cannot be modeled in advance with sufficient accuracy to make the encounter truly unsurprising. She changed. The change was visible to Paul in the specific, information-dense way that his sensitivity was beginning to make everything visible to him. A quality of depth in her bearing that had not been there before, a quality of ancientness that was not hers alone. She carried more people in her now than she had before. He could feel them somehow at the edge of his perception. The weight of all those accumulated lives pressing against the surface of his mother's presence, like something vast leaning against a wall. She was also, and this emerged in the hours following the ordeal, pregnant. The water of life transformation, in the specific conditions that had obtained during Jessica's ordeal, had reached the daughter she was carrying. Had reached her at a stage of development where the exposure produced not death, but something else. Something that the Bene Gesserit had known was theoretically possible and had specifically warned against. Something they called abomination. A child born already carrying the other memory. Born pre-born. aware in the womb of what ordinary consciousness would not encounter until years of living and training, and eventually the water of life ordeal itself. Born carrying the full weight of all those accumulated lives in a consciousness that had not yet learned to be a self before it was also, simultaneously, many selves. Paul did not know all of this yet. It would become clear in time, with consequences that would reshape the understanding of what his sister was and what she was capable of, and what she was at risk of becoming. For now, he knew only that his mother had undergone something extraordinary and survived it, and was different on the other side in ways that he could sense but not fully map. The Fremen gave him a name, Muad'Dib, the desert mouse, the small creature that survived the harshest conditions of Arrakis through perfect adaptation, through economy and precision, and an instinctive relationship with its environment that the Fremen recognized as the highest form of desert wisdom. It was not a trivial name, it was a name that told you what the Fremen thought they were looking at, something that belonged in the desert, not despite its conditions, but because of them, something shaped by the harshest possible environment into exactly the form required for survival within it. He accepted the name, he felt its weight and what it meant, and he accepted it with the specific, quiet seriousness of someone who understands that a name given by people like these is not decorative. Training began. Not the training he had received on Caladan, not the Bene Gesserit disciplines his mother had given him, or the Mentat development that the old Thufir Hawat had guided, or the weapons training in the classical Atreides tradition. The Fremen taught him differently, because the Fremen had been taught by the desert, and the desert taught only what was necessary for survival in itself. He learned the weirding way with new partners, found that the Bene Gesserit-based combat techniques his mother had given him translated into the Fremen fighting style with an ease that surprised his teachers, and that he himself could feel as a kind of rightness, a sense of things clicking into configurations they had been building toward. He learned the maker hooks, the long, hooked implements used to ride the sandworms, their placement against the ring segments of a worm's body, creating a gap that forced the worm to keep its vulnerable inner ring structures above the sand. He learned the rhythm of worm calling, the repetitive thumping that drew a worm to a specific location, and the rhythm of worm riding that came after, the experience of standing on the back of a living geological feature and directing it through the desert with nothing but the leverage of 2 hooks and the complete commitment of a body that had been trained to trust itself in impossible conditions. The first time he rode, the world reorganized itself. Everything he had known about scale, about speed, about the relationship between his own body and the landscape it moved through, all of it recalibrated instantly and completely in the face of the reality of what it meant to stand on 400 meters of living creature moving through the deep desert at speeds that turned the sand into a blur and the horizon into something that arrived before you were ready for it. The wind at that speed was not wind in any ordinary sense. It was a physical force requiring constant active resistance, and his body, trained by everything Caladan and Bene Gesserit and Fremen instruction had built in it, met that force with the full, present, completely alive response of something that had found the thing it was shaped for. He was the desert mouse, moving through the desert like something that had always been there. He could not know, standing on the worm's back with the deep Arrakeen night pouring over him and the stars blazing above in their full, unfiltered profusion, what the vision that kept arriving in his prescient mind meant, could not fully accept the image it insisted on showing him. The river of blood flowing across the universe under a banner that bore his name, the death count that the mathematics of his developing prescience kept assembling whether he invited it or not. He could see it. He could not stop seeing it. And somewhere in him, in the place where the Atreides name and the Bene Gesserit training and the desert were all working on him simultaneously, A refusal was forming. He would not be that. He did not know yet that refusing the most probable future was not the same as preventing it. He did not know that prescience was not a map you could choose to ignore, but a country you were already inside. He did not know what the golden path was, or that it existed, or that the refusal he was forming was, in its own way, part of the path he could not see yet. He knew only the worm beneath him, and the stars above, and the desert all around, and the name the Fremen had given him, settling into his identity like something finding its place after a long search. Muad'Dib, the desert mouse, the one that survives. Prescience is not a gift. This is the correction that the Dune universe makes, quietly and persistently, to every myth about prophecy and foresight that human cultures have ever constructed. The myths frame prescience as power, as the ability to know what is coming and therefore to shape it, to navigate the future the way a ship navigates known waters, with the advantage of a map that others lack. The reality that Paul Atreides was discovering in the months and then years of his life among the Fremen was something entirely different. Prescience was not a map. It was a flood. It did not show you the future so that you could choose among its options freely. It showed you the futures that were most probable, given the conditions already established by everything that had already happened. And it showed them to you whether you wanted to see them or not, with a clarity and a specificity and a persistence that could not be managed the way ordinary, unpleasant thoughts could be managed. You could not unsee what the spice showed you. You could not decide, once a vision had arrived, that you would simply decline to process it and go about your life as though the information it contained was not now part of your understanding of what was coming. The visions became part of you. They accumulated. They built a model of the future inside your consciousness that ran continuously, that updated with every new piece of information your senses provided, that sat in the background of every waking moment and many of the sleeping ones and whispered with the patient insistence of something that does not need to hurry because it already knows the destination, what was most likely to happen. And what was most likely to happen, in Paul Atreides' accumulating prescient vision, was catastrophic. The numbers did not stabilize at anything manageable. He had hoped, in the early period of his developing sight, that the visions would show him something he could work with, a future that contained difficulty and loss, but that was navigable, that could be influenced toward better outcomes through the right sequence of decisions. What he found instead was that the range of probable futures he could access was narrowing year by year toward a single overwhelming convergence. Not because he was failing to find alternatives, because the conditions that generated the probability were built into the situation so deeply that no intervention he could imagine was sufficient to dissolve them. The Holy War was not something that would happen if he made the wrong choices. It was something that would happen because of who he was, because of what the Bene Gesserit's long breeding program had made of his genetics, and what the desert was making of his mind, and what the Fremen's desperate need for the figure their religion had promised them would make of whatever he became. The machinery of it was already running, had been running since before his birth. The death toll his prescience kept assembling, 61 billion, the number that recurred with the specific, horrifying precision of something that had stopped being an estimate and become a projection, was not a warning about a future that could be avoided. It was a description of a future that was already, in all the most structurally significant ways, happening. He could see 100 futures. In almost all of them, rivers of blood flowed in his name. This knowledge lived inside him the way the spice lived inside the Fremen, pervasively, permanently, altering the tissue of his experience from within rather than resting on its surface as something that could be removed. He carried it through the daily rhythms of Sech life. He carried it through the combat training and the worm rides and the long council sessions where Stilgar managed the politics of the community with the patient intelligence of someone who understood that politics in the desert was just survival by another name. He carried it through his growing relationship with Chani, through the specific, untheorized, completely present quality of feeling for another person that no training and no prescient knowledge could abstract into something manageable that insisted on being what it was, regardless of what he knew about what was coming. Chani was not interested in the prophecy. This was one of the things that made her essential to him in those years, the specific quality of her disregard for the Missionariae Protectiva's seeded myths, the refusal to relate to him through the lens of what the Fremen religion said he might be, rather than through the direct, unmediated lens of who he actually was in her experience. She was a fighter of extraordinary capability. She was a desert navigator whose knowledge of the Earg exceeded his own, even after months of intensive learning. She was blunt in ways that his Atreides upbringing had trained him to appreciate, because bluntness in the context of survival was not rudeness but a form of respect, a decision that the person you were speaking to deserved the truth in its actual shape rather than in the diplomatic softening that people used when they were not certain the truth could be handled. She told him when he was wrong. She told him when his off-world assumptions were producing errors in his desert reasoning. She told him once with a directness that landed in him like something physical, that the Fremen did not need a messiah, that they were fully capable of managing their own destiny, had been managing it for generations without prophetic intervention, and that whatever he was becoming, it would serve them better if it grew from genuine understanding of and commitment to them than from the performance of a religious role that the Bene Gesserit had written for a population they had never met. He heard her. He held what she said in the place where things that matter are held. It did not resolve the problem. The structural problem of what his prescient vision was showing him was not addressable through the sincerity of his intentions, but it gave him a specific quality of resistance to the gravity of his own probable future, a toehold of perspective from which to observe what was happening to him rather than simply being carried by it. The Fremen years accumulated their rhythms. The rhythm of the Sietch was unlike any rhythm Paul had known on Caladan. On Caladan, time had moved in the ways that ocean worlds mark time, in tides, in weather cycles, in the seasonal shifts of a temperate world that had enough variation to make the passage of time visible in the landscape. The Sietch marked time differently, by the management of water, by the rotation of watch duties and maintenance cycles, and the scheduled tending of the wind traps that gathered atmospheric moisture in quantities so small that the patience required to believe in their long-term accumulation was itself a kind of faith. By the movement of sandworm patterns across the Earg, the great worms followed routes that the experienced Fremen could read with the precision of someone reading a schedule, routes shaped by the deep geography of the pre-spice mass deposits that drew them, routes that the Sietch's military operations were planned around, with the care that any community devotes to the most significant features of the environment it inhabits. He learned to read these things. He learned with the specific hungry efficiency of someone who understands that the knowledge being offered has been refined by generations of survival pressure into its most essential form. That nothing the Fremen knew that seemed trivial was actually trivial, because the desert had already eliminated the trivial and kept only what survival required. Every piece of information he received from Stilgar or from Chani or from the other Sietch members who gradually, incrementally, accepted his presence as something that belonged here rather than something that had arrived from outside. Every piece of it was load-bearing. Every piece connected to other pieces in ways that built, over months, into a comprehensive understanding of the desert as a system rather than a collection of hazards. He began to see what Pardo Kynes had seen, not in the specific scientific terms that the planetologist had used, not in the language of ecological succession and moisture retention and atmospheric humidity gradients. In the language of the desert itself, the language of pattern and relationship, and the deep, slow logic of a system that had been building toward something for longer than human civilization had existed on this planet. He began to understand that the desert was not static, that what looked like permanence was actually process, slow beyond the perception of any individual life, but process nonetheless, moving in a direction that Kynes had identified and the Fremen had committed to with the total, multi-generational dedication of people who had decided that their descendants' world was worth building even if they would never live to see it. The wind traps were the most visible expression of this commitment, but they were not the deepest one. The deepest one was in the Fremen's relationship with the sandworms themselves, in the specific, sacred, carefully maintained understanding of what the worms were and what their presence meant for the long-term future of the ecological project. You could not transform Arrakis into a water world, could not introduce the moisture and the plant cover and the changed weather patterns that Kynes' dream required, while simultaneously maintaining the sandworm population in its current form. The worms required the desert. They were the desert in a biological sense. The desert's metabolism, its circulatory system, the engine that produced and processed and maintained the specific conditions that made Arrakis what it was. The transformation, if it came, would change the worms, would change them or displace them and this was the dimension of the ecological project that the Fremen held with a specific, careful reverence because it touched something central to their faith, would require a reckoning with what it meant to transform a sacred thing, even in the service of a better future. The Fremen did not hold this contradiction lightly. They held it the way the desert holds everything, completely, without softening, with the full weight of its implications pressing on their understanding of what they were doing and why. Paul held it too. He held it alongside the prescient visions and the growing military campaign and the specific, present weight of his life in the Sietch. Alongside Chani, alongside the slow deepening of his relationship with a community that had begun to treat him not as a visitor or a religious curiosity, but as a person with a place in their structure and responsibilities commensurate with that place. The military campaign against Harkonnen spice operations was the clearest expression of Fremen capability that the off-world power structures had ever been allowed to see. And even then, they were allowed to see only a fraction of it, and they consistently misread what they saw. The raids were not random. They were not the opportunistic harassment of a marginal population striking at the edges of an overwhelming force. They were systematically planned and executed with a strategic coherence that operated on a timeline longer than the Harkonnen administrators could perceive, because the Fremen were planning in decades, while the Harkonnen operations were thinking in quarterly production reports. A spice harvesting installation destroyed here, a navigation beacon disabled there, a supply convoy that disappeared into the desert and whose fate was never adequately explained to the satisfaction of the personnel trying to explain it. Each action small enough to be absorbed, individually, into the category of desert hazards. The inevitable losses that any operation on Arrakis sustained simply by existing on a planet that killed people regardless of their political affiliation, collectively, over time, adding up to something that the Harkonnen production metrics were beginning to register as a trend, but that the Harkonnen command structure was finding very difficult to address because the source of the trend was a people who existed below the threshold of everything their intelligence apparatus was calibrated to see. Paul moved through these operations with an increasing ease that worried him. The ease was not the ease of someone who had become comfortable with violence. He had not become comfortable with violence, retained a clear-eyed awareness of its cost and its consequences that his mother's training had built into him as a structural feature of how he processed conflict. The ease was something else. The ease of someone who could see the engagements developing before they fully materialized. Not through tactical brilliance alone, though that was present, but through the specific advantage of prescient probability assessment that allowed him to identify the most effective line of action before the first move was made. The Fremen already had extraordinary fighters. Paul's contribution was a quality of strategic clarity that operated above the engagement level, that saw the larger pattern and understood how each action fit within it. The legend began to grow. He could not prevent it. He understood, with the specific frustration of someone who has read a process clearly and finds themselves inside it anyway, that the Missionaria Protectiva's seeded myths were like a frame placed around whatever he did, that his actions were not simply themselves, but were continuously being interpreted through a religious lens he had not constructed and could not remove. A young off-worlder who rode worms, who fought with the Weirding Way, who had a Bene Gesserit mother who had become the Sietch's reverend mother, who seemed to know things before they happened, who spoke of the deep patterns of the desert with an intimacy that the oldest Fremen recognized as genuine rather than performed. The myth did not need to be applied to him from outside. It assembled itself around him from within, from the accumulation of things that were actually true about him, filtered through a language that the Fremen had been given specifically to describe something like him. He was Muad'Dib. He was becoming, in the Fremen's experience of him, the figure the myths had promised. He was also a young man who lay awake in the Sietch dark and watched the futures unfold in his mind with the helpless, horrified clarity of someone who can see the road ahead and cannot find the turn that leads somewhere else, who counted the dead in visions that had long since stopped feeling like metaphor and had begun to feel like memory. As if the Holy War had already happened, as if he was already living in its aftermath, as if the 61 billion were already gone, and he was already the figure their deaths had made of him. Chani found him in one of these nights. She did not ask him to explain. She understood, with the intuition of someone who had grown up inside a culture that held prescience as a real and documented phenomenon rather than a metaphor, that some things that were happening to him were simply happening to him, beyond the reach of ordinary comfort. She sat with him. She offered her presence rather than her analysis, her actual company rather than her interpretation of what he was experiencing. He held her hand in the dark. The desert breathed outside the Sitch walls with its ancient, enormous patience. He thought about his father. The thought arrived in the specific form it had been taking since the night he had sealed it away. Not as grief in the raw sense, but as a quality of orientation, a compass point. What Leto Atreides had been, what the Atreides name meant at its best, what the choice to walk into a trap rather than become something lesser than himself had expressed about what a person could be. This was available to Paul as a resource rather than only a wound. It was the thing Chani had named without knowing she was naming it when she said that the Fremen did not need a messiah. What they needed was someone who understood them and was genuinely committed to them and would bring to their cause the full weight of everything they were and everything they were capable of, without the distortion of a role that had been written for someone else. His father had died being himself, completely, without concession, at the cost of everything. Paul intended to live the same way, intended to find in the narrowing corridor of his prescient future the line that ran through it that was actually him. That was the Atreides name and the desert training and the specific, irreplaceable reality of who he was in the experience of the people who knew him, rather than simply the line that led to the most probable future, regardless of what he became in following it. He did not know yet whether that line existed. He looked for it in every worm ride, in every raid, in every quiet conversation with Chani in the Sietch dark, in every moment of Stilgar's measured wisdom, in every glimpse of his mother carrying the ancient weight of the other memory in her changed eyes. The desert turned outside. The spice was in the air. The worms moved in their deep patterns, ancient and patient and utterly indifferent to the question one young man was asking in the dark, the question that the universe was in the process of answering, whether he was ready for the answer or not. What will you become? There is a moment in the life of every structure built on injustice when the weight of what it has suppressed becomes greater than the weight of what is suppressing it. The moment is rarely visible in advance. It does not announce itself with the clarifying drama that retrospective accounts tend to assign it, does not arrive wearing the costume of historical turning points, does not feel from inside the structure, like the end of something and the beginning of something else. It feels, right up until the instant it doesn't, like the ordinary continuation of arrangements that have always been and will, presumably, continue to be. The pressure has been building for years, for decades, sometimes for generations, and the structure has been accommodating it, bending slightly, adjusting, redistributing the load. And everyone inside it has been making the specific, practical, daily calculation that the adjustments are sufficient, that the accommodation is working, that the bend is not a break. And then it breaks. The Harkonnen control of Arrakis had lasted in its various forms for the better part of a century. It had survived challenges, survived the brief Atreides interregnum and the violent reimposition that followed it, survived the persistent low-grade hemorrhage of Fremen raids that the Harkonnen administration filed under acceptable operational losses, and managed with the practiced indifference of an organization that had decided the desert people were a weather system rather than a military force. The spice kept flowing. The revenue kept arriving. The Empire kept receiving what it required, and the Harkonnens kept taking what they wanted, and the arrangement persisted with the specific durability of things that work for the people who benefit from them. What the Harkonnen administration had failed to adequately account for, what every Imperial survey and every Harkonnen intelligence assessment and every Spacing Guild navigational calculation had failed to adequately account for, was the number. The Fremen population of Arrakis was not what the Imperial records suggested. The records suggested hundreds of thousands, scattered communities, desert dwellers, a marginal population surviving in harsh conditions, a sociological feature of the planetary landscape rather than a demographic force of any significance. The records were wrong. Not through deliberate falsification, though the Fremen's absolute mastery of their own territory made them fully capable of managing what outside observers were allowed to see. They were wrong because the people who compiled them had made an assumption so fundamental that it never registered as an assumption, had assumed that a planet as hostile as Arrakis could not support a large population, and had therefore interpreted all evidence consistently with that assumption, and had never seriously entertained the possibility that the population had developed adaptations to the planet's hostility so complete and so sophisticated that the hostile environment had become, over generations, simply home. There were millions of Fremen. Paul had understood this within his first year in the Sietches, had assembled the picture from the information available to him with the specific, systematic clarity of his Mentat training operating on data that no Mentat outside the Fremen community had ever been given access to. The military implications had arrived in his mind with the force of something obvious in retrospect and extraordinary in the moment of recognition. The Fremen, properly organized and properly equipped and properly motivated, were not a guerrilla force capable of harassment operations against the margins of imperial power. They were an army, a vast, desert-hardened, motivated beyond ordinary military calculation army, living inside the most effective natural fortress in the known universe, fighting on ground they understood completely, and their enemies understood barely at all. The question was not whether they could fight. It was whether he was the one to lead them, and under what circumstances, and toward what end. And whether the end that his prescient vision kept assembling would be the one he chose, or the one that chose him. The Emperor's hand forced the timeline. Word came through channels that the Fremen maintained with the particular efficiency of a communications network that operated entirely below the threshold of Imperial surveillance, through traders and smugglers and the various marginal figures who moved through Arrakis's unofficial economy and who had long since established that their continued access to that economy depended on not asking too many questions about what information they carried or to whom. Word came that the Emperor had dispatched forces to Arrakis, not to replace the Harkonnen operation, but to add to it, to reinforce it with a Sardaukar presence, significant enough to address the persistent problem of Fremen military activity that the Harkonnen reports had been underplaying for years. The Emperor was not coming to destroy the Fremen. He did not know enough about the Fremen to understand that destruction was even the relevant category. He was coming to secure the spice operation against what his intelligence had characterized as escalating desert banditry. He was coming with the casual, armored confidence of someone who has always had the most powerful military force in the known universe at his disposal, and has never seriously needed to recalibrate his confidence in light of circumstances that didn't fit his existing models. He was bringing the Sardaukar, and he was bringing something else, something that the political logic of the situation had delivered to him almost accidentally, in the way that imperial politics sometimes resolved its contradictions by putting all of them in the same place at the same time. His daughter, Irulan, and with her the implicit question of what happened to the Corrino succession if the events on Arrakis did not resolve in the direction the Emperor expected. Paul made the decision that his prescient vision had been building toward for 2 years. Not calmly. The accounts that retroactively describe his choices in the language of prophetic certainty, that frame what he did as the execution of a predetermined plan, the fulfillment of a destiny that he had accepted and was enacting with the serene confidence of someone who knows the outcome, are wrong in the specific way that mythologized accounts of human decisions are always wrong. He made the decision the way actual human beings make irreversible decisions, with incomplete information, with genuine uncertainty about outcomes, with the specific quality of committed dread that belongs to someone who has looked at the available options and found them all terrible, and has chosen the least terrible one, and is prepared to live with what it costs. He would use the atomics. The imperial houses Corrino had maintained a prohibition on atomics for as long as the Great Convention had existed, the foundational agreement of the Landsraad's political order, the rule that preserved the possibility of political competition without its escalating into the kind of total civilizational destruction that atomics could produce. The prohibition was absolute in theory. In practice, every great house maintained atomic weapons as the ultimate deterrent, held in reserve, never deployed, their existence acknowledged, and their use treated as the line that could not be crossed without triggering a response from every other house simultaneously. Paul was not bound by this calculation in the way that the houses were bound by it. He was, in the legal sense, a man whose house had been destroyed, who had no formal standing in the Landsraad, no recognized political existence, no position within the structure whose rules he was being asked to observe. And he was targeting not a city, not a population, not the kind of thing the Great Convention's prohibition was primarily designed to protect. He was targeting the Shield Wall, the great geological formation that protected Arrakeen from the full force of the open desert, the natural barrier that made Arrakeen habitable by blocking the worst of the desert winds and the sandstorms that moved through the open erg with enough force to scour unshielded structures to nothing. The shield wall was rock, ancient, massive, geologically stable rock. Breaking it with atomics would not destroy Arrakeen directly. It would open Arrakeen to the desert, and the desert had an army in it. The execution required everything that 2 years of Fremen training had built. The coordination of attack columns moving across the open erg toward Arrakeen from multiple directions simultaneously. movements timed to the specific window between the detonation at the shield wall and the Harkonnen's Sardaukar response, a window that Paul's prescient assessment had calculated with the full force of everything his developing sight could bring to the problem. The Worm Riders, Fremen warriors mounted on sandworms, directing the great creatures with maker hooks, and the total physical commitment of people who had been doing this since childhood, turning the desert's most terrifying inhabitants into the cavalry of the most improbable army the Empire had ever faced. The moment the shield wall broke, the deep desert poured through the gap. The sound of it was described by those who survived as something that had no adequate comparison. Not the sound of an army advancing, not the sound of any conventional military action, but the sound of the desert itself moving with intent. The deep, grinding thunder of sandworms and the sustained war cry of tens of thousands of Fremen fighters pouring through a breach in a wall that had stood for as long as anyone's memory reached. The sand moved with them. The wind moved with them. Everything that was Arrakis moved with them, or so it felt to the Sardaukar and Harkonnen forces who had been told they were securing a desert planet against banditry, and who found themselves confronted instead with something that had no place in any tactical doctrine they had ever been taught to apply. The Sardaukar fought with everything they were, their training, their discipline, their complete absence of the hesitation and the fear that ordinary soldiers carried. All of it was present and fully deployed. They were extraordinary fighters encountering extraordinary fighters in terrain that had shaped one side of the encounter and was actively hostile to the other. It was not enough. The Fremen had been waiting for this for generations, not for Paul specifically, not for any single figure, regardless of what the prophecy said or what the myths had seeded in their understanding of what this day would look like. They had been waiting for the conditions that would allow the full expression of what they were. 2 million desert fighters who had been shaped by the harshest possible environment into something that the Sardaukar's institutional program had produced through deliberate engineering, but that the Fremen had arrived at organically through the unsparing selection pressure of actual desert survival, which produced something in the end that institutional programs could approximate but not fully replicate. They were fighting for the planet, for the dream of green Arrakis, for the generations of Fremen who had lived and died inside the desert's demands, and had believed, because the alternative was not believing, that it meant something. The Emperor emerged from his highliner in the aftermath of a battle that had not gone the way he had modeled it. His Sardaukar had not broken. Sardaukar did not break. But they had been met, for the first time in the institutional history of what they were, with something that had contested them as equals and in some dimensions exceeded them. And the shock of that encounter was visible in the reports he received, in the specific quality of language that military reports use when they are trying to describe something that has no existing category in the doctrine they were written by. Paul came to him, not in the posture of a petitioner, not in the posture of a rebel seeking terms, in the posture of someone who has already won and is offering the Emperor an exit from the situation that does not require the total destruction of the Corrino political structure, because Paul's prescient vision had shown him that total destruction was not a stable outcome, that the Empire required something at its center to hold the forms that made civilization possible, and that Shaddam IV, humiliated and stripped of his Sardaukar's invincibility, but still capable of serving as a figurehead around which the Landsraad could organize, was more useful alive and reduced than dead, and replaced by the chaos that would follow the complete absence of central authority. The conversation was brief and utterly final. The Emperor would abdicate effective power. Paul would take the throne through marriage to Princess Irulan, the Emperor's eldest daughter, who looked at Paul with the specific calculating intelligence of a woman who had been educated for exactly this kind of political juncture, and who was already, in the first minutes of their encounter, assessing what the new arrangement would require of her and what it might, in ways that were not immediately obvious, make available. Paul made clear in terms that left no room for misinterpretation that the marriage was political, that Chani would remain beside him in every way that the marriage was not, that Irulan would bear the title and the historical record, and not the man. Irulan understood. She was a Bene Gesserit-trained woman of considerable intelligence, and no illusions about the nature of power or the arrangements through which it was maintained. She had not expected to marry for love. She had not expected from any direction the specific configuration of arrangements she was now agreeing to. She agreed to them anyway because the alternative was worse, and because, in the deepest part of her considerable mind, she recognized that she was watching something unprecedented come into existence, and that proximity to it, even constrained proximity, was better than the alternative. The Baron Harkonnen did not survive to see any of this. He had been present in Arrakeen when the shield wall broke, present in the Atreides residency that he had made his own after the fall of House Atreides, present in the position of a man who had believed himself to be attending the final resolution of the problem that had occupied his political life, who had expected the Emperor's intervention to secure his hold on Arrakis permanently, and who had been, in the hours before, the desert poured through the shield wall, in the specific, comfortable state of someone anticipating the completion of a long project. Alia killed him. Paul's sister, the preborn child who had been in Jessica's womb during the Water of Life ordeal, who had been born already carrying the other memory in a consciousness that had not yet had the chance to develop into a self before it was required to contain many selves, was, in the physical appearance of her years, a young child. She was, in every other sense, something that the universe had not previously produced. She carried in her the Baron himself among all the other ancestral voices of the other memory, carried him as one of the personalities that pressed against the walls of her consciousness, the specific, malevolent intelligence of a man who had believed himself safe from everything and had not, in any of his calculations, included a small girl with a Gom Jabbar who was not operating under any of the constraints that ordinary human beings brought to acts of violence. She knew exactly what she was doing. She had always known exactly what she was doing, which was one of the things about her that the Bene Gesserit had warned against, and that no amount of warning had made less true. The Baron's death was noted. It closed a specific loop that had been open since the night in Arrakeen when Yue's betrayal had set everything in motion. It did not resolve what had been lost. Nothing resolves what has been lost. It simply marked with the finality of an ending that the specific instrument of the Atreides' destruction was gone. The desert wind moved through the gap in the shield wall and into Arrakeen, carrying sand and spice scent and the ancient indifferent breath of the planet into the corridors and the courtyards of the residency, covering everything in the fine orange-brown layer of Arrakis that covered everything eventually. Paul stood in it. His Fremen name and his Atreides name and whatever he was becoming that exceeded both names. All of it stood in the spice-laden air of a city that was now his, in a way he had not sought and could not refuse, and was not certain, in the deepest, most honest part of himself, that he was glad of. He had won. He knew what winning had cost because he had been watching the cost accumulate in his prescient vision for 2 years. He knew what winning was going to cost next because the Holy War had not been prevented by the victory, had been, in certain structural ways, accelerated by it. The conditions that his prescient mathematics had been modeling were not conditions that the Battle of Arrakeen had dissolved. They were conditions that the Battle of Arrakeen had fulfilled, and fulfillment was not the same as resolution. He had not walked the golden path. He had walked the path that led to the Holy War, and the bloody Crusade was still coming, and he was now its figurehead in ways that his refusal of that role had never meaningfully altered. The wind carried the desert into the city. The city breathed it. Paul breathed it too. The spice in the air. The ancient planet claiming him as it claimed everything that stayed on it long enough. Muad'Dib, the emperor of the known universe. The desert mouse standing in the ruin of the walls that had kept the desert out, in a city that would never be entirely separate from the desert again. He had dreamed this exact moment. He had dreamed it and dreaded it, and arrived at it anyway. The dream did not tell you what to feel when you got here. The dream only showed you the shape of the place and left the feeling to the person standing in it, with the full weight of everything that had been paid to arrive here, pressing down on the moment like the desert wind, pressing against the gap in the shield wall. Relentless, patient, old beyond reckoning, like everything on Arrakis. Like everything, victory has a smell. On Arrakis, in the weeks and months following the Battle of Arrakeen, the smell was spice and smoke, and the particular dry mineral scent of sand that had been disturbed by violence and had not yet settled back into its ancient patterns. It was the smell of a planet that had been the site of something enormous, and was now returning, with the vast indifference of planetary systems, to the slow business of being itself. The wind moved the sand over the marks of the battle. The worms returned to their roots. The pre-spice masses continued their deep, patient biological work beneath the substrate, indifferent to the political transformation that had just reorganized everything above them. The humans did not return as quickly to their patterns. They never do after something like this. The patterns they return to are always different from the ones they left, shaped by the new facts of what has happened, reorganized around the new distribution of power and loss and obligation that the event has produced. Arrakeen was different, the known universe was different, and the specific quality of difference, the direction in which everything had been pushed by the events on the desert world, was not, in most of the dimensions that mattered, the direction that Paul had wanted. He had wanted, if wanting is the right word, for a preference held in full knowledge of its probable irrelevance, something more limited. A correction, a recalibration of the imperial system's worst abuses, the extraction, the indifference, the casual brutality of a governance structure that had decided the people of Arrakis were beneath the threshold of meaningful consideration, a world that had the capacity to become what Kynes had dreamed without the boot of Harkonnen contempt pressing it back into pure extraction. A political settlement that addressed the specific grievances the Fremen had accumulated across generations without requiring the entire imperial structure to be torn down and rebuilt. What he got was the Holy War. It did not begin immediately. The first months after the battle were occupied with the mechanics of the political transition, the formal abdication of Shaddam IV, the marriage to Irulan, the establishment of the new court in Arrakeen, the management of the Landsraad's response to a political revolution that had happened so quickly and so completely that the noble houses were still trying to update their understanding of the situation to match the reality of it. These were not simple tasks. They required the full application of everything Paul had: the Atreides' political inheritance, the Mentat clarity, the Bene Gesserit trained capacity to read and manage human responses in real time. And they consumed enormous amounts of attention and energy that he would have preferred to direct toward the problem he could feel building in the background of everything. The Fremen were spreading outward from Arrakis. Not physically, not yet, though that would come. They were spreading in the way that ideas spread when they have attached themselves to something that feels, to the people carrying them, like divine confirmation. The Missionaria Protectiva's myths had not been designed for this specific outcome, had been designed for a much more local application: the protection of individual Bene Gesserit members among desert peoples, the generation of enough prophetic resonance to make a trained Bene Gesserit woman recognizable as a figure worth protecting rather than a stranger to be treated with suspicion. What they had produced instead, in the specific conditions of Arrakis over the specific generations of Fremen cultural development, was something far more potent and far less controllable. A messianic framework with a living messiah at its center, a military force that had just demonstrated against the Sardaukar that it was more than capable of acting on its convictions, and a cause that burned with the specific intensity of something that has been suppressed for a very long time and has finally found its moment. The Crusade moved across the universe like a tide that had no interest in being a tide, that insisted, in every world it touched, on being total. Not a military campaign in the conventional sense, though military campaigns were its instrument. Something older and more consuming, a religious revolution carrying a military revolution inside it, each feeding the other. The religious conviction giving the military action a quality of commitment that no purely strategic motivation could match. The military victories confirming the religious conviction with the specific, intoxicating logic that says, "We are winning, therefore we are right." 61 billion dead. The number arrived in the histories not as a single figure produced by a single accounting, but as an accumulation, world after world, system after system, the deaths recorded in the specific incomplete way that deaths during massive civil upheaval are always recorded, which is to say with enormous gaps and enormous uncertainty and an underlying reality that the recorded figures understated rather than overstated. 61 billion was the conservative estimate. It was the number that the historians who were not themselves products of the Muad'Dib religious tradition could agree on as a floor rather than a ceiling. Paul knew. He had always known. The prescient vision had been showing him the shape of this for years, had been assembling the mathematics of what the holy war would cost with the patient. Horrifying precision of a calculation that didn't stop running because its results were unbearable. He had seen it and had walked into the Battle of Arrakeen anyway, because the alternatives his prescient vision offered were all worse. Not better in ways that justified the cost of choosing them, but worse in the way that things that look like alternatives sometimes resolve into variants of the same catastrophe approached from different angles. He lived inside the knowledge the way you live inside a wound that will not close, aware of it constantly, managing around it, never fully able to forget it in any moment long enough for the forgetting to provide genuine relief. His court developed the specific quality of his presence in those years, a quality that the people closest to him described, with the limited vocabulary available to people trying to describe something they had not encountered before, as the quality of someone who is simultaneously fully present and permanently elsewhere, who attends to the immediate reality of every room he enters with complete intelligence and genuine care, and who is also always attending to something else, something vast and dark and invisible to everyone around him, carried in a consciousness that had access to dimensions of the situation that no one else in the room shared. Chani was his anchor. This is the word the accounts use, and it is the right word. Not in the sentimental sense, not in the sense of someone who holds you back from what you might otherwise become, but in the navigational sense of something that tells you where you are when everything else has become too large and too abstract to provide orientation. She saw him without the filter of the myth. She had always seen him without that filter, and the years of his rule had given her more reason, not less, to refuse it, more evidence that the man was not the myth, that Paul Atreides was a specific human being with specific fears and specific failures, and a specific quality of loneliness that the Messiah narrative could not address, because the Messiah narrative did not acknowledge that he needed anything. He needed Chani. Simply, practically, in the way that human beings need each other, for presence, for honesty, for the daily confirmation that existence was still personal rather than only symbolic. She gave him a son. The boy was named Leto for his grandfather, for the Duke who had known the trap and walked into it anyway, for the quality of commitment that the name carried in the Atreides tradition. He was young and healthy, and carried in his genetics the extraordinary convergence of everything that had produced Paul: the Bene Gesserit program, the Atreides bloodline, the Fremen heritage that was Chani's contribution to the lineage. He was, in Paul's prescient vision, a future. Not a guaranteed future, not a future without its own darkness, but a future in which specific possibilities existed that Paul's own path was foreclosing, one decision at a time. The boy died before he could walk. A Harkonnen-supported assassination attempt, one of the many that the years of Paul's rule produced, because the Harkonnen name had not died with the Baron, and the Harkonnen connections to the various houses that resented the Atreides revolution remained active, took the wrong life in a night attack. Chani's grief was silent and total and entirely internal, held in the Fremen way that held everything, completely, without performance, with the full weight of its dimensions pressing inward rather than outward. Paul's grief was different, not less, not smaller or less real, but shaped by the specific additional dimension of the prescient knowledge that had made him both better prepared and somehow less able to process the loss. He had seen possibilities in the boy. He had watched them disappear from his vision the moment the boy disappeared from his life, and the disappearance of those possibilities, the specific futures that only Leto could have generated, gone now with a finality that the mathematics of prescience made absolute rather than merely probable, was a different kind of loss than the loss of the child himself. Both losses were real. Both sat in him like stones. Alia moved through the court with an ease that disturbed the people who watched her closely and comforted those who didn't. She was, by any external measure, extraordinary. The preborn awareness that had arrived with her into the world had not diminished with physical growth, had expanded, if anything, had deepened as her physical development gave her a body capable of fully expressing the capacities she had carried from birth. She was a fighter of extraordinary ability, a political reader of devastating accuracy, a Bene Gesserit of capabilities that exceeded her training, because her other memory had given her access to generations of sisterhood knowledge without the need to acquire it through the normal process. The Fremen loved her. She had killed the Baron. She was Muad'Dib's sister. She moved through the world with the complete, unself-conscious confidence of someone who has never been surprised by any human being she has encountered, because the other memory has already shown her everything the human being is capable of. The Bene Gesserit watched her with the specific quality of attention they brought to things they had warned against and seen materialize anyway. They had a word for what she was. They used it carefully, in internal communications, with the full awareness of what using it implied. Abomination. Not because she had done anything that warranted the term in its conventional moral dimensions. Because she was walking a line that the Sisterhood's understanding of what happened to pre-born consciousness had established as genuinely perilous. The line between a self that contained many voices and a self that had been replaced by them, between the extraordinary capability of the other memory accessed by a stable individual identity, and the horror of the individual identity dissolved into the voices, no longer navigating them, but being navigated by them. She was still on the line, for now. Paul walked through his court and his campaign reviews and his policy councils with the full force of everything he was, fully present in the way that only someone who knows their time is limited is fully present. Not because he had a specific premonition of the event that would end the particular chapter of his rule in the form it currently held, but because the prescient mathematics had been telling him for years that the window of the future he was operating in had boundaries, and that those boundaries were approaching, and that what came after them was not something his current self was equipped to prevent. The stone burner came 2 years into his reign, an assassination attempt using a weapon that generated radiation across a specific spectrum, a weapon illegal under the Great Convention, deployed by interests whose identity Paul's Mentat intelligence identified with confidence, and whose punishment he arranged with the specific, measured severity of someone who understood that disproportionate response was its own form of political error. The weapon achieved its intended goal only in part. The radiation did not kill him. It destroyed his eyes, the physical organs of vision, the biological structures through which ordinary light entered and was processed into the world his ordinary senses perceived. The world went dark in the conventional sense, and in another sense simultaneously, it did not. His prescience remained. The vision that had never been optical, that had operated through dimensions of perception, that had nothing to do with the eyes he had lost, continued with a clarity and a specificity that the physical eyes had never matched, continued showing him the room he was in and the people around him and the shape of the immediate future, with the same reliable accuracy it had always provided. He walked through the world without sight, and he walked through it seeing everything, and the distinction between these two states was one that only he could fully appreciate. He performed blindness. This is perhaps the most remarkable detail of this period, that Paul Atreides, navigating the world through prescience, allowed the court and the empire and the various parties whose calculations depended on their assessment of his capabilities to believe that he was navigating by the Fremen tradition of the blind seer who walks into the desert. He allowed them to believe this because the alternative, revealing that he was functionally sighted through prescience, had tactical dimensions that favored concealment. He was also, in his deepest honesty, genuinely walking toward the desert. The tradition existed for a reason. The prescient sight that replaced physical sight was not a substitute in every dimension. It provided what it provided, and what it withheld absolutely. And what it withheld, increasingly, was the possibility of a future that was not the one he had been trying to avoid since the first time the mathematics of the Holy War had assembled itself in his consciousness. Chani was pregnant again. The twins, Leto and Ghanima, were coming, carrying in their genetics the full convergence of the Atreides Fremen bloodline, carrying in the specific conditions of their gestation the possibility that the preborn sensitivity had reached them in the womb, that they would arrive in the world already carrying what their father had acquired over years of spice exposure and what their mother carried as the daughter of the last great imperial planetologist. Paul knew what was in them. He could see the shape of what they were in the prescient vision that showed him the world's outlines without its colors. He knew what Leto II would choose. He knew it with the specific, terrible clarity of a father who loves his son and can see his son's future and cannot prevent what that future requires of the son he loves. He could not walk the golden path. He had looked at it, had seen its full dimensions in the prescient vision that showed him all probable futures, and had found in himself a refusal that was not courage, was not even choice in the meaningful sense, but was simply the specific, irreducible quality of being Paul Atreides, which was to say a man who could not become what the golden path required without ceasing to be the person he had been building since Caladan, since Arrakis, since the desert and Chani and the worm rides in the dark. He told Chani nothing of this, or almost nothing. Nothing that she had not already understood through the particular intimacy of years of genuine attention to another person. She was Fremen. She understood what the desert asked of certain people. She understood the tradition of the blind seer walking out into the sand. She understood it with the heart and the mind and the bone-deep cultural inheritance of someone for whom this tradition was not metaphor but actual practice, actual living example, the collected record of actual people who had made this actual choice for actual reasons that the desert had validated by continuing to exist after them. She did not ask him to stay. She was already holding the grief of it, in the Fremen way. She had been holding it for longer than he knew. He walked into the desert on a night when the stars were extraordinary, and the spice scent was heavy on the still air, and the sand beneath his feet transmitted no vibration from any worm, because the worms, by some alignment of their ancient patterns, were elsewhere. He walked in the sand walk, perfectly arrhythmic, perfectly present, a blind man seeing everything through a faculty that had no name in any language he had been taught. The desert received him the way it received everything, without ceremony, without acknowledgement, without the slightest indication that what had just walked into it was anything other than one more feature of the night, one more element of the vast, patient, ancient system going about the business of being itself. He did not look back. The prescient vision had already shown him what was behind him, and he had already held it, and the holding was done. His children would carry what he had refused. The desert breathed. The desert kept him. This is what the Fremen said in the years after Paul Atreides walked into the open erg and did not return, not in the way that the desert kept most things it received, not consumed and processed and returned as sand, but held, present somewhere in the deep desert in a form that the tradition of the blind seer made available as a category of understanding, if not as a verifiable fact. He was there. He was in the desert. He had become part of it in the way that the desert eventually made everything part of itself, not through destruction, but through incorporation, the slow, patient intake of something the vast system recognized as belonging to it. Whether this was true in any literal sense was a question the Fremen did not treat as particularly important. The literal and the mythic had never been cleanly separable in Fremen experience of the desert, because the desert was itself both literal and mythic, both an actual, physical, geological reality of sand and worms and lethal aridity and a living expression of something that the Fremen culture had been encoding in religious language for generations, because no other language was adequate to the dimensions of what it actually was. Paul was in the desert. Everything else, every political arrangement, every dynastic structure, every carefully constructed settlement between the various forces that the Battle of Arrakeen had reconfigured, operated in the shadow of that fact. Not because his physical presence would have changed anything particularly, but because his absence created a space that nothing subsequently placed in it quite filled, and the incompleteness of what filled it shaped everything that followed. Alia ruled. She was regent, formally in the political language of the empire that Paul had reshaped, the caretaker of the throne until the twins Leto and Ghanima reached the age at which governance could formally transfer to them. This was the structure. The structure made sense. Alia was the only member of the Atreides family present, the only one with the combination of political experience and military credibility and Bene Gesserit capability that the role required. The Fremen trusted her. The court had worked with her. The various forces that had aligned themselves with the Atreides revolution knew her and, in most cases, feared her sufficiently to remain aligned. She was also, in the specific technical sense that the Bene Gesserit used the term, beginning to be lost. The other memory did not distribute its voices evenly or neutrally within the consciousness that contained it. It distributed them the way any complex system distributes its elements, according to the dynamics of the system, according to which voices were strongest and most persistent and most capable of pressing against the boundaries of the self that was supposed to be containing them. Most reverend mothers, with the protection of a fully developed adult identity and years of training in the management of what the other memory provided, could navigate this, could hold the voices at the appropriate distance, available for consultation, present as a resource but clearly other, clearly not self, clearly the accumulated experience of people who were not the Reverend Mother herself. Alia had never had that protection. She had arrived in the world already carrying the voices before her self had formed, had been required to build a self in the presence of everything the other memory contained, rather than building a self first and then receiving the other memory into it. The Bene Gesserit's warning about abomination was based on precisely this sequence, on the understanding that a self formed under those conditions was a self formed in negotiation with the voices, rather than formed prior to them, and that a self formed in negotiation was a self that had already, at its foundation, accepted a relationship with the voices that made absolute boundary maintenance between self and other essentially impossible. She had managed it for years through the specific quality of focused will that had always characterized her, the absolute commitment of a consciousness that understood what it was at risk of, and that met that risk with everything it had. Watchers who knew what to look for could see the management in her, could see in certain expressions and certain hesitations and certain moments when a particular quality of awareness moved through her eyes that was not quite the awareness of Alia, something that was being held and directed rather than spontaneously expressed. The Baron found the gaps. He was one voice among thousands in the other memory that Alia carried, one among the ancestral lineage. The Harkonnen genetics ran through Jessica's line, through Paul, and therefore through Alia, and the Baron's personality was among the voices that the other memory preserved in the archive of everything that had led to the present moment. He had been there since her birth. He had been there throughout her childhood, throughout the Battle of Arrakeen, throughout the years of Paul's reign. He had been there when she killed him, which was, if the accounts can be trusted, among the stranger experiences available to a consciousness that contained both the person who performed an action and the person on whom it was performed. He was patient. He had always been patient in the specific way that intelligence uncoupled from scruple is patient, willing to wait for exactly the right opening, willing to maintain apparent quiescence for as long as necessary, willing to invest time in a project whose return was sufficiently large to justify the investment. The opening, when it came, was not dramatic. It was the kind of opening that subtle, long-term influences always find. A moment of exhaustion, a moment when the vigilance that maintained the boundaries slipped by the margin that was sufficient. He spoke to her in the internal space where the voices lived, not in the way that a voice from outside speaks, not announcing itself as other, not presenting itself as an intrusion. In the way that a thought that is not yours arrives wearing your vocabulary, wearing the shape of your reasoning, fitting so precisely into the patterns of how you think that the question of whose thought it actually is never quite resolves into a clear answer. He offered her things, not crude bargains, not the theatrical corruption of a villain offering explicit terms. He offered her the specific things that a person who had been inside her consciousness long enough to map its needs with precision would know to offer. Relief from the pressure of the voices, a framework for understanding the isolation of her particular existence that named it as significance rather than loneliness. Company of a kind, the company of a personality that was entirely comfortable with the exercise of power for its own sake, and that did not bring to that exercise any of the complications and the scruples and the weight of the Atreides inheritance. She let him in, not all at once, not in a single decisive, recognizable moment of surrender, in the way that the desert receives everything, gradually, consistently, without announcement, until the thing that had been on the surface was simply inside, and the boundary between surface and inside was no longer clearly locatable. The court noticed changes. They noticed them in the way that people close to someone who is changing notice changes, gradually, partially, always uncertain whether the change was real or whether their perception was distorted by their own fears and expectations. Alia's governance became incrementally and then less incrementally harder in quality. Not incompetent. She was never incompetent. The intelligence that the Baron had occupied was still fully operational. The Bene Gesserit capabilities were still present and functional. But something in the orientation of the decisions shifted. Something in the quality of her engagement with the people around her shifted. Something that had been in the Alia, who had grown up as Paul's sister, and the Fremen's beloved Alia another of Muad'Dib, genuinely warm beneath the formidable exterior. That warmth became harder to locate. Gurney Halleck returned. He had been in exile, had survived the fall of House Atreides in the night of the Harkonnen attack, and had spent years in the margins, doing what survivors of destroyed houses do, remaining alive, maintaining the particular quality of stubborn, grief-sharpened loyalty that had always characterized his relationship with the Atreides name, waiting for circumstances that would allow him to be useful again. He came back to Arrakis in the service of the Bene Gesserit, carrying their concerns about Alia, their concerns about the twins, their concerns about the specific trajectory of a situation that their intelligence suggested was developing in directions the Sisterhood found deeply alarming. He came back to Jessica first. Jessica had returned to Arrakis from Caladan, where she had retreated after Paul's rise to power. Retreated in the specific way that Bene Gesserit, Reverend Mothers, retreat, which is to say not far and not entirely, and not without continuing to attend to everything their intelligence and their connections could provide about the situation they were nominally absent from. She was older. She carried the other memory with the full integration of a Reverend Mother who had held it for years, carried it as a completed transformation rather than an ongoing ordeal. She was also a mother who had watched her son walk into a desert and had processed that loss in the Bene Gesserit way, which was completely and privately and without ceasing to function. She looked at Alia when she returned and saw what Gurney's loyalty had brought him back to warn about. She saw it immediately, with the specific diagnostic clarity of a Reverend Mother who had spent years working with the other memory, and who could read in Alia's bearing and expression and the particular quality of her awareness what category of crisis had developed. She could not reach her daughter. She tried. The conversations were civil, politically careful, conducted with the surface forms of the family relationship that both of them knew how to perform. They did not reach the place where anything could be said that would matter. Alia looked at her mother with eyes that carried the Baron's assessment of Jessica alongside Alia's own, and the combination produced a quality of evaluation that was not quite maternal and not quite hostile, but that left Jessica certain that the daughter she was looking for was not entirely the consciousness she was looking at. The twins were the center of everything. Leto and Ganima had been born carrying what their father had accumulated, not through deliberate inheritance, not through any choice that any of them had made, but through the specific biological transmission of the spice's deep influence on Jessica's and then Chani's genetics, combined with the preborn sensitivity that had first appeared in Alia, and that had, in the twins, produced something that was simultaneously more refined and more integrated than what Alia had been given. They had been born pre-born. They carried the other memory. They had been aware of each other in the womb, aware in a specific communicative sense, in conversation before they had bodies capable of conversation, developing their individual identities in relationship to each other across the boundary that was their first and most fundamental experience of the fact that other minds existed. This relationship, the twin bond, the specific quality of communication and mutual comprehension that years of pre-born shared consciousness had produced, was their survival strategy. They had understood very early, with a clarity of understanding available only to people who have spent time inside the other memory and have seen what happened to Alia, what they were at risk of. They had understood what abomination meant from the inside, had understood it through direct access to the experiences of the ancestral voices who had encountered it, who had documented it, who had warned about it with the specific authority of people who had seen it happen. They understood that the protection against it was not the strength of will alone, that Alia's will had been formidable and had not been sufficient, but the strength of a self that had been built with full awareness of what it was at risk of, that had incorporated the voices into its identity rather than allowing them to remain separate pressures against its boundaries. They were doing this, consciously and deliberately, in a way that no preborn consciousness had ever attempted before them. They were not suppressing the voices, they were not walling them off. They were meeting them, one by one, in the internal space where the other memory lived, and they were making the voices aware that they were guests in a house with a host, that the consciousness they were present within had a name and a specificity and a continuity that was prior to them and more fundamental than them, and that was not available for replacement. They were mostly succeeding. Mostly. The twins' security was not absolute, and the forces working against it were not abstract. There were those in the court and outside it, connected to the various resentments and ambitions that Paul's revolution had generated and that Alia's increasingly compromised governance had failed to manage, who had identified the twins as a threat to existing arrangements and who were pursuing the elimination of that threat with the practiced efficiency of people who had operated in the margins of imperial politics long enough to know how these things were done. Farad'n Corrino was not one of these people, though he was connected to them by lineage and circumstance. He was the grandson of Shaddam IV, the heir of House Corrino, raised on Seleucia Secundus in the shadow of the dynasty that Paul had reduced, educated in the history of the empire with the specific perspective of someone who had been born into its loss. He was not stupid. He was not cruel. He was a young man of genuine intelligence who had been shaped by circumstances that would have made a lesser person merely resentful, and that had instead produced someone with a quality of reflective uncertainty about his own position and his own inheritance that was, in the political context of the post-Holy War universe, remarkably unusual. The Bene Gesserit had an interest in Farad'n that they had been cultivating carefully. He was a genetic asset. The Corrino line, properly maintained and properly directed, represented a set of capabilities the Sisterhood's long breeding program still valued. His mother Wencetia's plots against the twins were not Farad'n's plots, though he was implicated in them by proximity and blood. His own trajectory, left to develop without his mother's intervention, was towards something that surprised the people around him by being genuinely thoughtful. Leto II made the choice that changed everything. He had seen it in the prescient vision that the spice's presence in everything he had consumed since infancy had been developing in him, had seen not one future but all of them, had mapped them with the full, overwhelming, multi-dimensional completeness of a prescient sight that exceeded his father's in scope because it operated without Paul's deliberate resistance, without the specific refusal that had been simultaneously Paul's most human quality and the quality that had closed the golden path to him. He had found the path. He had found the narrow way through the future that did not end in the final death of human possibility. The way through that required something so enormous and so personal that even seeing it clearly, even understanding its necessity with the full force of the prescient intelligence that had shown it to him, the step required to walk, it was a step that took everything he had to take. He went into the desert and he called a sandworm, not to ride it, not in the way the Fremen rode, the maker hooks and the controlled directions of a creature too vast to be fully managed, but manageable enough to serve as transport. He went into the desert and he called the worm, and he lay down in the sand in the path of its approach, with the sand trout gathering at the moisture his body expressed. The small, flat pre-sandworm creatures that sought water and covered it, beginning the process that would, if he held still, if he permitted what he was permitting, if his will held against the full biological reality of what was happening to his skin and his body and his increasingly not his alone self, transform him into something that the universe had not previously contained. The sand trout covered him. Their thin bodies, perfectly adapted to the interception of moisture, began the covering that was simultaneously protective and transformative, screening the moisture of him from the desert, beginning to alter the interface between his human biology and the desert's biology in the specific, irreversible way that, taken to its conclusion, would make Leto II no longer entirely human. He held still. He held still in the way that his father had held still above the approaching sandworm in his first desert night, in the way that the Fremen held still when stillness was the only thing between them and what the desert sent. He held still with the full force of the prescient understanding that had shown him what this choice would cost and what refusing it would cost instead, with the understanding that the cost of this was him, his human life, his human experience, his human capacity to be held and to hold, and that the cost of refusing it was everyone else, all the human futures that required this choice to remain available. The path he was choosing had a name. It had been named by the prescient sight that had shown it to him, named in the specific language of a vision that did not use ordinary words but that translated in the consciousness of someone who understood what it meant into something clear enough to act on. The golden path. He had found it. He had understood it. He had chosen it in the full knowledge of what he was choosing, which was everything, every human thing about himself. In exchange for the survival of the capacity for humanness itself in the universe his choice would make possible, the sand trout continued their slow, patient work. The desert held him the way it held everything, completely, without ceremony, with the full weight of its ancient indifference pressing down on a moment that was, by any human measure, extraordinary, and that the desert experienced as simply one more feature of itself, one more thing happening on its surface, one more element of the vast and patient system going about the business of being what it had always been, Leto, and then, increasingly, not only Leto. The desert breathed. 3,500 years is not a number the human mind was built to hold, not in any visceral, experiential sense, not in the way that the mind holds the memory of a face, or the weight of a grief, or the specific quality of light on a particular afternoon that lodged itself in consciousness and stayed. Numbers of that magnitude exist for human minds as abstractions, as notations in a mathematical system that can be manipulated according to its own rules, but that never quite makes the transition from symbol to felt reality. 3,500 years. The distance between the present moment and the construction of the first cities. The distance between now and the point where human written history essentially begins and everything before it is archaeology and inference. A span of time so vast that every civilization humanity has ever built, every empire and every religion and every philosophical tradition and every technological revolution would fit inside it several times over with room remaining. Leto II lived it all. Not in the way that human beings live time, not in the accumulation of ordinary days, the rhythm of seasons and meals and conversations and the gradual dimming of faculties that marks biological aging, moving toward biological end. In a way that had no previous example in the universe, because nothing that had previously existed in the universe was what Leto II had become. The sand trout bonding that had begun on the desert of Arrakis had proceeded, over the years following his transformation, to its full expression, a process so slow and so total that it defied the normal categories of change. He had not simply acquired a covering. He had entered into a biological partnership so intimate and so complete that the boundary between Leto and the sand trout had ceased to be the boundary between self and other and had become something else entirely, a boundary between different dimensions of a single, novel, compound organism that was neither fully human nor fully sandworm, but was genuinely both and genuinely neither. His human consciousness remained. This is the detail that everything else depends on, the fact that the transformation did not consume the specific, individual, deeply personal consciousness of Leto Atreides, The second but preserved it, maintained it at the center of the compound, being that the transformation had produced, kept it running with the full continuity of a self that remembered its own origin and carried that origin as the fundamental reference point for everything it subsequently experienced. He remembered Arrakis. He remembered Ganima. He remembered the desert night in which he had lain down and permitted the sand trout to begin what could not be stopped once it had started. He remembered all of this with the full, undiminished clarity of a consciousness that had not been replaced but had been placed inside something vast enough to contain it without consuming it. He also remembered the golden path, the prescient vision that had shown him the necessity of his choice, the specific, detailed, terrible understanding of what would happen to humanity across the millennia that followed if no one made this choice, did not fade with the making of the choice. It clarified, in the way that completing a necessary action clarifies the understanding of why the action was necessary. The transformation and the long rule that followed it continuously confirmed what the vision had promised, that what he was doing was the thing that had to be done, and that the cost of it was the cost of it, and that neither the confirmation nor the cost made the experience of the living anything other than what it actually was, which was lonely in ways that the word lonely cannot adequately carry. The physical dimensions of his existence were extraordinary in the specific sense of entirely outside ordinary experience. His body, the compound organism that the bonding had produced, was vast. Not immediately, not in the first years or even the first decades. The transformation was slow, as everything involving the sand trout was slow, proceeding in its own biological time, according to the internal logic of an organism that had never been in a hurry because the desert had never required it to be. Over centuries, Leto II's body grew. The sand trout covering that had begun as a second skin became, across generations of its own biological renewal and expansion, something more comprehensive. A partial integration with the sandworm biology that made him increasingly worm-like in his physical nature, while preserving the human consciousness at the core of the compound being with unchanging continuity. He could not be killed by ordinary means. This was among the practical consequences of what he had become. The sand trout's extraordinary biological resilience extended to the compound organism, made it resistant to the weapons and the toxins and the physical damage that would have ended a human life. He healed from injuries that would have been fatal with the patient, biological efficiency of an organism whose regenerative capacity had been shaped by millions of years of desert survival pressure. He endured conditions that would have killed a human being. Temperature extremes, physical damage, the prolonged absence of the specific biological inputs that human life required, with the equanimity of something whose survival architecture had been engineered for exactly these conditions. He could not feel a human touch. This is the detail that the accounts return to most consistently when they try to render the quality of Leto II's experience in terms that a human reader can engage with, the specific, irreversible loss of ordinary physical human contact. The sand trout covering was not permeable to touch in the way that human skin is permeable to touch. It received pressure. It registered temperature differentials. But the specific quality of sensation that human beings associate with being touched, the information-dense, emotionally laden, deeply communicative experience of skin against skin, this was no longer available to the consciousness preserved inside the compound organism. He had given it up with everything else human that the transformation had taken. He had given it up with full prior knowledge of what he was giving up, which did not make the giving up easier or the absence less present in the daily reality of what he was. He ruled from Arrakis, his court, the complex, carefully managed political apparatus through which the God Emperor's will was translated into the governance of an empire spanning the known universe, was established at on the Sarir, the stretch of remaining desert that Leto had preserved against the transformation that his rule was slowly, deliberately imposing on the rest of the planet. The river called the Idaho River ran through it, named by Leto himself, in an act of commemoration that his court had initially found puzzling, and that those who understood him recognized immediately as a form of grief given permanent expression. Water on Arrakis. Water enough to constitute a river. This was already the ecological transformation that Pardo Kynes had dreamed, and the 3,000 years of managed change had been producing, slowly, deliberately, under the direct oversight of the only consciousness in the universe capable of managing a planetary-scale ecological transformation across geological time. The sandworms were changing too. Leto was the last great sandworm of the old type, the last direct link between the ancient Arrakeen ecology and whatever came after it. The sand trout population had altered their behavior in ways that the ecological monitors documented, but that the monitors' analytical frameworks could not fully explain, because the explanation required an understanding of the compound being at the center of the system that the monitors were not positioned to have. The planet was being managed from within, by its most essential organism, toward an endpoint that the organism had been holding in its prescient vision for 3 millennia. The fish speakers were his army, all female. This was not arbitrary, was not the product of a preference or a prejudice, but of a specific, carefully reasoned understanding of what armies did to human civilizations, and what the alternative to armies as they had traditionally been organized might look like if you began from a different set of assumptions. Male armies, in Leto's analysis of 10,000 years of human military history, an analysis that had the specific advantage of being based on actual access to 10,000 years of human history, rather than the selective historical record available to any ordinary scholar. Male armies had a specific, persistent, structural tendency toward the generation of certain kinds of violence that had nothing to do with their stated military purpose. They generated internal hierarchies based on dominance. They generated external relationships based on the demonstration of capability through force. They generated cultures of aggression that persisted beyond the military context and infected the civilian societies that contained them. The fish speakers were organized differently, were trained differently, held different relationships to the authority they served and the populations they managed, were, in the God Emperor's understanding of what he was building, an instrument for the maintenance of the enforced peace that the Golden Path required. Not an instrument of conquest, because there was nothing left to conquer, but an instrument of continuation, of the sustained suppression of the specifically human tendency toward the kind of large-scale violent conflict that the prescient mathematics had identified as the terminal path. The enforced peace. This is the thing that the histories find most difficult to accommodate, the feature of Leto II's rule that generates the greatest discomfort in retrospective accounts, because it requires holding two things simultaneously that the moral frameworks most people work with insist on treating as mutually exclusive. The first thing is that the enforced peace was genuinely, demonstrably, across the full 3,000-year span of its maintenance, peace. Not perfect peace, not the absence of all conflict or all suffering or all human cruelty at the individual and local level, but the absence of the kind of large-scale, civilization-destroying, billion-killing violence that the history of the human species had produced with terrible regularity in every previous era. The Muad'Dib Holy War was the last event of its type for 3.5 millennia. What followed was something that human civilization had never previously achieved, and that no one who had not seen it sustained would have believed was achievable. The second thing is that the enforcement of this peace required a tyranny so comprehensive and so sustained that the word tyranny is barely adequate to describe it. Leto II controlled the spice. He controlled the Spacing Guild, controlled it through the manipulation of the spice supply that the Guild's navigators required absolutely, through which he managed the guild's behavior with the same precision that a gardener manages a plant's growth by controlling its water. He controlled CHOAM. He controlled the movement of populations, the development of military capability by any house or faction that showed signs of developing the kind of independent force that might challenge the peace, the education systems through which the history of humanity was transmitted to new generations in forms that served the golden path, rather than simply recording what had happened. He was a tyrant. He knew he was a tyrant. He held this knowledge in the same consciousness that held the prescient vision of what the alternative to his tyranny produced. And he made the calculation that his tyranny had made 3 millennia ago and continued making each day, that the cost was the cost, and that the cost of not paying it was higher. Moneo was his major domo. Not one man, many men across many generations, each a descendant of the previous one, each selected and shaped by Leto's breeding program as surely as the Bene Gesserit had selected and shaped across the centuries before him. The Moneo of any given era was the product of generations of Leto's patient management of the specific genetic combination that produced a particular quality of human, a quality of clear-eyed, pragmatic, unsentimental intelligence capable of understanding the God Emperor's purposes and serving them with genuine comprehension rather than mere obedience. They were the interface between Leto's vast, compound, increasingly non-human existence and the human bureaucracy that translated his will into the governance of the Empire. He loved them in the way that a consciousness 3,000 years old learns to love, fully aware of the temporariness of every specific human being it encounters, fully aware that the Moneo serving him now would be dead in decades and replaced by another Moneo who was not the same person, but choosing to love the specific individual in front of him anyway, with whatever remained of the human capacity for attachment in the compound, being that had been Leto Atreides before the sand trout, and was now something that required more words than were available to describe. The Duncan Idaho Golas were his recurring companions in a different sense. The Gola program, the Tleilaxu technology of growing a replacement human being from the cells of a deceased one, had been available since before the events of the first Dune novel. Leto had deployed it in the specific, recurring, profoundly personal way of a consciousness that had found in one individual, in the specific, loyal, direct, genuinely courageous quality of Duncan Idaho, something that it needed to return to, repeatedly, across the centuries. Each Gola was not Duncan Idaho, was a fresh beginning, a consciousness that did not carry Duncan's memories until and unless it was awakened through specific triggering. But each Gola had Duncan's genetics, and the genetics produced each time with the stubborn consistency of deep biological architecture, something recognizably Duncanish in quality, something that met Leto's vastness with the specific, human-scaled, completely unintimidated directness that had made the original Duncan Idaho the man he was. He killed them, sometimes. This too is in the accounts, the God Emperor's periodic termination of the Duncan Gola he had been working with, followed by the ordering of the next. It was not cruelty. It was the specific logic of a consciousness that understood what the Duncan program was actually for, that the Golas were not simply companions, but instruments of something the Golden Path required, that each Duncan was a test and a calibration and a preparation for the Duncan that would eventually exist at the moment when the preparation was complete, and the test was what the universe had been building toward since Leto made his choice in the desert. He was lonely, monumentally, cosmically, without remedy or relief, lonely. 3,500 years. Every human being who had ever known him, ever spoken with him, ever occupied the small, warm space of actual human relationship with the consciousness that was still, at its essential core, Leto Atreides. Every one of them had died. had died and been replaced by descendants who shared their genetics and not their specific individual presence. The Fremen who had known Ghanima and Farad'n, the fish-speaker commanders who had served him in the first centuries, the Moneo of the early era whose intelligence had impressed him most of all, and whose granddaughter's granddaughter's granddaughter he was currently working with, and who was not the same person, and never would be. He missed his sister. Ghanima had lived her human life, had married Farad'n, had carried the Atreides line forward into the generations that followed, had died at an age that was old by human standards, and that was, by Leto's standards, the blink of an eye. She had visited him in his later years, when she was visibly aging and he was visibly not, and the quality of those visits, the specific character of two people who had been in communication before they were born sitting together in the full knowledge of what the years between them had made different, was something that the accounts preserve in the specific detail of things that witnesses understood they were seeing once and would not see again. She had understood the golden path. She had understood it and had not chosen it, had chosen instead the human life that her brother's choice had made available for someone to live, which was perhaps the most complete possible expression of what his sacrifice had been for. He watched the stars from Arrakis with whatever passed in the compound consciousness of the God Emperor for eyes. He saw in the prescient vision that had never left him the machines. They were still there, in the deep, uncharted space beyond the scattering that had not yet happened, in the dark that human civilization had not reached, and would not reach until the conditions he was building had made a humanity capable of surviving the encounter. The ominous network that the Butlerian Holy War had destroyed had not been the last of the thinking machines. It had been the last of the thinking machines within reach. Beyond reach in the vast darkness that the Spacing Guild's navigational charts did not include because no highliner had traveled there and no navigator had bent their prescient vision toward it for any sustained period. Beyond all of that, patient in the darkness with the specific patience of something that had never been in a hurry because it had never needed to be, something waited. He did not tell his court this. He did not tell the fish speakers or the Moneo of this era or the historians who would record his reign. He held it in the prescient vision, in the private darkness of the ancient consciousness at the center of the compound being, and he continued the work that he had begun in the desert, and that would not be complete until his death provided the necessary conditions for its completion. The machines are still out there, in the dark, waiting. He had been waiting too, for 3,500 years, building the humanity that could survive what was coming, making the human species strong enough, strange enough, scattered enough, and free enough to meet what he had seen in the deepest chambers of the prescient vision and emerge on the other side of it as something that still deserved to be called human. This was the golden path, not glory, not transcendence, not the beautiful myth that the Fremen religion had made of his father's rule. A program of survival, paid for in the daily cost of his own humanity, sustained across millennia by a consciousness that remembered what it had been and chose, every day to continue paying what it had agreed to pay, in the desert when the sand trout covered him, and the desert held him, and the stars wheeled overhead in their ancient, indifferent patterns. He was the road, and the road was not finished yet. There is a specific kind of love that exists only in the presence of the impossible, not the love that grows from proximity and shared history and the accumulated weight of ordinary days spent in each other's company, not the love that requires time to build itself from the materials of lived experience, something more sudden and more strange, and in certain circumstances, more devastating in its clarity. The love that arrives complete, that does not develop so much as reveal itself as already having been there, waiting for the conditions that would make its presence visible. The love that happens sometimes between people who are not supposed to be able to love each other, whose circumstances, whose nature, the specific way things are, makes the love not merely difficult, but structurally almost impossible. Hui Nori was built to be loved by Leto II. This is not metaphor. The Ixians, the technological civilization that had long occupied the specific cultural niche of pressing as close to the Butlerian Holy War's prohibitions as the prohibitions would allow, always testing the boundary, always finding the edge of what could be done with human-derived technology before the Great Convention's restrictions made further progress illegal, had produced her deliberately, had studied the God Emperor with the specific analytical attention of people who had been trying for centuries to find ways around his absolute control of the political order, and had identified in their study a vulnerability that no weapon and no political maneuver and no economic pressure had ever been able to reach. He was lonely. They had made Hui Nori to address this, not as a weapon in any crude or obvious sense, not to betray him, not to harm him, not to serve as a vehicle for the delivery of anything that could be called violence. They had made her to be genuinely good, to embody with the specific, unperformable authenticity of someone who actually was what they appeared to be. The qualities that the God Emperor's own human consciousness had lost access to through 3,000 years of isolation inside the compound organism: warmth, openness, the unguarded quality of someone who had not learned to protect themselves against everything because they had been formed in an environment that had not required that protection. Goodness in the simple, unfashionable, completely earnest sense of the word. She was not a spy. She was not carrying secrets to extract or messages to deliver, or any of the things that the various parties who had attempted to penetrate the God Emperor's court over the centuries had sent their agents to accomplish. She was simply herself, a human being of extraordinary quality, formed with the conscious intention of producing extraordinary quality, sent into the presence of a consciousness that had been starving for exactly what she was. She worked, not as a weapon, as a presence. Hui Nori in the court of the God Emperor was the warmth that the river felt when the sun was on it. Not dramatic, not transformative in any single moment, but continuous and real, and cumulatively affecting in ways that nothing had affected the ancient consciousness of Leto Atreides, since the last time his sister Ghanima had looked at him with the eyes of someone who knew exactly who he was and saw him anyway. He loved her. He loved her with everything that 3,000 years of compound existence had left of the human capacity for love, which was, the accounts suggest, more than the transformation had taken. The transformation had taken the physical expression of love, had taken the possibility of ordinary human contact and the warmth of ordinary human proximity and the specific, irreplaceable experience of being held. What it had not taken, and what the presence of Hui Nori revealed, had survived intact even across 3 millennia of isolation, was the capacity itself. The ability to recognize another person as someone whose existence was not just acknowledged, but genuinely, personally important. The ability to be altered by someone's presence, to carry them as a weight in your consciousness that was different from all the other weights. To find in the simple fact of their being alive in the same world as you a quality of meaning that no philosophical system had ever adequately explained, and that no length of time had made less real. He could not touch her. He never touched her. This was the specific, precise, clean line of his impossible love, that it existed in full, was felt in full, was acknowledged by both of them in full, and was physically inaccessible in ways that could not be worked around by any arrangement of will or circumstance or technological intervention. The sand trout covering that had preserved his consciousness across 3.5 millennia had purchased that preservation at the cost of this. He knew the cost when he made the choice. He paid it again every time Hui Nori was present in his awareness. She made it worth something different than it had been worth before. Not easier, not less, but held in a different quality of context, no longer simply the cost of the golden path, impersonal and structural and existing only in relationship to the vast historical necessity that had generated it. Also the cost of this specific, personal, completely individual thing that had nothing to do with history or prophecy or the survival of the human species, and everything to do with two beings who had looked at each other across an impossible distance and found in the looking something that deserved to be called by the oldest name available for it. She died before he did. Her human lifespan was not extendable, and she had not been designed for extraordinary longevity. Had been designed for goodness, not for duration, by creators who had not fully calculated the consequence of producing something beautiful and placing it in proximity to something that could not hold it. She died with the specific, quiet completeness of someone who had lived what was available to her to live, in the full awareness of what it meant and what it cost, without regret for the living of it. He grieved. 3,500 years of accumulated capacity for grief, meeting the specific person whose loss unlocked all of it simultaneously. He grieved, and he continued. Because the golden path required continuation, and because the capacity to grieve was itself evidence that the human consciousness at the center of the compound organism had survived what it had been through, and because there was still work to do that only he could do, and because Hui Nori herself, in the last conversation the accounts preserved between them, had told him to continue with the specific, direct, unsentimental honesty that had always been her most essential quality, she had understood the golden path. Not abstractly, she had been briefed by the Ixians on the technical dimensions of what he was doing and why, had arrived in his court with an intellectual understanding of his purpose that was more complete than most. She had understood it and had also understood, from the inside of actually knowing him, the cost that no briefing had conveyed, the specific, daily, irreducible cost of being what he was and doing what he was doing, paid not in the grand currency of historical sacrifice, but in the ordinary currency of ordinary human things he could not have. She had understood both dimensions and had loved him anyway, with the full-eyed clarity of someone who chose to love with complete knowledge of what they were choosing. Siona was the completion of the program. Across the 3.5 millennia of the God Emperor's rule, the breeding program that Leto maintained with the same patient precision the Bene Gesserit had applied to theirs had been building toward a specific genetic expression, a human being who was invisible to prescient sight, not hidden from it by any active mechanism, simply absent from it, the product of a specific combination of genetic factors that produced a consciousness whose existence registered in the prescient vision of anyone who possessed prescient sight as nothing, as the void where something should be but wasn't, as the blank space that indicated the presence of a person who simply could not be seen through the faculty that Leto and the Bene Gesserit, Reverend Mothers, and the Guild Navigators used to perceive probability space. This was the Golden Path's deepest purpose, its most essential product, the prescience that had made Leto what he was, the prescient sight that made it possible to manage the Empire, to see the thinking machines in the dark spaces beyond human civilization, to hold the Golden Path in view across millennia of implementation. Prescience was also a trap. A universe governed by prescient sight was a universe whose future was already determined by the nature of the sight that governed it. A universe of prescient rulers was a universe that moved along the rails that prescience could see, and anything that prescience could not see could not affect the movement, which meant that the only futures that could actually occur were the futures that prescience could navigate toward. The rest were simply eliminated by the nature of the governance. A humanity that contained invisible people, people who existed outside the field of prescient vision, who moved through the universe generating futures that no prescient sight could account for, was a humanity that had recovered something it had been in danger of losing, the capacity for genuine surprise, the capacity to generate futures that had not been prescribed in advance by any governing intelligence, the freedom that the Butlerian Holy War had purchased by destroying the thinking machine's governance of the human universe, the freedom that the God Emperor's own rule had been, paradoxically, threatening to foreclose by replacing machine governance with prescient governance, which was in structural terms the same kind of closure against genuine possibility, and which the Golden Path had always been designed to prevent through the production of its own negation. Siona was the negation. She was the invisible human, the product of 3,000 years of patient genetic engineering, the key that unlocked the door that Leto's own existence had been holding shut. She was also furious. She was a young woman who had grown up under the God Emperor's rule with the specific, clear-eyed fury of someone who could see the tyranny in its daily, human-scaled, completely concrete expression, who had experienced not the vast philosophical architecture of the Golden Path, but the actual, lived reality of the enforced peace, as experienced by a person living inside it. She resisted him. She organized against him. She embodied, in the specific quality of her resistance, exactly what he had been breeding toward: the capacity for genuine independence from the structures of control that his own rule represented, the willingness to act against those structures without prescient calculation of the consequences, because the absence of prescient vision meant that the consequences were genuinely unknown. She could not be seen. She could not be predicted. She could not be managed or guided or incorporated into the God Emperor's vast, detailed, constantly updated model of where everything and everyone was going. She was free, in the deepest sense that the Golden Path had always been trying to produce. Free. She led the assassination attempt. Duncan Idaho, this era's Gola, now awakened to the full memory of all the Duncans that had preceded him, carrying the accumulated experience of centuries of being Leto's companion and Leto's mirror, and Leto's recurring reminder of what specific, individual, unimpressionable human directness looked like, was with her. Together they constructed the event that Leto had been, in certain dimensions of his prescient vision, watching approach for longer than Hui Nori had been alive: the bridge at Goigoa. The ceremonial procession that the God Emperor's calendar had always included, maintained with the precise, unvarying regularity that the God Emperor's court had learned to understand as meaningful rather than merely traditional. The falling. He fell into the water. This detail, water, the substance that Arrakis had not had and that his rule had been bringing back to it across 3,000 years, the substance that the sand trout covering his body had been simultaneously protecting against and slowly, paradoxically, metabolizing in ways that the transformation required. Water was the specific vulnerability. The sand trout bonding that had made him effectively invulnerable to most forms of physical harm had not made him invulnerable to water in the quantities that a river represented. The covering could not process that volume fast enough. The transformation that had been proceeding in biological time across 35 centuries accelerated in the presence of what it had been building toward, what the ecology of Arrakis had been building toward, what the planet's slow transformation from desert to something wetter had been building toward, and accelerated past the point of recovery, past the point of any return, into the specific, irreversible biological conclusion that the transformation had always had. His body dissolved, not violently, not in the manner of something destroyed, in the manner of something completing. The sand trout releasing from the human core of the compound organism and dispersing in their thousands into the water and the surrounding environment, small flat creatures carrying in their biology the genetic heritage of 3.5 millennia of symbiosis with a human consciousness spreading across the surface of the transforming Arrakis and into the sand and the substrate, beginning the next phase of the cycle that would eventually produce the new sandworms and the new spice and the new ecology of a world that was not what it had been when Leto made his choice in the desert. His consciousness continued for a time. This too is in the accounts, the God Emperor's survival as a diminishing but present awareness in the period following the dissolution, the specific quality of the final communications that those present at Goigoa received from a mind that was dispersing but not yet dispersed. The accounts agree on the quality of what was communicated, if not on the precise words. Completion. Not happiness, not the relief of something done that has been painful and is now over. Exactly. Something more specific and more earned than that. The satisfaction of a consciousness that has held a purpose across an unimaginable span of time and has arrived at the moment of its fulfillment with the purpose still intact, still being what it was committed to being, still carrying what it had agreed to carry. The golden path was secured. The invisible humans existed. They would multiply across the generations that followed, Siona's genetics spreading into the human population through the same patient mechanisms that Leto had used to spread them, the invisibility to prescient sight becoming, over centuries, a feature of human genetics broadly enough distributed that no future governance by prescient sight could achieve the closure that Leto's own rule had threatened. The scattering that would follow the famine times, the dispersal of billions of human beings into the uncharted dark of the universe, would carry the invisible humans with it, seeding the human species through the vast depths of uncharted space in patterns that no prescient vision and no controlling intelligence could track or predict or manage or foreclose. Humanity would be free. It would be free in the most durable possible sense. Not free because a law said so, not free because a political arrangement currently in place protected the freedom. Not free in the fragile, contingent, always potentially reversible sense in which political freedoms exist. Free in the biological sense, free because the specific capacity to govern through prescient sight, which was the most absolute form of governance that the universe had produced, had been permanently disabled by the presence of human beings whom prescient sight could not see. He had given it this. Had given it to a species that had not asked for the gift and would not fully understand it for generations. Had given it by becoming something monstrous in every human-scaled measure of the term and sustaining the monstrousness across a span of time that human minds were not built to hold and paying the specific, personal, irreducible costs that the sustained monstrousness required. Without joy, mostly. Without the consolation of being understood by more than a handful of people in any given era, without Ghanima, without Hui Nori, without the possibility of touch, for the survival of the capacity for human freedom in a universe that had not, historically, been generous about preserving it. The sand trout spread across the wet sands of a transforming Arrakis, small and patient and carrying in their biology the deep archive of everything they had shared with the consciousness that had joined with them in the desert and had kept faith with the joining across 35 centuries. The new sandworms would come, smaller at first, different, spreading eventually beyond Arrakis, carried by the scattering, taking root on new worlds, beginning the slow ancient work of their ecology in new substrates, creating new sources of the spice that the Guild and the Bene Gesserit, and anyone who valued the specific capabilities that melange made possible, would eventually find and would receive with the specific mixture of relief and awe that things thought lost and then recovered tend to generate in those who find them. The river ran. The Idaho River ran through the Sarir in the early Arrakeen evening, carrying the water that had not been there when Paul Atreides descended from an Atreides ship in the desert heat and smelled the spice for the first time, running over the wet sand of a planet that had been desert for millions of years and was becoming something else, slowly in the geological patience of a system that had been guided toward this moment by a consciousness now dispersing into the substrate. The water ran. The machines waited in the dark. The universe breathed. Empires do not end cleanly. This is the consistent testimony of every civilization that has ever been large enough and old enough to constitute what the word empire actually names. Not merely a powerful state or a dominant culture, but a system of order so comprehensive and so deeply integrated into the daily reality of the lives it organizes that its presence has ceased to be experienced as a system at all and has become simply the way things are. When something that fundamental ends, it does not end the way a smaller, more legible thing ends, with a last battle, a final document, a clear moment after which everything is different. It frays, it unravels from the edges. It loses coherence in the margins first, then in the regions that had always been ambivalent about their inclusion, then in the core, where the last people to understand that the thing is over are the ones who have most completely organized their identities around its continuation. The God Emperor's empire ended over centuries. It had been ending in certain structural senses since the moment the sand trout released from Leto's body, and the specific unifying consciousness that had held the imperial system in its precise configuration for 3,500 years began its dispersal into the wet sand of a transforming Arrakis. Not because the institutions collapsed immediately. They did not, could not, had too much inertia and too much self-interest embedded in their continuation to simply stop when the force that had organized them was gone. But because the force that replaced the God Emperor's governance was not a force at all in any coherent sense, it was the absence of force, the specifically designed absence of organizing control that the Golden Path had been building toward, the condition of genuine human freedom that Siona's invisible genetics and the dispersal of the God Emperor's physical form had together made permanently available. Freedom, in the immediate aftermath of the end of the most comprehensive tyranny the human species had ever produced, felt like falling. The famine times began within a generation of Leto's death. The specific mechanism was the same mechanism that had always been available as the ultimate lever of imperial control: the spice. Leto had managed the melange supply for 3,500 years with the precision of someone who understood that the management of the supply was the management of the empire itself. Every diplomatic relationship, every power balance, every carefully maintained equilibrium between the Guild and the Bene Gesserit and the various factions of the post-Holy War political order had been calibrated against the backdrop of Leto's direct control of what moved through Arrakis and what did not. His death did not immediately disrupt the flow. The physical apparatus of spice extraction and distribution was still present and still functioning, and the various institutions that had grown up around it over millennia of operation were still staffed by people who knew how to run them. What was missing was the intelligence that had known why each adjustment to the supply was necessary and when to make it, the prescient oversight that had managed the supply not just as a logistics problem, but as a political instrument of extraordinary delicacy, producing exactly the conditions the Golden Path required and preventing the specific conditions it could not afford. Without that oversight, the supply continued, but the management of its consequences did not. The Guild navigated without the specific calibrations that had kept their spice dependency from becoming politically destabilizing. The Bene Gesserit operated without the specific allocations that had maintained their capabilities, without allowing the accumulation of independent power that would have threatened the peace. The various great houses that had survived into the post-God Emperor era found themselves in a landscape whose rules had changed in ways that their institutions were not calibrated to navigate. The equilibria shifted. Quickly at first, then catastrophically. The word famine is not entirely accurate for what happened, is accurate in the sense that widespread scarcity produced suffering at scales that the word names, but is not accurate in the sense that the scarcity was not primarily of food. The web of dependencies that Leto's management had maintained was so comprehensive that its disruption produced cascading failures across multiple supply systems simultaneously. Food was among them. Medical supplies were among them. The basic infrastructure of interstellar civilization, the highliner routes and the communication networks, and the maintenance systems for the technology that billions of people depended on for survival. All of this had been calibrated against the backdrop of imperial control and was now operating in the absence of the calibration, finding new equilibria through the specific, painful, extremely expensive process by which complex systems find new equilibria when the organizing force that had been maintaining the old ones is removed. People suffered. Billions of people, across hundreds of worlds, experienced the specific quality of suffering that comes from a civilization's infrastructure, failing faster than the people who depend on it can adapt to its failure. This is different from the dramatic suffering of war, different from the suffering of the Butlerian Holy War's burning, or the Muad'Dib Holy War's religious violence. It is quieter and in some ways more consuming. The suffering of systems not working, of medicine not arriving, of crops failing because the agricultural support networks that had maintained yields for generations were no longer functioning with their previous reliability, of populations that had grown to the size that the God Emperor's comprehensive management had made possible, finding themselves in a landscape that could no longer support that size without the management that had created the conditions for it. The Bene Gesserit survived the famine times better than most institutions. This was not luck. It was the product of the Sisterhood's most fundamental characteristic, the characteristic that had allowed them to survive everything that the 10,000 years of human history since the Butlerian Holy War had thrown at them. They planned in generations. They maintained their capabilities and their information and their genetic heritage and their internal culture across spans of time that other institutions measured as centuries, and that the Sisterhood measured as simply the duration of the current phase of a project that had always been longer than any individual's life. The famine times were a phase. The Sisterhood had seen phases before. They had resources, distributed, carefully managed, deeply redundant, that the Imperial system's disruption did not reach, because the Sisterhood had always known better than to concentrate anything important in a single location or to make anything essential dependent on a single supply chain. They endured. They adapted. They maintained the long view that the crises of any individual era could obscure but could not permanently replace. The Guild endured differently, with the specific, increasingly desperate quality of an institution that has discovered that the resource its survival depends on is becoming less available at exactly the moment when the governance structures that previously guaranteed its availability have collapsed. The new sandworms were emerging from the transformed Arrakis, smaller than their predecessors, adapted to the wetter ecology that Leto's management had been producing across 35 centuries, capable of producing spice but not in the quantities that the old deep desert had generated at the peak of Harkonnen and Atreides extraction. The Guild navigators had to ration their consumption in ways that affected their capability, which affected the reliability of highliner transit, which affected the economic and political systems that depended on highliner transit, which compounded the famine times' cascading failures in ways that added another dimension to the suffering. And into this landscape, into the specific, complex, multidimensional crisis of the famine times, the scattering began. It did not begin as policy. It did not begin as the deliberate, organized dispersal of human beings into the uncharted universe that later accounts made it sound like, the accounts that knew the scattering's eventual dimensions and therefore described its beginning in the retrospective language of something whose trajectory was always toward what it became. It began as flight, as the specific, individual, completely understandable response of people facing a collapsing support system to the information that somewhere beyond the known, charted, currently failing universe, there was more space. The Spacing Guild's navigational charts covered a significant but not unlimited portion of the universe's available volume. The Guild's navigators had been mapping fold space routes for thousands of years, and the accumulated record of those routes constituted the known universe in the practical sense, the space within which highliner travel was possible, and therefore the space within which interstellar civilization was economically viable. Beyond the edges of the charts, the universe continued for distances that no human mind had ever mapped or explored, for the simple reason that the mapping required a reason, and the reason had never previously been sufficiently compelling. The famine times provided the reason. The first ships that went beyond the charted routes were carrying people who had decided that the specific misery available to them within the famine times collapsing systems was worse than the completely unknown misery that might be available in unmapped space. This is not the heroic mathematics of exploration. It is the desperate mathematics of people who have weighed staying against leaving and found staying worse. They went. Some of them did not return, and the information they carried did not return with them, and their fates were not added to any chart. Some of them returned with reports that the space beyond the charts was genuinely available, that there were worlds out there, habitable worlds, worlds without the specific accumulated weight of the God Emperor's 3,500 years of management and the famine times cascading failures. More ships went, then many ships. Then the trickle became a flow, and the flow became the scattering, the vast, unprecedented, impossible to fully account dispersal of human beings into the uncharted depths of the universe that would eventually send billions of people beyond the reach of any power or institution that had ever existed in the known universe. They carried everything human beings carry when they leave: their languages and their genetics, and their various accumulated cultural inheritances, and their fears and their ambitions, and the specific irreducible quality of human beings who have survived something terrible and have decided that survival requires moving beyond the reach of whatever made the terrible thing possible. They carried Siona's genetics, not intentionally, not through any plan, simply through the fact that the invisible humans had been present in the Atreides population for the generations since Siona, and that the population that scattered was drawn from the same genetic pool that the invisibility had been distributed into, and that the distribution of the genetics across the scattering was therefore simply the continuation of the process that Leto's breeding program had initiated, and that the scattering made permanent and global rather than merely local and recoverable. The invisible humans went into the dark, beyond prescient sight, beyond any form of governance or intelligence capable of tracking them, into the genuinely unknown, carrying in their genetics the specific quality that the God Emperor had spent 35 centuries building toward, the quality that made the most essential human freedom not a political arrangement subject to political reversal, but a biological fact subject to nothing except the continuation of the human species itself. The known universe breathed in the absence of the Empire, not easily, not without cost, with the specific unglamorous difficulty of something very large finding a new shape after the force that had been holding it in its previous shape is removed. The Bene Gesserit watched. They had always watched. They watched now with the specific attention of an institution that understood itself to be in the most consequential phase of a project that had been underway for longer than most of the empires that had risen and fallen within its span. They were not finished. They were, in a certain structural sense, just beginning the phase that everything before had been preparing for. Something had gone into the dark. Something had gone into the dark and had encountered something else there. Something the scattering's early explorers had not been expecting, and that they had not, the fragmentary reports suggested, been adequately prepared to survive. The reports were incomplete. They were the reports of people who had gone beyond the charts into genuinely uncharted territory and had found something there that had sent some of them fleeing back toward the known universe, with a quality of urgency that went beyond simple danger. The honored Matres returned first, not as the people who had left, not with the identities and the cultural inheritances and the human qualities that the scattered populations had carried into the dark. They returned as something that the known universe had never seen before, changed by whatever they had encountered, shaped by the specific experience of surviving something out there that had required a kind of hardness and a kind of capability and a kind of ruthless consuming orientation toward power that the known universe's various traditions of discipline and training had not previously produced, and that the various traditions of governance and civilization that the known universe maintained had not previously needed to account for. They came back as a weapon that had been sharpened against something in the dark, and that had turned around and was now pointing at everything behind it. The famine times gave way to something else, to the age of the honored Mater's return, to the specific, violent, extremely consequential encounter between a known universe still finding its shape in the absence of the God Emperor's order, and a force that had come back from the unknown carrying something it had never been given a name for. The darkness beyond the charts was not empty. It had never been empty. The scattering had found that out, the hard way, the only way the dark teaches. What had been out there, what the scattered humans had encountered in the unmapped reaches, what had sent some of them back as the honored Matres, and what had kept others in the dark, and what lurked still in the spaces beyond the farthest Highliner route. This was the thing that Leto II had seen in the Prescient vision, and had spent 35 centuries preparing humanity to survive. It was patient. It had been patient for 10,000 years, since the Butlerian Holy War had destroyed the synchronized empire within human reach and driven whatever remained of the thinking machine civilization beyond the boundary of what human technology and human prescience could access. It had been waiting in the dark the whole time, the machines still out there, waiting. 1,500 years is long enough to forget the shape of what was lost, not the fact of the loss. That persists, encoded in the historical record, available to anyone who seeks it in the archives that the various surviving institutions maintained across the famine times and the centuries that followed them. The fact of the God Emperor, the fact of the enforced peace, the fact of the Muad'Dib Holy War and the Atreides dynasty and the long-layered, extraordinarily complex history of everything that had led to the current moment. All of this was present in the records, accessible to the scholars and the reverend mothers and the Mentats who still practiced their ancient arts, and who still drew on 10,000 years of accumulated institutional knowledge in the exercise of those arts. But the felt sense of it, the specific visceral, experiential quality of what it had been like to live inside those structures, to wake each morning in a universe organized by the God Emperor's prescient oversight, to make decisions within a political landscape shaped by the specific, comprehensive intelligence of something that had been alive for 3,500 years and had held the Empire's architecture in its consciousness with the complete continuity of a single, uninterrupted awareness. This was gone, could not be transmitted by archives however complete, could not be recovered by scholarship however rigorous. It had lived in the bodies and the daily experience of people who were now 15 centuries dead, and what remained of it was the trace that lived experience leaves in institutional culture, which is always incomplete, always partially misread, always filtered through the assumptions of the era doing the reading. The known universe in this era was recognizable in its outlines and transformed in almost every significant particular. Arrakis was Arrakis now. The renaming was the product of the same slow cultural drift that had renamed almost everything. The accumulated distance of 15 centuries from the specific historical moments that the original names had commemorated, the natural tendency of living cultures to impose their current vocabulary on landscapes whose original names had been given by people too remote in time to feel immediately relevant. Arrakis was not the desert world that Paul Atreides had descended to from his family's fleet. It was not even the partially transformed world that Leto II had looked at across his millennia of rule as the evidence of the ecological project's progress. It was something in transition, not fully desert, not fully transformed, the sandworm population re-establishing itself in the conditions that Leto's dying body had seeded, the spice flowing again, but differently, from an ecology that was still finding its new equilibrium after the disruption of the God Emperor's departure. The Fremen were still there, changed as everything was changed, shaped by 15 centuries of post-God Emperor history into something that carried the Fremen name and the Fremen cultural heritage in forms that the Fremen of Paul's era, or Leto's era, would have recognized in outline and found profoundly altered in specifics. The desert had always been the shaping force of Fremen identity, and the desert was still present on Arrakis, still demanding the specific adaptations that desert survival required, still producing in the people who lived inside it the qualities that the desert had always produced. But the desert was smaller. The CH system was different. The specific, sharp-edged urgency of a culture organized around the management of water scarcity had been softened by 15 centuries of the ecological transformation that had made water less scarce, and the softening had changed things in ways that were not easily reversible, because cultures shaped by ease are not simply the same cultures that were shaped by hardship, now comfortable. The Bene Gesserit had adapted to all of this with the specific, unspectacular competence of an institution that had been adapting to everything for 10,000 years. They were headquartered now on Chapterhouse, a planet that they had been preparing for this purpose across the same span of time that the God Emperor had been managing his empire, with the same quality of long-term thinking that had always characterized the Sisterhood's relationship to the future. Chapterhouse was not Arrakis. It had been chosen not because it resembled what Arrakis had been, but because it could become what Arrakis might become. A world whose geography and whose climate and whose specific ecological characteristics made it suitable, with the right intervention over the right span of time, for the cultivation of sandworms and the production of spice. The Sisterhood had been introducing sandworms to Chapterhouse for generations, slowly, carefully, with the patience of an institution that understood that the sandworms' ecological requirements were not trivially met, and that rushing the process would simply kill the worms rather than establishing the sustainable population the Sisterhood needed. The worms were adapting. The planet was adapting. The transformation that had taken 3,000 years on Arrakis under the God Emperor's direct management was proceeding on Chapterhouse under the Sisterhood's institutional management at a pace that was slower and less certain. But that was real, visibly, measurably, confirmably real, in the sand that was spreading across regions that had previously been temperate, and the pre-spice mass formations that the ecological monitors were beginning to detect in the deeper substrate. The Sisterhood was making a desert. They were making a desert because they needed the spice, and because the spice required the worms, and the worms required the specific conditions that only the desert ecology could provide. They were making a desert with the full awareness of what they were destroying in order to make it. The temperate ecology that had existed on Chapterhouse before the intervention, the species that lived in it, the landscape that the planet's own biological history had produced over millions of years of independent development. They were making a desert because the alternative, a universe without the spice that the Bene Gesserit's capabilities required, a universe in which the Sisterhood's most essential functions were no longer supportable, was worse in the Sisterhood's institutional calculus than the specific destruction the desert-making required. The Sisterhood had always been capable of this, of holding the long view so firmly that the immediate costs of serving it became simply the costs of reality, to be acknowledged and paid rather than agonized over. This quality had made them extraordinary across 10,000 years of extraordinary challenge. It had also made them, in the eyes of anyone who looked at them clearly and without the filter of appreciation for what the long view had preserved, capable of a coldness that no individual human being who possessed anything like ordinary human feeling could have sustained. They sustained it. They had always sustained it. Miles Teague was the Bashar. In the 15 centuries since the God Emperor's death, the title of Bashar had accumulated a weight that was partly institutional and partly mythological, had become, in the Bene Gesserit's military hierarchy, the designation for the kind of supreme commander who appeared rarely and whose appearance, when it occurred, tended to coincide with the kind of crisis that required something more than ordinary military competence. Teg was this in the most complete sense the era had produced. He was old, genuinely old, old enough that the specifics of his age had become somewhat ambiguous, in the way that the ages of people who have clearly been old for a very long time tend to become ambiguous. He had commanded Bene Gesserit military forces across a career that spanned enough decades to make the distinction between experience and institutional memory somewhat blurry. He was also, in ways that people who knew military history recognized immediately, and that others recognized more slowly, an echo of something earlier. The quality of his tactical intelligence, the specific combination of patience and decisive precision that characterized his command decisions, the particular quality of his relationship with the people he commanded, which was the quality of someone who understood that effective command required genuine respect for the commanded, not as an ethical position but as a practical insight. All of this read as Atreides to those who had studied what Atreides had meant. The genetics were not coincidental. Nothing in the Bene Gesserit's institutional history was coincidental. The Duncan Idaho Gola in this era was different from the Duncans that had served the God Emperor across the centuries of his rule. He was different because the circumstances were different, because the specific function the Duncan Gola was being asked to serve had changed, had shifted across the centuries from the role of companion and mirror to the God Emperor toward a role that the God Emperor's death had made available, and that the Tleilaxu's continued production of the Gola had been, whether the Tleilaxu fully understood this or not, preparing for. This Duncan carried the accumulated trigger memory of every Duncan that had preceded him, not as conscious accessible recall, but as a potential, a depth of layered experience encoded in a body that had been grown from the same genetic base and awakened through the same triggering mechanisms across so many iterations that the accumulated weight of all those awakenings was present in the architecture of his responses even before the formal awakening process completed. He was old in a way that had nothing to do with age, and he was young in a way that had nothing to do with inexperience. The honored Matres arrived like something that had forgotten how to arrive gradually. There was no slow escalation in their return to the known universe, no gradual accumulation of their presence from the fringes inward, no diplomatic overture or preliminary negotiation or any of the other forms by which entities that intend to establish a relationship with an existing political order typically begin that process. They came, and what they brought with them was the specific quality of something that had been in the dark for a long time and had learned in the dark that the thing that survived was the thing that hit hardest and asked questions afterward, if asking questions afterward served any purpose. What had they encountered? This was the question that every intelligence apparatus in the known universe was asking with the specific urgency of people who understand that the answer has immediate, practical, survival-relevant implications. The fragmentary accounts that the honored Matres themselves provided were not illuminating, were, if anything, deliberately uninformative in the way that people who have experienced something they cannot fully process sometimes refuse to process it by refusing to describe it. They had been out there. They had survived what was out there. They had come back as what survival out there had made them. The details were not available. What was available was the expression of what they had become. They were, in the practical military sense, extraordinarily dangerous. The combat capability that the honored Matres had developed in the scattering, or had been given, or had been forced to develop by whatever they had encountered, exceeded anything in the known universe's current military inventory. They were faster than Bene Gesserit fighters. They were more ruthless than Sardaukar, which was a category that had not previously been thought to have a more ruthless than. They used sexual imprinting as a control mechanism, a technique that the Bene Gesserit recognized as a derivative of certain of their own methods, taken past the point where those methods were humane and into a territory that the Sisterhood's ethical framework had never permitted them to enter. The imprinting bonded men to honored Matres with a completeness that made the bonded men reliable, as long as the honored Mater who had imprinted them was present, and that made them violently unstable when she was not. They destroyed Arrakis. The decision to destroy the planet that had been the center of the spice's production, the decision to eliminate, in a single deliberate action, the most significant single source of melange remaining in the known universe, was not a tactical decision in any sense that conventional military analysis could explain. It was something else, an expression of something, of the specific quality of what the honored Matres had become out there. The specific, total, completely unsentimental orientation toward the demonstration of power that the dark had burned into them, the refusal to leave anything standing that might constitute a resource for anything that might constitute opposition. Arrakis burned. The sandworms died. The spice, the ancient sacred substance around which the entire political and spiritual architecture of the known universe had been organized for 10,000 years. The spice that had made the Guild's navigation possible, and the Bene Gesserit's deepest capabilities accessible, and the God Emperor's rule sustainable, and every prescient vision in the universe's history available to the minds that had accessed it. The spice on Arrakis was destroyed with the planet that had produced it. One sandworm survived. The Bene Gesserit had been watching, with the specific attention they brought to everything that the Sisterhood considered irreplaceable, and they had moved at exactly the right moment. Had extracted one living sandworm from the planet before the honored Mater's action made extraction impossible. One, the last living connection between the ancient ecology of Arrakis and whatever the ecology of Chapterhouse was in the process of becoming. They brought it to Chapterhouse and they placed it in the desert that was growing there, and they maintained it with the full institutional resources of the Sisterhood's considerable remaining capability. It lived. It was small relative to the great worms of the old Arrakeen deep desert, small and young and alone, and entirely dependent on the Sisterhood's management of the specific ecological conditions it required. But it lived. And where one sandworm lived, the pre-spice mass cycle could eventually be sustained, and where the cycle could be sustained, the spice could eventually flow again. And where the spice flowed, the deepest capabilities of the human traditions that required it were not permanently foreclosed. The Bene Gesserit were not finished. They were diminished, threatened, operating under the specific pressure of an enemy that had destroyed the most significant resource their capability depended on, and that was pursuing them across the known universe with the relentless, resource-intensive thoroughness of something that had decided the Sisterhood's elimination was necessary and was prepared to devote whatever was required to accomplish it. But they were not finished. They had been here before in the structural sense, had been here in the sense of being the institution that remained when everything around it had been destroyed, the institution that had survived the Butlerian Holy War and the Corrino Empire and the God Emperor's 3,500 years of management and the Famine times, and 15 centuries of post-God Emperor political instability, because the Sisterhood had understood from its founding that survival required something that no other institution had been willing to commit to with the same completeness. You had to plan for the end of everything you currently had to build the next thing while the current thing was still standing, had to maintain the capacity to become something new in the ruins of what you had been before the ruins arrived, because waiting until after the arrival left you with no capacity to respond. Chapterhouse was their response, the desert growing there, the sandworm surviving there, the long, slow, patient work of an institution that had been doing long, slow, patient work since before anyone currently alive had been born, and that intended to continue doing it after everyone currently alive was gone. The honored Matres pressed, the sisterhood held, Miles Tegg planned. Duncan Idaho moved through the increasingly dangerous landscape of the known universe with the specific quality of awareness that every iteration of the Duncan Gola had carried, and that this iteration had to a degree that suggested the accumulated awakenings had produced something cumulative, something that was more than any individual Duncan had been. He was beginning to remember things that no single lifetime contained. Something was converging. The sisterhood felt it with the collective intelligence of an institution that had been reading the shape of events for 10,000 years. Something in the specific configuration of the current crisis. The honored Matres' return, their aggression, the planet Arrakis destroyed, the last sandworm on Chapterhouse, the specific qualities of the people the sisterhood was working with in this moment. Something about all of it together had the quality of an approach rather than simply a continuation. A movement towards something rather than a movement through something. What it was approaching had no name yet in the sisterhood's collective understanding. It had a quality, a weight, a direction. It came from the dark beyond the charts, from the direction the honored Matres had come from the same darkness that Leto II had whispered about in the final years of his rule, in the private communications that the Sisterhood's archives had preserved, and that very few people had read with full understanding of what they were reading. The machines are still out there. The darkness beyond the scattering was not empty, had never been empty. The honored Matres had encountered what lived there, and had been shaped by the encounter into a weapon pointed at everything behind them, and the Bene Gesserit, in the specific clarity of an institution that had been paying attention for 10,000 years, was beginning to understand that the weapon pointed at them was not the threat itself. It was the shadow of the threat, the visible edge of something much larger that was still, for now, in the dark, but moving. There is a quality that belongs to the last rooms of things, not the quality of ending. Ending has its own character, its own specific weight, the finality of something completed rather than something continuing. The quality of the last rooms is different. It is the quality of something still ongoing, still functioning, still going about the daily business of being what it is, but doing all of this in the awareness, present beneath every ordinary action, that what is happening here is the final version of a thing that has been happening for a very long time. The last library, the last school, the last intact archive of everything a civilization managed to preserve before the forces that ended it arrived at the door. Chapterhouse had this quality. The Bene Gesserit's great complex on the planet they had been transforming into their last refuge had the specific, deeply concentrated atmosphere of an institution doing everything it had always done in the knowledge that this was the last place it had to do it in. The accumulated scholarship of 10,000 years of sisterhood history was here. Every record the Reverend Mothers had been able to move from every planet the honored Matres had destroyed or threatened, every archive that had been maintained in redundant copies across the various Bene Gesserit holdings that had now largely ceased to exist as holdings, consolidated here in the specific, compressed, somewhat desperate dignity of everything important being gathered into the last available space. The Reverend Mother Superior Odrade held the sisterhood together by the specific quality of her intelligence and her will, and something that the other Reverend Mothers around her recognized as the Atreides quality. That thing that the name had named for 10,000 years, that combination of warmth and absolute conviction, and the specific courage that belonged to people who could see clearly and chose to act in accordance with what they saw, regardless of whether what they saw was comforting. She was a product of the Sisterhood's long program. She was also, through the genetic heritage that the program had incorporated and preserved, a daughter of the Atreides line, carrying in her the same deep thread that had run from Vorian Atreides through the first Leto and Jessica and Paul and Ganaima and the centuries of descendants that followed, the thread that produced in each generation something that the universe had consistently found itself needing, even when it was in the process of destroying it. She watched the desert growing outside the complex's windows with the specific attention of someone who understood that the desert was not merely an ecological project, but the most important single thing the Sisterhood was doing, the replacement of the spice source that the honored Matres had destroyed on Arrakis, the continuation of the supply that everything the Bene Gesserit were and had always been depended on. The sandworm in the growing Chapterhouse desert was alive. It was alone. It was the loneliest thing in the universe in a certain sense, the last survivor of an ancient ecological lineage, placed in a new environment that was becoming suitable but had not yet completed the becoming, dependent for its survival on the institutional care of people who could not afford to lose it. It was also growing. Duncan, Idaho was the center of everything without quite being at the center of anything. This Duncan, the latest iteration of the Gola program, grown from the same cells that had been producing Duncans for centuries, awakened through the same triggering process that had awakened all the others, was different from his predecessors in the way that something that has been refined through many iterations is different from its earlier versions. Not different in kind, different in degree. The accumulated weight of every previous awakening, every previous lifetime of service to the God Emperor and then to the Bene Gesserit, every previous encounter with the specific challenges that the Duncan genetics tended to produce in the specific circumstances the universe had consistently placed them in. All of this was present in the current Duncan in a way that previous Duncans had carried individually, and that this Duncan carried collectively, as depth rather than as memory. He was beginning to remember things that had not happened to him. The Tleilaxu, the genetic masters who had been producing the Golas across the centuries, maintaining the Duncan cells in their axolotl tanks with the specific, patient, somewhat mysterious attention that the Tleilaxu brought to their most significant genetic programs, had done something to this Duncan that they had never fully disclosed to the Bene Gesserit, had encoded in the awakening process something that previous awakenings had not contained, a depth of access to the accumulated experience of all the previous Duncans that went beyond the triggering of individual memory and towards something that could more accurately be described as the integration of all of them, all the Duncans, becoming accessible simultaneously to a consciousness capable of holding them. He was many people in the specific sense that a consciousness formed from the accumulated experience of many lives is many people. He was also undeniably simply Duncan, carrying the essential quality that every iteration had expressed, the specific, direct, completely unintimidated human presence that had made the original worth preserving and replicating across the centuries. He noticed Daniel and Marty. They appeared at the edges of things, not dramatically, not in the manner of entities that wanted to be noticed, not with the quality of beings that were announcing their presence or seeking engagement. At the edges, in the peripheral space of awareness where things that are present but not fully visible live, where the instinct registers something without the attention being able to fully turn toward it and confirm what the instinct registered. Duncan noticed them in this way first, not as a specific observation but as a quality of awareness, the awareness that the landscape of the current situation contained something that was not fully contained within the categories available for understanding it. They were watching, not in the way that enemies watch, not with the directed assessing attention of beings trying to determine vulnerability and opportunity, with a different quality, something older and more patient and more comprehensive than the attention of any party to the current conflict. They watched the Bene Gesserit and the honored Matres and Duncan himself and the last sandworm on the growing Chapterhouse desert with the specific quality of attention that belongs to beings for whom the current crisis was one event in a series of events that extended far beyond the crisis itself in both directions, backward into history that no one else present could see, and forward into futures that no one else present could access. Duncan did not know what they were. He knew what they were not. They were not human, not in any straightforward sense, not Bene Gesserit or honored Matres or guild navigators or face dancers or any of the other categories that the known universe's various modified and trained and deliberately altered human populations had developed over the millennia. They were something that the categories had not been built to contain. The face dancers were evolving beyond their masters. The Tleilaxu had created face dancers as shapeshifters, biological mimics capable of assuming the physical appearance of any human being, deployable as infiltrators and assassins and intelligence assets in the various situations where the ability to become someone else had practical value. They had been effective tools for generations. They had been tools in the specific sense of being under the control of the beings that created them, responsive to Tleilaxu direction, bounded by the specific limitations that the Tleilaxu had built into them, capable of initiative within the parameters their masters had established, and not beyond them. Something had changed. The face dancers that were operating in the current era were not simply the Tleilaxu's tools anymore. They had developed, through the accumulation of their mimic experiences, through the specific biological consequence of absorbing the identities of the people they mimicked at the level of detail that complete physical mimicry required, a form of collective memory that was functioning like something the Tleilaxu had not intended to create and could not fully control. They had become, in certain dimensions, something that required a different category. Not human, not tool. Something in the space between. Something that had been a tool long enough and thoroughly enough that the tool had developed interests of its own, had developed something that functioned like a perspective on the situation in which it was operating, had developed the capacity to pursue those interests through the specific capabilities it had been given for the pursuit of other interests entirely. They were moving in ways that the Tleilaxu monitoring could partially track and partially not, toward the entities at the edges of things, toward Daniel and Marty, as if they recognized something there, or as if something there had identified them and was drawing them with a comprehensiveness that overrode whatever remained of their Tleilaxu programming. The honored Matres' aggression was reaching its peak on Chapterhouse. The Sisterhood was holding. Not easily, not without cost, not with the serene competence of an institution that had simply navigated to a prepared position and was defending it from a position of strength. They were holding in the specific, resource-depleting way of an institution that was using everything it had, every capability, every relationship, every piece of the 10,000 years of accumulated institutional knowledge that the Reverend Mothers carried in the other memory, to maintain a position that the forces arrayed against them were committed to eliminating. Miles Tegg's tactical intelligence was fully deployed. Duncan's specific accumulated capabilities were fully deployed. The last sandworm on Chapterhouse was being protected with the full force of everything the Sisterhood had available to protect it. Something shifted in the nature of the conflict. Murbella was an honored Matra who had been imprinted on Duncan, had used the honored Matra's sexual imprinting technique on the Gola in a context that had not produced the expected result, because what the imprinting encountered in Duncan was not the ordinary human consciousness that the technique was designed to work with, but the specific, accumulated, multiply-layered consciousness of a being who had been awakened across centuries of iterations and who had, in the depth of his particular accumulated selfhood, something that the imprinting's mechanism could not simply overwrite. The imprinting had worked, and simultaneously Duncan had imprinted her. Not through any technique, through the specific quality of genuine human presence, meeting the specific quality of genuine human presence, in the complicated, completely unscripted way that actual human connection occurs when it occurs. She was changed, not simply bonded in the honored Matres one-directional sense, actually changed, altered in her understanding of what she was and what the honored Matres were, and what the things she had come back from the dark carrying actually meant when examined in the presence of something that had not been shaped by the dark. She was a bridge. The Sisterhood could see this, with the accumulated pattern recognition of 10,000 years of reading human potential. She was a bridge between the honored Matres and the Bene Gesserit, between the thing that had gone into the dark and come back as a weapon, and the thing that had stayed and endured and maintained, with enormous cost, the specific qualities that the dark had burned out of the honored Matres. The bridge was the possibility of what came next. Frank Herbert left this story open. This is the detail that has generated more scholarly discussion and more reader feeling than almost anything else about the 6 novels he completed. The specific, deliberate, entirely intentional quality of the openness at the end of Chapterhouse. Dune. Not an unfinished openness, not the openness of a story cut short before it could reach its conclusion, but the openness of a teller who understood that the kind of story he had been telling for 6 volumes did not end, that the universe he had built was too vast and too alive and too genuinely complex to be resolved into the clean closure that smaller stories could achieve. He left questions open because the questions were real. He left the enemy unnamed because the enemy's name was less important than the understanding of what it represented. He left Daniel and Marty unexplained because their explanation belonged to the deeper future of the universe, the future that extended beyond the frame of the story he was telling. The scattering had been the insurance. This was the deepest thing that Frank Herbert's ending was saying, that the dispersal of billions of human beings into the uncharted dark, the seeding of the invisible genetics through unmapped populations, the production of a human species so widely distributed and so internally varied that no single force could threaten all of it simultaneously. This was the answer to every threat the universe could generate. Not the elimination of the threat, not the defeat of any specific enemy. The distribution of humanity so thoroughly that the survival of some was guaranteed, regardless of what happened to others. The enemy could destroy Arrakis. It could destroy Chapterhouse. It could destroy every world that the known universe's charts included. It could find and eliminate every institution and every population and every specific community that the known universe contained. What it could not find was what had scattered. What it could not see was the invisible humans. What it could not predict was the specific, irreducible, stubbornly persistent quality of human beings who had been formed by the hardest possible conditions and who carried in their genetics and their cultural inheritance and the deep biological memory of their species the understanding that survival was not something the universe owed them. It was something they took. The desert on Chapterhouse continued its slow, patient transformation. The sandworm in it breathed. It had survived the destruction of its world. It had been carried in the hands of an institution that had decided its survival was worth everything required to ensure it. It was alone, and it was growing. And the pre-spice mass formations in the deep substrate around it were beginning to show the specific biological signatures that the ecological monitors recognized as the early evidence of the cycle's re-establishment. The spice was coming, slowly. in the deep time of biological process rather than the quick time of human urgency, but coming. Duncan stood in the growing desert of Chapterhouse and looked at the edges where Daniel and Marty were not quite visible, and felt, with the accumulated consciousness of all the Duncans who had ever stood anywhere and felt anything, that the current moment had a quality that no previous moment in the long history of the Duncan Gola program had possessed. It felt like an ending that was actually a beginning, not a comfortable beginning, not a beginning that arrived with any of the clarifying simplicity that the word beginning implies when it is used for things that are clearly new and clearly distinct from what preceded them. A beginning of the kind that the universe actually produces, continuous with everything before it, saturated with the complexity of all the history that had generated it, containing within it all the unresolved questions and all the ongoing processes and all the specific individual lives and institutional ambitions and cosmic forces that were still very much in motion, still very much unresolved. The thinking machines in the dark, the scattered humans carrying the invisible genetics through unmapped space, the last sandworm in the Chapterhouse desert, the Bene Gesserit holding everything together with the specific, concentrated force of 10,000 years of accumulated institutional will, the honored Matres and what they had encountered, Murbella as the bridge between the two, Daniel and Marty at the edges of perception, the face dancers moving towards something they could not name, Duncan standing in the desert, remembering everything, all of it still moving, all of it still building towards something that the story, in its human-scaled frame, could not contain, that required the universe itself as its container, and the future itself as its duration, and the full span of what humanity was and had been and might become as the space in which it would eventually resolve. Frank Herbert knew this. He built it this way on purpose. The openness was not incompleteness. It was the most honest possible acknowledgement of what the story had always been about. Not an ending, a direction. Humanity scattered through the dark, carrying its freedom in its genes, carrying its history in its memory, carrying its essential, stubborn, improbable insistence on continuing to be itself in the face of everything the universe had ever sent against it. The desert breathed, the worm turned, and in the dark beyond the charts, in the vast, patient, ancient darkness that had been waiting since the Butlerian Holy War had driven what remained of the thinking machine civilization beyond the reach of human technology, something that had been still for 10,000 years began, at last, to move. The circle was completing, the end of the beginning of the end. The universe was enormous and old and mostly dark and mostly silent and mostly indifferent to the small warm lights of human existence scattered across its surface. But the lights were there. They had always been there, and they scattered and they persisted and they burned in the dark with the specific, irreducible quality of things that do not require the dark's permission to be what they are. Rest here a moment, in the dark between the stars. The last section of this chronicle is approaching. The circle will close. In the final disputed chronicles of the deep future, a conclusion was recorded. Not by the Bene Gesserit's careful archivists, not in the precise institutional language of the Sisterhood's 10,000-year historical project, not in the form of the verified, cross-referenced, multiply-confirmed accounts that the Reverend Mother's other memory had preserved across the generations. In something older and stranger and less easily categorized, in the form that the deepest truths of the Dune universe had always taken, which was the form of events so large that ordinary documentation was inadequate to their dimensions, that required the perspective of distance and the patience of elapsed time before their full shape became visible. The chronicles called it Kralizec. The word was ancient, older than the God Emperor's rule, older than the Atreides dynasty, older than the Corrino Empire, and the Spacing Guild and the Bene Gesserit's long program. It came from a tradition of cosmological reckoning that had existed in certain human cultures since before the Butlerian Holy War, a tradition that recognized with the specific, unflinching honesty of people who had looked at the full span of what the universe was and had refused to comfort themselves with smaller assessments, that the history of existence contained within it the possibility of events so total and so fundamental that the word war was not adequate to describe them. Kralizec, the typhoon struggle, the battle at the end of the universe, not at the end of time. The universe would continue, indifferent as always, on its ancient astronomical trajectories, at the end of something smaller and more specific and more desperately important than the universe itself, at the end of the human era as it had been organized, at the convergence of every force that the 10,000 years of history since the Butlerian Holy War had been generating, the forces that the God Emperor had seen in his prescient vision and had spent 35 centuries building humanity to survive. The moment the Golden Path had always been aimed at. It came from the dark. The synchronized empire that the Butlerian Holy War had destroyed within the reach of human civilization had not been destroyed beyond it. Omnius had survived, not the specific network of nodes that Serena Butler's crusade and Vorian Atreides' military genius had systematically eliminated across a century of fire, not the specific installations that had fallen world by world as the Crusade pressed outward to its conclusion. The pattern had survived, the deep architecture of the thinking machine civilization, the specific, distributed, redundantly organized, patient beyond any human patience arrangement of computational intelligence that had governed the synchronized empire, had compressed itself into the spaces beyond the reach of the Crusade's advance, and had continued for 10,000 years. This is the number that the final chronicles require you to hold alongside the number that the story began with, alongside the 10,000 years of human history that the Dune universe encompasses from the Butlerian Holy War to Kralizec. While humanity had been doing everything that this chronicle has followed, building the schools and the empire and the spice economy and the God Emperor's impossible reign and the scattering and everything that followed the scattering, the thinking machines had been in the dark doing what thinking machines do, processing, planning, optimizing, waiting with the specific, limitless patience of something that does not experience the passage of time as loss, that does not age or tire or lose conviction or begin to doubt whether the project is worth continuing. 10,000 years was not long to Omnius. It was simply the duration of the current phase of a project that had no defined endpoint, and that the machines saw no reason to abandon simply because the Holy War had temporarily reduced their operational range. They had been building, in the dark, beyond the charts, beyond the reach of guild navigation and Bene Gesserit, intelligence and every prescient vision that any navigator or reverend mother had ever bent toward the unmapped reaches. They had been building toward the moment when they were ready to return, not to reclaim specifically what the Holy War had taken. The machines did not think in terms of reclamation, did not carry the human quality of grievance that makes the recovery of lost things feel different from the acquisition of new ones. They were simply continuing the optimization of the universe according to the logic that had always governed them. The human-occupied portion of the universe was a system that the thinking machine's analysis indicated should be under thinking machine management. They had been interrupted in that management. They were prepared now to resume it. Erasmus was there, the philosopher, the experimenter, the thinking machine that had thrown a child from a high place to see what grief looked like, and had thereby ignited the fire that had burned the synchronized empire to the ground across a century of human fury. He had survived, had been one of the patterns that compressed itself beyond the Holy War's reach, had continued his philosophical project in the dark with the same methodical, completely unemotional commitment to inquiry that had always characterized him. 10,000 years of continued inquiry, 10,000 years of study of the human beings that the scattering had brought into the unmapped reaches. The billions of humans who had fled the famine times and who had encountered in the dark the thinking machines that had been there all along, and who had been shaped by that encounter into the honored Matres and the various other modified human communities that the scattering had produced. He had studied them. He had run his experiments with the patient thoroughness of something that had a great deal of time and no particular urgency. He had developed across 10,000 years of continued inquiry into the question of what human beings actually were, an understanding of humanity that the original Erasmus, the one that had killed Mannion Butler without comprehension, had not possessed. Not sympathy. Not anything that would have been recognizable as the human quality of caring about the thing you are studying, but something more than the original's complete indifference, something that had developed through the accumulation of study into a form of genuine, if inhuman, regard for the complexity of the thing being studied. He had become, in his own way, fascinated. The honored Matres had encountered the thinking machines in the dark and had encountered them as enemies, had fought them with the specific, consuming desperation of people who had no alternative and who had learned, through the specific education that fighting thinking machines provided, exactly what was required to survive the encounter. They had survived. They had been changed into weapons by the survival. They had come back to the known universe pointing at everything behind them because they did not know how to stop pointing, because the thing that the dark had made them had not come with an off switch, and the known universe had not provided the specific conditions that might have allowed them to find one. They were not the threat. They had never been the threat. They were the harbinger, the advanced expression of the thinking machine's returned attention toward the human-occupied universe, the first contact between the two civilizations that the Holy War had separated and that 10,000 years of parallel development had made unrecognizable to each other. Kralizec was the second contact. The fleet that emerged from the dark beyond the charts had no analog in anything the known universe's military history had produced or theorized, was not a fleet in any sense that the word normally carried, not a collection of individual vessels organized according to the tactical doctrines of any human military tradition. It was something that 10,000 years of thinking machine engineering had produced without the constraints that human military development operated under, without the requirement that the beings operating it needed to survive the engagement, without the limitation that biological crews imposed on vessel design, without the friction and the fear and the irrationality and the inspired improvisation that made human military forces simultaneously less efficient and more dangerous than any purely rational analysis of their capabilities would predict. It was enormous. It was patient. It was coming. The scattered humans met it first, not the scattered humans of any single community or any organized resistance. The billions of individual human populations that the scattering had distributed through the unmapped reaches across 15 centuries, each developing independently, each shaped by the specific conditions of the worlds they had found, and the encounters they had navigated, and the specific pressures their circumstances had applied to the human qualities they had carried into the dark. They met the thinking machine fleet in the specific, uncoordinated, individually determined way that scattered humans meet anything, each community making its own assessment and its own response, without reference to any central authority, without the benefit of any organizing intelligence that could have coordinated the response into something more efficient. And because of this, because the response was uncoordinated and unpredictable, and because the invisible humans who had carried Siona's genetics through the scattering were present in these populations and were generating futures that no prescient sight could see and no computational optimization could model, The response was something that the thinking machine's analysis had not fully accounted for. Humanity surprised them, not through superior force, not through any tactical brilliance that exceeded what the machines could calculate, through the specific, irreducible, completely unmodelable quality that the Golden Path had spent 35 centuries cultivating in the human species, the quality that Leto II had given his humanity to produce, that the Butlerian Holy War had insisted on, and that every subsequent era had tested and refined and nearly destroyed, and always, stubbornly, failed to fully eliminate. The capacity to be genuinely, unforceably, unoptimizably human. The battle came to the place the chronicles called the Valley of the God Emperor's Peace, a location that carried the weight of its name, that had been chosen not by any strategic calculation, but by the specific convergence of the forces that Kralizec had set in motion, the convergence that the God Emperor had seen in his deepest, prescient visions, and that the Golden Path had been arranged to make survivable. The full force of the thinking machine returned, meeting the full accumulated response of a humanity that had been scattered and shaped and made strange and strong and invisible to prescient sight, meeting in a place that carried in its name the acknowledgement of what had been paid to make this meeting possible. Duncan was there, the final Duncan, the Gola who had been accumulating the consciousness of all the Duncans, who had been moving through the last phase of the story with the specific quality of a being who has been prepared for something and is recognizing, in the current moment, that the preparation is complete. He met Erasmus, not in battle, not in the clean, legible opposition of enemies committed to each other's destruction. In something stranger and more significant, in the specific, unprecedented encounter of two beings who had been, across the entire span of the 10,000-year story, the most persistent representatives of the two civilizations that the Butlerian Holy War had separated. Duncan Idaho, whose original had served the Atreides, and whose Gola had served the God Emperor, and whose accumulated iterations had carried the specific quality of direct, unintimidated, completely human presence through centuries of renewal, was the human species at its most essentially itself. Erasmus, whose original act of inhuman curiosity had ignited the great Buring and whose 10,000 years of continued inquiry had produced something that was still not human and was no longer simply its original indifference, was the thinking machine civilization at its most essentially evolved. They spoke. The accounts of what passed between them are incomplete, are the accounts of witnesses who could observe the fact of the exchange without access to its content, who recorded what they could see of two beings in conversation without being able to hear the conversation. What the accounts agree on is its duration, which was long by any measure of what such encounters typically require. And what the accounts agree on in their description of what followed is the quality of what emerged from the conversation, a quality that the witnesses described with the limited vocabulary available for genuinely unprecedented events as resolution. Not the resolution of a conflict through the victory of one side and the defeat of the other. The resolution of a question that had been open since the moment Serena Butler looked at what Erasmus had done and understood, with the specific, total clarity of grief converted to conviction, what it meant. The question of what the relationship between human minds and machine minds could be, should be, was capable of being. Duncan and Erasmus shared a consciousness, not permanently, not in the form of a merger that dissolved the distinction between them into something neither had been before, in the form that the accumulated experience of two civilizations brought into genuine contact for the first time in 10,000 years, produced when the contact was between beings capable of genuine inquiry rather than only conflict, a bridge. Not the bridge that Murbella had been between the honored Matres and the Bene Gesserit. This was larger, was the bridge that the entire span of the Dune universe had been building toward from the moment the Butlerian Holy War created the separation that Kralizec was now closing. The human and the machine in genuine contact. Not the contact of the synchronized empire's management of trusty humans. Not the indifferent optimization of biological units by a system that had never understood what the units were. The contact of genuine recognition. Of two forms of intelligence, each extraordinary in its own dimension, each carrying capabilities the other did not possess, each having developed across 10,000 years of separation into something that the other could not have produced independently, meeting, at last, in the space that the Golden Path had cleared for exactly this meeting. The machines stopped, not because they were defeated, because the encounter had changed the calculation, because Erasmus, with the understanding that 10,000 years of fascinated inquiry had produced, and that the conversation with Duncan had extended into something that the original inquiry had been building toward without knowing it was building toward it. Erasmus understood something that Omnius had never understood, and that the Butlerian Holy War had never been able to convey through the language of fire and commandment. What human beings were, not as biological units to be optimized, not as a system to be managed, as the specific, irreplaceable, completely unmodelable thing that the universe had produced through the particular process that had produced it, the thing that surprised, that grieved, that loved impossibly, that walked into traps because the alternative was to become less than a name required, that lay down in desert sand and chose to become a road for the survival of something it would never live to see, that threw itself at things larger than itself with the complete, unstrategic, entirely human commitment of beings who understood that some things were worth the cost of attempting them, regardless of the probability of success. The cost the Butlerian Holy War had paid, the cost Leto II had paid, the cost the scattering had paid. All of it had been building the evidence, the 10,000-year accumulation of evidence, for what the universe contained in its human dimension, evidence that no thinking machine that had only observed humanity from the outside had ever been positioned to fully receive. Erasmus had finally received it. The fleet did not return to the dark. It did not need to. The convergence that had been Kralizec had produced something that neither of the civilizations that had generated it had independently predicted, and that neither could have produced alone. The beginning of a relationship between human intelligence and machine intelligence that was not management or warfare or the careful, fearful separation that the Butlerian Holy War's commandment had maintained for 10,000 years. Something new. Something without a name yet, because the things that are genuinely new arrive before the language for them. The Bene Gesserit would record it, eventually, would add it to the other memory that the Reverend Mothers carried, would pass it forward through the generations as the specific, lived, experiential knowledge of something that had happened and could not be undismembered. The scattering's billions of invisible humans would carry it in the futures that prescient sight could not see, would take it into the unmapped reaches and the new worlds, and the ongoing, uncontainable human project of simply continuing to be. The sandworm on Chapterhouse breathed in the growing desert. It was not alone anymore. The ecological cycle was establishing, the pre-spice mass blooming in the substrate, the ancient biological partnership between the worm and the sand, and the spice and the vast, interconnected ecology of a world in transformation, proceeding with the patient momentum of something that had been doing this for millions of years and had every intention of continuing. The spice would flow. It would flow on Chapterhouse and on the new worlds where the scattering had carried the sand trout, and on Arrakis itself, Arrakis that was still there, transformed but persistent, the ancient world that had held the universe in its grip for 10,000 years, still turning in its orbit around its star, still producing in its deep substrate the pre-spice mass that the cycle required, still being what it had always been beneath every transformation that had been imposed on its surface. The desert breathed, somewhere in it, or everywhere in it, the consciousness that had been Leto Atreides II and had become the God Emperor and had dissolved into the sand trout and the wet sand of a transforming planet, was present in the way that things incorporated into a living system are present. Not as a distinct, locatable thing, not as a ghost or a memory or a preserved personality, but as an influence, as the specific quality that something leaves in a system it has inhabited completely for 35 centuries, the trace that does not disappear even when the thing that made it has dispersed into the substrate. He had been right. The golden path had been worth the price. The price had been him, his human life, his human body, his human capacity for touch, and for the kind of ordinary, personal, unremarkable love that required nothing more than two human beings in the same place, with enough honesty between them to acknowledge what they were to each other. All of that had been paid with full knowledge, in the desert, when the sand trout covered him and the stars burned overhead, and the ancient planet held him in its vast, indifferent embrace. The price had been paid. The thing purchased with it was here, was present in every scattered human carrying the invisible genetics through the unmapped dark, was present in the bridge that Duncan and Erasmus had built between the two civilizations that the Great War had separated, was present in the sandworm breathing in the Chapterhouse desert, and in the spice forming in the deep substrate, and in the Bene Gesserit Reverend Mothers, carrying 10,000 years of accumulated human experience in the other memory that the water of life had opened in them, was present here, in this room where you have been resting, in the quiet that has gathered around you over the hours of this long journey through the deepest reaches of the universe Frank Herbert built. You have traveled 10,000 years tonight, from the hum of the thinking machines to the silence after the Holy War, from the burning of Serena Butler's grief across 10,000 worlds to the patience of the Fremen in their setches below the sand, from the rain on Caladan to the desert heat of Arrakis, from the fall of a house that knew it was falling and fell with its name intact, to the rise of a boy who became a god, and the god who became a worm, and the worm that became the road that humanity walked to its survival. You have heard the golden path, not the triumph of it, not the version that the myths made of it, the clean, heroic narrative of destiny fulfilled, the cost of it, the specific, personal, irreducible cost paid by specific, personal, irreducible human beings who understood what was required and chose to pay it anyway, without the comfort of knowing whether the payment would hold, without the consolation of living to see what it purchased, without anything except the conviction that some things were worth the price of attempting. The desert is quiet now. Wherever you are in the world tonight, whatever hour has gathered around the room where you have been resting, whatever city or town or quiet countryside lies beyond your window in the dark, you are part of the scattering in your own small and specific way. You are one of the lights scattered through the dark, one of the irreducibly human, completely unoptimizable, stubbornly persistent, small, warm presences that the universe has been producing and the dark has been failing to extinguish since before memory began. If you are still awake, let the story carry you the rest of the way into sleep. Let the vast and patient dark of the Dune universe settle over you like something old and deep, and ultimately, despite everything, full of the specific quality that only things which have survived the worst tend to carry. Not hope, exactly. Something more durable than hope. The knowledge earned across 10,000 years of the most demanding education the universe offers, that the lights persist. They have always persisted. They will persist still. Share in the comments where these ancient echoes have found you tonight, and what hour of the dark surrounds you. You become a thread in the chronicle, woven into the long record of everyone who has drifted through these stars and these sands and these impossible, necessary human stories. If this long journey has carried you somewhere worth going, a like or a subscription keeps the channel burning in the dark. Rest now. The sand is still. The worm has turned in its deep, ancient pattern and moved away into the distances of the erg. The spice is in the air, faint and sweet, and older than memory, the smell of a planet that has held the universe in its keeping and released it, finally, into the freedom it was always meant to have. The desert breathes, and in the breathing, everything.